And get this over. Perfect. Welcome, Twitch chat and everyone else, to session 6 of A Land Beyond the Mist. I am joined today with 3 newcomers to the Mist. I'm very excited to see how well they do. And a returning face from the infamous Honeysuckle mission. So they have a veteran leader to help them make it back. At least they were successful once. Let's
hope so.
Let us start as we always do by going around the table and introducing ourselves and our characters. I'm just going to do it in the camera order that I see on my screen. So let's start with you, Koron. Why don't you let us know who you're playing today and tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, I'm Nick, aka Koron. I'm playing Butcher. He is a short dwarf with black hair and a short-cut beard, in contrast to most dwarfs, and he has 4 iron rings adorning his fingers and a large axe on his back.
Awesome. What brought you out to the Mists?
Butcher was exiled from his clan of dwarves for committing an egregious act, and he's heading here north of the Mists to seek redemption for his actions.
I like it. All right. Well, there is definitely a lot of opportunities to seek all kinds of things beyond the mists. Excited for Butcher to head out. Then I guess we will go to Zymox here. You're returning with the Lake today. Why don't you remind us who he is and give us a little bit about him?
Lake is a 6'5" tall half-orc. He's also a cleric of nature, wears scale mail, kind of skinnier, except it's hard to tell when he's wearing all his armor. But yeah, he is a local boy, and wasn't actually born here, but he was raised here for most of his life. And his mom and him live kind of on the outskirts as hermits, and he's out here adventuring to kind of try to clear out the vicious monsters of this land and to explore and find all the different interesting things here.
How did your first mission out into the mists affect you? How's Zymox, Lake changed since then?
I would say, he came into the landfall of a bit of cash, and to a point, it's exciting, exuberant, but I don't know how many days it's been since the last people went out, but he's probably also feeling really dour a little bit too, just because people are missing,
There have been a few people that have not reported back after adventuring out recently. Yeah. But the mood is still high, as there is lots of money flowing through the tavern currently. So,
oh yeah,
with us still quite pleased by that.
It's
Excellent.
the way of nature.
Yes, the way of nature. That brings us to Manticore. Why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
I'm Manticore Online. I've been around for a while in the Neil community and stuff, and I'm playing Ruben. He's a 5'10" wood elf, and he's ditched his fucking hippie clan, and he's sick of their shit, and he's off to make some goddamn money.
I like it. All right, an elf with an attitude. Well, you've clearly come to the right place to make a whole bunch of money. Can you tell us what? I guess your motivation's pretty clear. Anything else you want to tell us about him? I don't really have much of a follow up to that.
He ditched like 5 or 10 years ago, and now he completely fucked everything up. And now he's broke and scuffed, and all he has is a horse and a cart, and he's coming to town desperate. He fucked up 5 or 6 times, and now he's finally ended up here, and this is like his I've got to make my money back.
The last resort. All right. Well, he has come to the right place for last resorts. Excellent. Last but certainly not least, Palladian, why don't you introduce yourself and your characters to us?
Hey guys, I am Palladian Online. My name is Connor. I will be playing Scene today. He is a Wood Elf Ranger.
Awesome.
Oh wow.
I guess the same question I've asked a few times tonight. What has brought Scene out here to the to the land beyond the mist? What is his call to adventure, or his draw to this place?
He really, really doesn't like goblinoids, specifically gnolls and orcs. And
Yeah.
this seemed like the place to be able to express that dislike.
This is definitely the place. Yeah. In fact, the lands south of the mist have no goblinoids. They were all driven up past the mountains in an age past. So you have come to precisely the correct place. It sounds like.
Just to be clear, did you say gnolls are a form of goblinoid?
Did I?
I thought I heard somebody mention it, and I was like, "Oh God, are we going for the troll / gnome / goblin gnoll lore?"
The gnolls can be anything that you would like them to be for now. Anyway, that is excellent. Thank you all for coming and joining us. As always, we will start around the center table in the Cloak and Stagger as you have come together to... Oops, not that one. To explore the old manor, I believe, was the choice. I know there was some talk about doing other things. We agreed on the old manor?
After arguing, yes, it's the old manor.
Alrighty, so you have gathered together here in the tavern, probably stirred up a little bit of attention from the guests and the owners as you argued about where to go. But you are.
I think it was more of a drinking contest, perhaps. So it ended up more jovial in many ways. That's what Lake would have done to help decide things, you know.
Okay.
This was last night, of course, maybe. Not right now.
We're all drop dead. We're heading out completely wasted and unable to find them.
The only way
we go
to
one
adventure.
hex and then we can't.
Oh no.
That's what happened last night. We set out and they were like, "God damn it, we can't," and we just turned around.
No. I guess I had to turn him around when he left the bar. I had to turn him around and say, "Oh no,
Yeah.
that's okay."
Excellent. So, before you head out then to the old manor, are there any preparations that you as a group would like to take in town?
I mean, I think our wealthy party member could hit up the alchemist, but other than that,
I also have a little side mission that I need to complete too.
Okay.
There is something that I got all the boys to agree from after the end of our last session, and that was to try to put some money towards a little memorial. So I'm going to go find some stonemason or whoever does. There's got to be a cemetery around here, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure enough, you can find a stonemason that would be very happy to conduct a kind of statue or memorial, however you would like to memorialize your lost friend. I believe this is for Arthur, correct?
It's actually for everybody who's gone
I
since
see.
the beginning of this recent expedition, and even for the older people who have had missing friends, if they want to put their name on the wall too, they can do that.
Okay, absolutely. So you find a dwarven craftsman, and he is by the name of Stone's Throw, because I am such a crafty dwarven namer. That was the one on the list. Stone's Throw is a dwarven craftsman who will happily create the memorial for you. He says to you that for the amount of gold that you're offering, 500 gold, quite substantial in his mind, that he will craft it in any way that you wish. Like, name the way the memorial would like to go.
I don't know. It's the biggest piece of granite or the nicest stone he can get. And we'll just have as many names carved on it as need to be added to it, you know? I think Leo was the first guy, right? Wasn't that his name? Leon, right? Leon went missing, and then Arthur died.
Okay.
Yeah, Leon went missing in the woods.
Yeah.
And then the last four, Churu, you know, everybody.
Well, he will promise to make something a little more artsy than just a granite slab. He's going to take this and make it a proper memorial for you. He will draw inspiration from the great dwarven books of the halls and will craft it for you. After a couple of days, he comes back to you, actually, and says, this is going quite well. It is my, expertise as a craftsman that says that this might be missing something. Despite the gold, despite the fine piece of granite we found, if you were to bring back a great treasure to to incorporate into my work, I am sure that we could create something that would give great benefit to future adventurers. The inspiration that they would see and the the pain of lost souls could inspire them further. He says that it would need to be a great treasure, something of at least 1,000 GP of value on its own. And would have to involve some kind of arcane magic. But if you could bring such a treasure to him and he could incorporate it to make this a grand memorial, that would help all future adventurers in the town.
I will tell him that that's a very good idea. Thank you. I will make this one of my main goals.
All right. Excellent.
Thank you, Stone's Throw.
Yes. He knuckles his beard and harumphs a little bit, as most stones do, or most dwarves do, and heads off to continue his work. Excellent. So the memorial has been started. I assume that you've talked with Jonathan and Temer and Arlo about getting that gold marked off their sheets.
Yes. I asked them all for the money, and
okay.
I didn't ask them to exactly mark it all off. I mean, I did it immediately on mine.
I don't think we're going to have to worry about Churu's gold. That we can assume was paid before he left out and it didn't come back. I will make note of talking with Jonathan and Arlo at some point, and we'll make a monument happen. Excellent. So, monument is done. Are there any other things that we would like to do, preparations to make in town?
I want to buy 3 horses. Try to convince Ruben, I believe it is, to leave his cart behind, because I don't know if we're going to really want to bring a cart. And then I'm also going to buy 2 draft horses, too, to put a bunch of equipment on.
If we've got the draft horses, that's fine, as long as we have draft horses. I'll leave the cart.
Okay. You can buy the horses. There's plenty of people in the markets that are quite willing to get horses or whatever other equipment exists in the PHB and the DMG. Let me look up a price for you, and I can tell you. You do some haggling. You go around to find the best horse flesh that you can, and you find the riding horses, assuming that's what you mean when you say horses, and then draft horses
riding
separately.
Horses, military saddles, and probably 2 sets of saddlebags for each horse. You really gear them up.
Okay.
Then,
the horses themselves are going to be 75 GP each for the 3 riding horses. The draft horses will bring you an extra 50 GP each. And let me see if I can find the price for saddles really easily.
It's 20 for each military saddle.
Perfect. Yeah, that sounds right to me. I will.
And we're gonna have to do 4 of those, I believe, because I don't think he has a saddle. So that's 80.
Okay.
I don't start with the saddle. I just start with the stuff for hooking it to a cart.
Yeah, we're at 405 already. No worries though. And probably, I guess, saddlebags is what 4 gold pieces times 8. So that's 32 more.
Yep, that is correct.
And then,
and I also want to get. Does anybody have shovels, picks, axes for cutting wood, or anything like that, just in case we need tools?
I have no.
Otherwise, I'm going to buy 2 shovels, a pick, and an axe, a woodman's axe, probably, if there is such a thing, even though it's not in the book.
I would imagine that you
bullseye
could buy a
lantern.
woodsman's axe fairly easily. Yes.
It's called a hand axe. It's like the simple.
Actually, everyone
like,
here sees in the dark, right? I guess we don't need a bullseye lantern.
I have to. No, we're good on land. We don't need light. I've got all the light sources we could possibly need.
Copy that.
Rogues
what
get
about,
5 different light sources for no reason.
what about bringing a bunch of oil flasks just for the
I
hell of it?
have 5.
Yes.
I bought 3 extra.
You have 6?
I have 5 total. I started with 2 and I bought.
I thought
3
Sean was saying something.
Okay. Do you need prices on any of this?
Yeah, I ended up the pick and the 2 shovels is 6 gold pieces. I don't know how much the axe is.
So we'll use the same price as a hand axe for the woodsman's axe, and you can use it either for combat or you could call this one specifically for chopping wood and making that.
So that's 11 more gold pieces. We're gonna bring a bunch of rope because we now have a bunch of animals to tie up at night. A couple of tents too. Pack everything on the 2 draft horses. That's like.
Are you tracking the weight? I'm assuming with
28 gold
with all
pieces
those
in
horses,
row.
you have thousands of pounds.
Each horse
Of,
can carry something
yeah,
like
yeah,
800 pounds.
yeah. Your capacity for carrying is quite extensive with all these horses, so I'm not going to bother too much about it.
I'm at 476 right now. I'm just going to call it 500, and you know, I think
splitting that up
there's,
between a couple draft horses will be very easy.
Yeah.
we're going to add 5
what's
things.
on the horses versus what's on your sheet, because otherwise it'll get confusing if like suddenly the horses like get stolen or something.
Well, I could just check the boxes off if that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah.
I don't know where else to put it. I mean, I'm going to end up having to put it all on the sheet here at some point.
Yeah, I put
Sure.
anything not on my person in the treasure part of the bio.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
And then yeah, Ruben would be asking because I'm expecting ghosts because it's an old manor. So just in case there's something we can't kill, I would like to buy 1 or 2 alchemist's fire and 1 or 2 vials of acid.
Rose Thistlewood will be the local alchemist. We've seen her on screen a number of times. She happily will sell you some of her wares for book prices. Do you need a price on that? I can look it up.
Alchemist fire is 50 gold. Acid vials are 25 gold each.
Yes.
So 150 gold?
Yes.
If we want to buy 2 of each, that's fine. And then they're yours because you're spending the money. Just
we're going to put them on the pack horses and we'll use them as necessary, you know.
She tells you to be very careful with them because, you know, wouldn't want them to burst on your horse. And she's a very smiley, happy-go-lucky woman and kind of will guide you through safe handling practices, but will sell you the acid and the alchemist fire. They come in kind of like clay, almost like jars, to try to be a little bit sturdier than just a glass vial.
Can you let me know? Ghosts are undead, correct?
Oh, well, I wouldn't know. But I will sell you the fire for them.
Lake, do you know?
I'm not sure if I've ever encountered any ghosts. Not in my recent travels, and probably not really when I was growing up either. I would imagine since, you know, we probably use charms to kind of keep that stuff away around our house, and you know, light stones or whatever. My mom was a bard, you know, but
Can only wonder if holy water would be useful against such creatures.
let's just. I'm gonna get 3 of those potions of healing, and then call it good on spending. And
Do you want the
gold.
salve that you managed to bring back the blossoms for, or do you want healing potions?
How much is that salve? 100?
The salve will be 75 gold per jar of it.
Let's just get 3 healing. Actually, let's get 2 healing potions and 1 salve. That's a good compromise. So 825 gold pieces. That's all. That leaves me with 407 gold. Boom. All right.
How many
so
rations does everybody have?
We could
I
pack
have
some more rations on the mounts too.
I have
I'm doing
10
some of the
starting
weight.
rations.
I bought 11
Can
gold and 28 gold.
Did I borrow? No, actually, I have 4 gold. I'm just gonna buy a crowbar and not a crowbar, a grappling hook. I already have a crowbar. I'm gonna buy a grappling
All
hook
right.
and a block and tackle, and another bag of caltrops.
All right. You find the rogue section of the market and find yourself a grappling hook and a block and tackle. Very odd purchases, but they're there.
Just in case. Just in case.
No, definitely worth it.
Sounds like we're well prepared.
Yes, the shopping extravaganza has loaded you down with quite a lot of things, but better to have and not need than need and not have, they say.
Yeah,
So,
true.
we have shopped. We have made a memorial. Are we ready to head out toward the old manor?
Yep.
All right. So the party spends a good while in the markets, getting ready to head out towards the old manor. So from the 4 of you, what I will need is someone to act as the navigator. Who among you is going to? It doesn't have to be the same person every time, but who among you is going to take that for at least the first day of travel here?
Ruben would volunteer because he's traveled quite a bit and he thinks he knows where he's going.
It's between you or the ranger, so why don't you guys compare your skills? You know, you guys are the ones who were like doing the drinking contest too, so it's only fitting that you guys kind of.
Yep.
I am quite familiar with traveling. One could almost call me an outlander.
Yeah. Ruben just has like a big set of maps and that he keeps in his backpack and like a compass and stuff, and he knows what he's doing. I don't know what skill it actually uses, but
Survival, right?
Oh, survival. I would just be using the navigator's tool skill instead. So.
Okay, that seems very reasonable. Yep.
Yep. So I have +6. I don't know
6.
what you have. Same
I have
thing.
+5 with advantage.
Oh, I had no idea you had advantage. You can do it then. You have
Yeah.
experience.
So you're an outlander and a ranger. What is your favored terrain?
Your terrain is mountain.
Mountains. Okay. Where you are going, we're unlikely to run into mountains, but if we do, the bonuses for that should apply as well. So, Mr. Seam? Seam.
I just want to make sure I note that I did get 60 pounds of feed for the horses.
Okay.
I'm writing the weight down here. It's only a few copper for each set, so.
Okay, perfect. Track the weight on it and the gold that is spent. So, Seam, go ahead and give me a route that you intend to take for the day's worth of travel, and the pace that you and the party are going to be going at.
Okay. Just to confirm, I will be at disadvantage if I go at a fast pace, correct?
Correct. Fast pace would give you disadvantage, but as an outlander, the advantage would negate that.
Oh, I think, guys, just a straight path. Straight path there.
Well, we're going to be going along the edge of where the swamp kind of meets the plains, so we're going to kind of stay at least maybe a mile or 2 away from the swamp and just kind of skirt the edge as we go to the manor, is the way I understand it.
Okay, so
from all the stories and talking to everybody.
Okay, so keep away from the ruined monastery area and head this way, about? Up to upper left.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah, that kind of an angle.
So you're going northwest, heading at an angle, trying to find the edge of the swamp and the howling fields. Excellent. So your first days of travel are going to go mostly through the pastures and easy terrain around here. Go ahead and what is the pace? I'm sorry. Fast. That's what I thought. Go ahead and give me a a navigation check. You're using your navigation's tools, is what I heard.
No, that would be me.
Oh,
if I
that
was
was.
doing it.
I'm sorry, that was the other
Yes?
one.
Can I give like double advantage with navigator's tools? Otherwise, I can't think of any way to help.
No, you can't have double advantage, unfortunately. So go ahead and give me a survival wisdom check for your navigation to make sure that you can travel in the intended route that you wish for the day. The DC for that is 10 in this early going.
Understood.
Awesome.
And normal. Oh.
Oof.
Ooh,
No.
so tell me, as I roll up,
you don't
whether
have
or
to
not
roll.
you get encounters along the way, what is it that gets you turned around here as you leave Farfield Keep? You and the party kind of go past some small towns and rolling pasture land and the farms as you're making your way generally northwest, trying to find your way to the Howling Fields. What gets you turned around?
I'm not used to riding with horses, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm usually on my feet out in the wilderness. We need to keep making changes for a road somewhere where the horses can go. It's a mess.
Okay, so you're unused to traveling with such an entourage, and it slows you down, gets you kind of a little turned around. But eventually, you make your way out to the northwest for the day. Unfortunately, you don't quite make the progress you were hoping for, and as you see the sun. Oh, no, you're going at a fast pace. Nope, you make it here. You make it through about the end of the day. You find yourself leaving the pastures into the Howling Fields proper. Suddenly, what was once a gentle kind of pasture and farmland transforms into this kind of high grass that grows knee-high in some places and sometimes even higher, with some slopes here and there, some rocks, some shrubs, but mostly just a sea of grass. You can hear the birds and the small animals out here are quite prevalent, and you begin making your way through kind of the more dangerous area. As a group, what is it like traveling through here as you have now kind of entered what you know to be more hostile territory? What is the mood? What is it like as you're traveling through here as a party?
I'm very wary, watching out for traps or enemies, things in the sky. Always gotta be watching the sky around here.
I think if Lake's looking left, then Butcher is looking right.
Oh, I look left and right, my friend. I look up, and I even look down in front of the path we're taking.
I like the idea of Lake and Butcher just kind of going opposite. One looks right, one looks left. They turn, they look the other way. They look up, they look down. Always in sync. As you make your way through this kind of end of the day, the sun's beginning to set. All four of you, hear on the winds the howl of wolves. It is distant from you, but it immediately sends a chill down your spine as you hear it. There is something about this howl that you all recognize immediately to be unnatural, and it definitely physically affects you. You can feel it kind of like roll over you. The howl is being carried from the west as you are marching through these fields. The sun is beginning to like kind of turn towards setting. You still have a few hours of daylight and marching left. What do you do as you hear the sound echo across your path?
I think Ruben just kind of speaks up and says, "We should definitely go the other way before these things catch us."
Yeah, is there an obvious direction that it's coming from?
I was wondering the same thing.
It is. I think I said the west, and I just have my brain turned around because westward is the swamp. It is from the east, from deeper into the plain proper. You are trying to travel northwest and find like the edge of the plains and the swamp, and you are hearing this coming from deeper into the plains off to your east.
Well, if we've been riding most of the day, right?
You have, yes. There's a few more hours probably of daylight if you were to maximize it, going at your marching pace as you do.
Why don't we get off and walk the horses and try to get kind of and skirt the edge of the swamp more? just maybe not exactly the edge, but we're already a mile or two away, so we'll kind of head towards the swamp, perhaps. Give our ranger a bit of a break on riding and going.
Maybe move due west or in the direct opposite direction, since we already have moved north a bit. As close to the swamp, so we can skirt the edge.
Yeah, we only have like a mile or two to go, though. Not even a whole hex.
Okay.
Ish, depending on where we really are, actually.
You and the party begin moving westward, forgoing forward progress for a moment. Probably a half hour to an hour later, you begin kind of finding in the distance what you would think of as the kind of joining part of the marshy kind of wetlands of the Lizard Marsh and the plains themselves.
I'm going to warn everybody to watch out for crocodiles. You know, make sure we walk our animals on our right and we're on the left, and I got my shield out and I'm ready to get my weapon out. You know?
The grasses begin to kind of grow lower and less thick and full, and the earth itself is softer here. Miles ahead of you as you're traveling this direction, you can kind of see the ferns and the low-hanging trees of the marsh. And it's been a half hour, 45 minutes when you hear the sound again behind you now. And you think it is closer, and it is definitely unnatural and chilling to the four of you as you hear it.
We probably should find a place where we can safely keep the horses and fight these things to a point, guys. They're probably coming for us at this point. We could get on the horses since we've been rested for a half hour and try to hustle it too, but they also have 4 legs, so I doubt we're going to make it.
We'll lose the draft horses, and I'm not willing to lose all that gear. We need a spot where we can fight them defensively.
Yeah, so we'll look for an area.
Yeah.
Can we get on the horses and then ride and find the area? Maybe try to
Sure. You begin trying to find an area to fight. I think that this is going to be an assisted check. How is it that what is it that you're looking for in an area to fight these potential wolves? What is it that you want out of this this place, this battleground?
Choke point. 100%. I want a choke point where we can force them to go through a narrow area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a choke point's great. I think our best bet would be to find the biggest mound we can and put all the horses in the middle, and we kind of just fight around them. I mean, a choke point, if we could find one, is great too.
One entrance and one, or like a outcropping or anything that just has an entrance of note closer than like 30 feet. That would be optimal. But if we can't, then we'll settle for a high ground where we can see them coming and kind of direct them.
Choke point.
We're right by the swamp, right?
Yes, you are close-ish. Yeah, a few miles.
Maybe
we
there's
could
an
put the
island.
water on 3 sides and land on one, so they have to either go through the water or take one entrance. That would be optimal. And like an island would be amazing. Anything like that.
Basically,
Anything
a hill in the water. That's a good idea.
Them.
If they go through rough, if they go through rough terrain, I think it's going to be best for us because their movement's their greatest asset.
Exactly.
A couple of rounds of fire off at them before they can reach us.
Narrow how they can enter. Like if I could set up,
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think the hill and the water idea is probably our best bet because, you know.
That sounds good. Go ahead and whoever has the... Well, how are we going to search for it? This seems like wisdom to me, finding the correct place. Is this a perception, like a wisdom perception, or is this more of a wisdom survival?
It might be... You could justify nature, survival, or perception. Any of the 3, depending on how you do it.
It's dealing with animals, right? So it's finding the best point to hunt and take care of them. So any of those would do. I can roll survival.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do wisdom survival? And we'll have... I think we determined that Seam has the highest modifier amongst the group. Why don't you have an assisted survival wisdom roll? And we'll see if you can find this perfect place to do battle with the wolves.
Does that mean he gets advantage?
Yes. By assisted, I mean to do it at advantage.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think that assistance is Butcher is ranging out just a little bit, away from the party, being trained in many of those skills that we talked about to try to help.
Absolutely. With Butcher ranging out and the rest of the party trying to help you find a good spot, you unfortunately are not deep enough in the swamp to find the kind of water and the kind of island you're looking for, but you do manage to find a decent high ground. We will move you guys over to the Gold Hills here. Here you can see there's kind of this ravine, and we'll say that this is part of the edge of the plains here that you are going through. We can go ahead and pull you guys over. Oh, I don't believe I have tokens for Seam or Reuben. So we will give you some extra ones. Here is Zymox, Lake, and the Butcher. And here we go. Which generic tokens shall we give you?
I trust your generic token choice.
Here is a ranger for generic token.
Is your name Seam or Sean?
Seam.
Seam. Okay, so
SEA.
And then we have a rogue, yeah? Here's our
Yes.
generic rogue.
That works.
Boom. All right, so we have a rogue and a ranger and our two characters. Why don't you guys set up however you would like as you prepare for the coming wolves. They are coming from probably this easterly direction on the far side of the map here.
It might be worth it just to set up right over here.
I was looking at that spot as being pretty good.
I was about to say, can we fit the horses like here?
You want to put the horses up on that little hill there?
And then we want to defend right here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we're gonna be like,
Okay.
I'll be on the inside.
Then,
if they're coming
I
from
want
that.
to set up all of the traps. I have caltrops, ball bearings. And all of those I want to pre-set up, just so they
I
have
have
to
a
go.
hunting trap you can use.
Okay.
Am I the only one who
you
sees that as
have-
being right? We're all on the edge.
Let's see how much time you have. You have time, you think, listening to the approaching howl, to set up one trap before they get here. What is the one trap you wish to set up?
Caltrops. I have. So the weird thing is that it's technically one action. It's just the size of the trap is dependent on how many you have. I have 3 bags, so I can do an area that is 3 5-foot squares.
All right, why don't you mark your 5-foot squares there that you are caltropping?
Weird. Let's see, I'm kind of zooming in. I want to just. I'll point out where they are for the party, but I'll just do 1, 2, 2, and then 3. I'll just do it from like the edge to the middle, I think, is how much I can cover. Like that. Yeah.
Caltrops.
Yes.
Excellent.
And so, yeah, and I don't have time to hide them. That would be a whole other thing. But basically, when they have to make a save or they have to stop all movement. When,
All
they
right.
hit.
All I
You
see is
set
you
up
putting it
the-
in 2 hexes myself. But
You set up the caltrops, and you begin to get prepared, and you hear the howls get faster on the wind. And sure enough, let me roll how many there were.
I do have my mace out. I'm ready in an action. so it
Yes,
gets
you've
right up on me.
prepared yourselves up on this hill, and sure enough, you see large furry beasts come into view. These are big wolves, larger than you have seen before.
Oh, damn.
And they are in a small pack, like hunting together. As they begin crossing towards you, we're going to have them come from the north rather than the east because I've run out of map based on the position you chose to set up in. They come running up to you, and as they approach, does anyone have an action to take? You have like a round to take an action as they get up to approach to you. You've set up and prepared for this fight, or are you letting them waiting until they close into melee?
I have one action, you said?
I guess I'll throw a javelin.
Basically, like, you're gonna get a round before they get here. They're, like, within kind of general range, but they're gonna arrive and melee in a round. What do you do?
I set up another thing of ball bearings, and I just dump a bag of ball bearings, because I also have that, and I'll just dump it, and it's a 10-foot circle, and I'll dump it just right behind the caltrops.
All right. You are going to dump ball bearings.
And then I back up behind the tank.
Ball bearings. Yeah?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
It should like cover most of this. It's like gonna be difficult if they want to try and avoid it.
Excellent. And anyone
I
else?
threw a javelin at the closest guy.
Lake throws a javelin with a 13 on this creature that is rushing towards you now, picking up speed. You do meet its armor class. Go ahead and roll me damage as on the lead giant wolf here. It takes 8 points of damage. The not spear, but javelin sticks into the shoulder of this beast as it is racing towards you, and it almost doesn't even seem to notice. This like large javelin just sticks there, bouncing as it is rushing towards you. Butcher or Seam, do we have anything else to do here?
I would like to make a longbow shot, please.
A longbow shot, absolutely.
And I will shoot the same one my friend Lake has shot.
Yes, the lead wolf.
19?
19, that will hit it. Go ahead and roll me some damage. For 6 more, you strike the creature. Now it has a javelin and a bow, an arrow sticking into its like shoulders as it runs. Blood trickles down, but it continues its like eerie charge towards you. Butcher, anything you can do at range here? What are you doing while the rest of this is going on?
I indicate that a ranger might want to get away from the edge, so they don't just like jump up and grab him.
Is that a bush or a rock? Is it actually there?
Sure, why not?
I thought this was like a 10-foot like raise or something.
I'm talking about this little dot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a little bush there. Why not? In the grasslands.
Butcher is just going to set up here and prepare to receive their charge, making it hard to get past Lake and himself towards the more squishy backline. And will, mechanically be taking the dodge action, but looks more like just preparing to take the charge.
All right, you are preparing yourself. You have set up, and now the creatures arrive. And we will move. This is the lead one that has been shot. And these creatures are all getting into melee now. And let us roll into initiative. The creatures will go at 15.
Oh my gosh, I'm rolling good this time.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. All right. Who are we missing from the order here? We're missing the Butcher, it seems. No, Butcher is there. We are missing. We're missing Seam. No, he's there.
I'm there. 12. Lake didn't.
Lake is not there. Okay,
excellent.
Oh, you know what? I totally neglected to click my token first.
It's
my
23,
fault.
but
it's okay. I can add you. It is no problem. You also rolled
I didn't click
23.
the wrong button too.
All right. So, Lake, these creatures let out an eerie, horrible howl in unison. They've approached and they've gotten within melee range. You see them slathering, foaming at the mouth, almost unanimalistic, like something wrong with them in their eyes. You see them this close. What do you do this turn?
They don't seem natural, huh? That's interesting. None of them came closer, right?
Well, they spent last round getting into, like, essentially 5 feet from your starting point here. They were charging last round. Now they're here. It is time for battle.
Yeah, but they're still 15 feet away, so I will cast Bless.
Okay.
And I'm gonna include myself, the dwarf on my left, and I guess the rogue or the ranger.
I'm fine. I've got good bonuses. Do the ranger.
I was going to say the same.
50-50.
I have +7, and then I'm
going to do the rogue. Just, we're going to be the ones in melee, I guess. I roll the die to do it here at home, so.
Okay, that's fine. I will take the bless. Thank you.
All right. You cast Bless and prepare yourself for battle.
I hit my mace on my holy symbol on my shield, and I hold my shield up and I cast Bless, and
okay.
A little green light kind of infuses around us or something.
All right.
Just a little bit of it.
The green light infuses you, ready for battle, which brings us to, I believe this is, I don't remember who this is, because it is Seam. What do you do?
I will take another shot.
All right. Fire away. With a 16, you strike this creature at the front of the line here. Go ahead and roll me damage. 5 more. Your bow sticks in very near the other one. This creature now appears quite bloodied, but it is animated by some kind of unknown rage, and continues its onslaught. Which now brings us to these creatures' turns. This one attempts to move through your caltrops and will have to make a dexterity saving throw.
15 dex saving throw, or it stops.
DC 15, yeah. Let me see here. Dexterity saving throw. It takes 1 more point of damage from your caltrops, and it stops like with its feet. Doesn't know how to deal with that. This one is going to move 5, 10, 15 feet here, and it will attempt to leap with its action up the top of this. And it will make a athletics check. This will be an extra +2 here to this roll. Oh no, it is perfectly fine. You see this large wolf crouch down all fours and woof, leap itself up on top, landing squarely on the surface of the kind of stone you have right next to Butcher. But that is its turn there. This one,
DC 10 dex check for the ball bearings that are all over the ground there.
It lands on the other side of the ball bearings. It's
fine.
I
think I just mislooked at where it was. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And this one just is stuck because its friendo's in the way. And this one, is it stuck too, or is it smart? It's mostly stuck. These two are just like, why, friendo? Why are you in the way, friendo? But that is the turn of the creatures. Butcher, this large wolf has leaped up onto your level and is growling at you. What do you do?
I would like to drop my large axe on its face.
A good choice. Wow, that is a 22, and that will definitely hit it. Wow, that's a lot of slashing damage. I guess that's a natural 12 on your die, but that's very good. All right, 17 damage. You slash it, taking a hefty chunk of fur and flesh right out of its haunch with you. It once again unleashes that unnatural howl into the air, but this time it feels like it's in pain, and you can tell that it is quite bloodied. Excellent. And that leads us to our rogue, Ruben. What are you doing?
Ruben runs up and wants to finish this one off because it is now heavily wounded. He reaches out and stabs it. Building. I'm dual wielding rapier and short sword, which I can do.
Yes. Ooh, you critically miss with your rapier, just slashing into like open air. I think. How is it that you come across this miss?
I think I just slip on the edge and almost fall off, and it just completely fucks up the swing with the rapier.
Absolutely. You get way too close to the edge. Ah! Your rapier dodges wide, but you keep your feet. And connect a solid blow with your short sword for 2 more points of damage.
That was just bless. I just forgot to roll it.
Okay. Yes. Well, a 21 still hits.
So that 2d6, that's just 2d6 damage because of sneak attack and the offhand short sword.
Correct.
That's 7 damage.
Correct. For 7 damage, which is much better. But you are unable to slay the beast. You feel as if that had been your primary hand. It may have done the job. The beast is bloodied and injured, but it manages to keep breathing. Lake, you've seen this happen. Their friends are slaughtering the beast in front of you. One of them is stuck in a whole bunch of caltrops. What do you do?
Is this space, if I were to move here, is that in the caltrops at all? And can I do that with the bush being there?
I think you can, seeing as those are friendly, I think you can move through that little bit of the square we've drawn.
Ball bearings are fine as long as you're not moving top. If you're moving half speed, so you can move up to 15 feet in them and not have to roll.
Yeah, so it's a 5-foot step.
Perfect.
And I will hit the creature with my mace, you know?
All right. Please give me a roll to hit. Yo, your 7 does not get the job done.
Don't forget bless.
Yeah. I don't even think a 4 will hit, but I'll
I think they're AC 13, but yeah.
Good to find more information.
D4.
No,
So it's a 10.
the extra 1 will not get it done.
No worries.
All right. You swing your mace, but are unable to finish off the beast in front of you. That brings us to Seam. You see this creature coming kind of around the outside, your direction. You've seen one of them leap up here. What do you do?
It looks like it's about to jump. Would I be able to stand like right here and have a prepared action to, when it jumps up, just shove it off?
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, you stand on the edge, put your bow away, and get ready to shove the wolf. I like it. I like it. Excellent. Let us have that happen. It is the wolf's turn. This guy stopped moving on his turn, and now wants to run at you. And he's going to slip in some ball bearings, potentially. So
Just a DC 10 check. He should
yes. Let us make a dexterity check. This time, making it. The ball bearings scatter amongst its paws, but it is able to keep its footing and will get its jaws prepared to take a nasty bite out of Lake there. With an 11, unable to sink its teeth into you. Its 2 homies get closer. We're going to assume that this one is big enough that it touches your caltrops, and we'll save for 1 damage. It does not take 1 damage from your caltrops. It is too dexterous, placing its paws where the paws of its companion had already taken them. This one on 1 health has a lot of options to choose from, and it chooses Butcher. You are the target of its nasty bite. It opens its maw wide and tries to bite at you with a 9, but it's just too wounded. It can't get a good purchase on you anywhere. The final wolf does exactly as you expect, Seam. It gets down on its haunches and it goes to launch itself up at you. You are prepared to shove it. How should we adjudicate this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll an acrobatics check and to set its DC and to make sure it can actually get up there. It does. So the DC on this is going to be 19, but it is jumping up at you and you have the high ground. So I'm going to let you oppose that 19 with either an athletics strength or an athletics dexterity, whichever is higher for you, with advantage to beat that 19 and shove it back away from you.
You said I can use athletics dex?
Yes. It's a feat of athletics, I think, to shove this thing back.
Yeah.
But if your dex is higher than your strength, I could see you like dexterously like making sure you put your hands exactly where they need to go and shove it off.
Okay. So I'm going to use acrobatics, but it's rolling as athletics.
Okay.
So, do that, and... Yeah,
22. You like find the like haunches of this creature with your hands, and as it's leaping up, you grab it and just shove it back down, and it falls, and it's gonna take falling damage. You have shoved it off essentially a small cliff. This thing will take 5 points of falling damage. It falls like on its head awkwardly and gives out a yelp. And it is now prone on the ground beneath you. Excellent. Butcher. This thing tried to bite you. What do you do?
Well, I was hoping it would be dead by now, but given that it's not, I'm going to make another swing with the axe.
All right.
Damn.
A 24. You definitely kill it. Any amount of damage would have killed it, but you have rolled 10. Tell me, how do you destroy this creature in front of you?
I think I just lop its head clean off.
Perfect. Simple, clean, elegant. The butcher, true to his name, off goes its head. All right. This creature dies. For purposes of cleaning up the battlefield, I'm just going to move it over here. Excellent. Anything else? Any extra movement with your turn?
Yeah, I'll saunter 5 feet forward.
All right.
Over the corpse.
You saunter 5 feet forward. Excellent. That brings us to... I've forgotten the turn order already. Ruben!
Oh, it's me. Nice.
What do you do?
I move around to the side of Lake, and then I stab it twice.
Absolutely.
Exact same thing. Rapier followed by... I just rolled a bless after because I don't want to figure out how to make it work on my sheet.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Sure.
I like the way it looks, but I can't do that either.
A 12 and a 10. All right.
The first D4 is going to be for the rapier. The second is for the short sword.
Both
nice.
of them will hit. Yes. Go
Very
ahead
good.
and roll me some damage.
7, and then here's the sneak attack. That's 10, followed by 8.
All right.
18 damage.
That is 18 damage, and yes, you just, like, sneak in, you stab it in a vital area the first time, pull back, you have your short sword, you just kind of, like, run it up through its belly, all of its innards fall out, and it now lies dead in front of you. Excellent.
We're going
real
to back
quick.
up behind the tanks because I'm not very tanky.
All right.
Real quick for honesty here, the second one did roll with Dex as
God,
well.
I
So
just-
fineness
I
plus
just-
5 changes that would.
It would have done, I'm sorry, it would have just done 3. It should have done 5 less damage, honestly.
5 less
Really?
damage still kills the creature,
Oh.
so
Thank
you're
God.
okay. I appreciate the honesty.
The
though.
offhand, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the off. I
offhand.
forgot it was offhand. I just clicked the normal short sword damage.
That's fine. No
I'm
worries.
gonna go turn on my light.
Lake,
I should've-
you have seen 2 of these beasts felled in front of you, and 2 more like slaver at the foot of this stone that you have chosen to fight on. What do you do?
I am going to do a taunting intimidation check on the one who's directly in front of me. I'm going to start beating my mace onto my shield and chanting some words in Orcish, and just like bark at it really loudly. Rah! Ah!
All
At the end
right,
of it.
you attempt to intimidate the creatures in front of you. That sounds like you're showing like how big and strong and terrifying you are. So that sounds like a strength check to me. Why don't you make an intimidation strength roll? And I will give you a DC of... I think this would normally be a DC of 12, but there is something special about these creatures. They seem to be otherworldly in their purpose. So this will be a DC 17 check to intimidate these creatures.
I am going to mark athletics temporarily as being
Sure, right. Okay.
proficient, and then I'm clicking it here, and
You do it. Oh, you get big and you bark in Orcish, and you can see their like ears flatten behind their head. And these creatures definitely appear more cowed than they did a moment before. That brings us to Seam. You have knocked this creature off of the cliff, disallowed it purchase next to you, and now it lays prone at your feet. What do you do?
You know what? I'm going to... Let's see now. I'm going to prepare. It's going to get up. It's going to try again. It's angry at me. Same maneuver. Just stand there, ready to just give it the smackdown again. Beat it to death with the ground, if you would.
All right. You get prepared to do the same as before. Excellent. Now it's the creature's turn. These two creatures let off a kind of smaller howl than you had heard coming here. It's the same sound, but somehow seems less terrifying and less unnatural. It doesn't send the chills down your spine, and they use their full movement to go off the screen. Essentially, they move as far as they can away from you. This one here, though, does exactly what you think it's gonna do. It uses its movement to get on its feet, gets down in its haunch, and leaps up at you. We'll set its DC again the same way we did before. Actually, you don't even have to shove it. It goes to leap up at you, and you prepare to shove down, and it doesn't get high enough. And its feet scrabble at the top of the little, like, cliff, and then it falls back down. You didn't shove it down this time, so I'm not going to make it take falling damage, but it is unable to get up onto the cliff proper. Which brings us... It brings us back around to the Butcher. You've seen these two creatures now turn and run from Lake's intimidating taunt, while another struggles to get up at the back of this cliff. What do you do?
Exactly how high is this raise here?
We'll call it 10 feet.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'll move over to here, and I will ready an action to attack it if it tries to jump up again.
All right, you ready your action. That brings us to Ruben. Your companions are preparing to fight this thing at the bottom of the cliff. What do you do?
I guess Ruben just kind of looks at what they're doing, and then he's just like, fuck it, and he walks 10 feet over and just chucks a dagger at the thing's face.
All right.
Because he can.
Go ahead and roll to hit. Yeah, I think just a regular roll here makes sense.
No, it's just, I still have less, but it's just a regular dagger chuck attack.
You
That's
will hit.
That's a minimum 17. I assume that hits.
Yep. For 2 points of damage.
No, that's just, it's 9 damage.
For
That was
9 points of
D4 was
damage.
for the bless.
I keep rolling the d4 separately for the blast. It's 9
It
damage
confuses
to
me.
that.
Yes, that's okay. That's fine. 9 points of damage. You stick a dagger in its haunches, and it begins to bleed on the ground. Lake, you successfully intimidated 2 very large wolves. What do you do?
I'm gonna keep watching them run away. I'm gonna take one 5-foot step over here, see that my comrades seem to have this all in order, and I'm gonna look around for any other threats.
All right.
And just thank the mother tree, for our success so far.
All right. Seam, what do? Pusher of wolves. It's your turn.
So real quick, have I heard of any hobgoblin, with any gnolls or orcs using beasts like this as like tamed animals?
Yeah, there's stories of goblinoids riding large wolf-like creatures into battle. They were considered wargs during the time of the Goblin Wars. These, although they are using warg tokens, do not appear to be the wargs that you've heard of, or at least if you've are a hater of goblins maybe have seen. These do appear to just be regular wolves, but have grown to an extraordinary size.
Okay. In that case, if they haven't proved to be tamed, I guess I will save my aspirations for another day. Once again, pull out my longbow and take a shot.
Okay. You fire. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit. With a 21. Yeah, that's a good damage. 7, 14, 21. This thing is now bloodied and all alone on its turn. It...
I would like to back up 5 feet.
Sure. It has decided it has had enough. It looks at the group of you up there and kind of gives out a pathetic little yip and gets up on its feet again and begins using its full movement to GTFO. Leaving you once again all alone in the plains as the sun begins to set.
All right.
Is everybody okay? I look
I don't
around.
think anybody got hurt. I think everybody's uninjured.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a miracle from the mother tree.
I think it's a miracle from me having traps that protected us, but sure, also the mother tree.
Well, you got your intelligence from somewhere, my friend.
Sure.
He has a point,
I do have to say, us getting to this spot was pretty providential, and you having that supplies and, you used all that time to do it. It was very well done. What time is it, by the way? Look around.
Getting dark.
It's getting close to dark now. You spent a good amount of time searching for the proper battlefield and then spent some time fighting, and you're going to be running out of daylight sooner rather than later.
Can I retrieve my javelin from the dead creature?
Yes. It is intact and retrievable.
What does the body of these creatures look like? Is it edible, or are they corrupted? Because I'm kind of interested in that. I want to maybe look at where the head's chopped off, cut one of them open, see if there's any rashes.
To hide with anything.
You begin inspecting the creatures, and for all intents and purposes, they look to be normal wolves. They have grown to an extraordinary size, but the pelt reminds you of wolf pelts that you've seen before. You've chopped them open and diced them up, and they seem to be fleshy. They have bones and meat and other things. They appear to be just very large wolves as they lie here.
Could I use... So I want to pull out my skinning knives and my set of chef's tools for my horse pack, and I want to try and A, turn these things into a delicious meal for the party, and B, make sure they are edible and aren't going to kill us. And C, find out any additional information.
Between getting the skins, maybe getting some teeth, I'd like a few teeth or whatever. I think we're going to kind of go to the other side of that creek where it's a V, and we'll put the horses and we'll put the tents up. And
We'll make a
fire
an
going.
actual fire.
No fire.
All
Okay, I
right.
guess we'll have
I want
a
a
fire.
small fire.
We'll wait to get the
it was
fire
like-
going until we're ready to cook, and then we'll do a small fire maybe.
You begin making
cook.
camp and setting
Or actually
up
a
and
fire
getting
ignite
your
your-
horses under control and unsaddled. You spend some time skinning the creatures and chopping them up. As far as your like chef's expertise can tell, you'd think that this would make a fine meal. You begin kind of dicing up the edible bits from the parts that have had the guts and whatever other organs punctured inside of them. You spend time getting rid of the hides. But as night begins to fall proper, the moon comes out, and as the light of the stars and the moon touches these creatures, the hide that you're working on begins to like dissolve in your hands. The meat and the food and the organs of these creatures begin to like putrefy and go bad at an incredibly rapid rate. And suddenly, as the moonlight touches these things, they turn into just skeletal bones. These large, very obviously wolf bones. But they
Do we
are.
I start crushing them with my mace just to make sure they don't.
Lake begins smashing up the bones, making them into a nice
Wait.
powder. But the
Damn
meat and the hides that you worked on specifically from these creatures disappear, rot, and putrefy in front of you.
God damn it, all that effort. Mhm.
So we actively saw the moonlight dissolving these things. No
Yes.
wonder why those guys were
So
afraid
if
of the
I'm like-
moonlight.
So, just can I make like a check as soon as I see it dissolving to like try and like throw a blanket or something over it, before the moonlight hits it?
You throw
Try
a
to make some
blanket
sort of-
over it, trying to protect it from the
I want
moonlight.
to see if it is literally the moonlight, so I want to try and
Mhm.
protect like some of the hide or something from the
Mhm.
moonlight.
You throw a blanket over it, trying to protect the hide that you're working on from the moonlight. But sure enough, after you remove your blanket, it seems that the flesh underneath still putrefied and left only the bones beneath your blanket.
Well, it's not literally exposing, it's more the moon coming out. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah.
If maybe if the blanket was on it before the moonlight hit it once, maybe. But yeah, I wonder if this is why creatures turn into skeletal creatures at night, and they're all just cursed. Lake kind of looks around like, I wonder if we should start a fire, just because fire is usually pretty good against
Ruben will use
undead.
the map showed that there was like a little valley, so I would like to go into the valley so things can't just see the fire from like 100 miles.
Oh, I already said I was setting up down in there with
Oh
all
yeah,
the
that's
horses
fine.
along the
then. We
backside of
set up
it.
a fire down in there,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
think we make camp.
Yeah, well, you guys were doing all the skinning and the food stuff. I was taking care of camp and keeping an eye out.
Nice. Guess we go to sleep.
Probably got Butcher to help me too.
Yep.
Seam would like to, considering what happened. He sees these wolves as victims of this growing corruption.
Mhm.
He pities them. I think he's going to, at least for the bodies, he can get away without having them crushed to a fine powder. Like to go
I just
ahead
wanted
and
to make
bury
sure
them.
they were broken. A few of them, we can bury them or whatever. It's a good idea.
I'd
I'll
like
say
to
some
bury
words
them.
to consecrate it.
Yeah, I'd like to make a small prayer to the moon itself for helping purify these creatures, purify from them what they should be instead of what were, and just hope that in as such we can eventually purify the corruption from this land.
All right. You spend some time in prayer to the moon. You're a ranger, right? Do you have some kind of connection to the moon or the deities? Like, what is this prayer like coming toward, or what are you praying to exactly? Like, is there some kind of power there you expect to reach?
It's nature, right? The gods of nature and such are all powerful, and as a ranger, I know that though we work in the day, the night is just as, if not more, active for the wilderness, and as such, is something to be respected and the proper observances to be met.
Okay.
So, though he expects no personal benefit, he will respect the nature as it is.
Okay. Some kind of a generalist prayer to the power of nature and the power of the night. Okay. All right. Very good. Seam is praying over the bodies, making sure they have a chance for a respite. My brain's going wrong. He seems to be quite absorbed in this from the outside, to a point that it takes an unnaturally long time, as the three of you begin to realize that as he sits here and prays into the night that there's something kind of wrong. It seems that the Seam has become like almost catatonic to stimulus from the outside world. What do you guys do as you see this?
I am going to ritually cast Detect Magic.
If he's taking 10 minutes to do that, I'm just going to walk up to him and try to shake him out of it.
Okay. You walk up to him
immediately
and try to
scouts the area,
physically shake him out of it. Butcher, you give him a good shake. Seam, this stimulus will give you a chance. Go ahead and make a Wisdom Arcana saving throw. I guess there's no Arcana, but Wisdom saving throw is how this game works.
Okay.
5e, man. It doesn't get specific
Not sure
enough with
if I-
saving throws.
I don't know if I want to pass this or not.
Can you
19.
choose to fail?
You do pass. The butcher is able to shock you awake, and as you do so, you see an image of which you know in your like heart, although you've never seen this before, to be the like image of the night itself. This old woman with dark raven hair and the like silver light of the moon from her eyes, and she's watching you. She knows of you and has marked you now, but you are shaken awake before whatever else could have happened comes to pass.
Hey, are you all right, man?
Yeah, what are you doing? What happened? I guess after
I
my
hold
turn,
up
I'll
my
wait
hand.
till my ritual's over, actually.
Hold up, man. Try to get a sense of what did she feel like? What kind of presence did I get from her? Was it a brooding malevolence? Was it a impassive stare? Was it satisfaction? Like, what did I feel from this stare?
You did not sense hostility or malevolence necessarily, but you didn't see like satisfaction either. It was an almost cold neutrality that you felt as you were shaken awake.
I say there's something more to this. If I do not come out of my stupor by daybreak, get me out of it. I would like to return to my prayers.
You return to your prayers, and though you...
Well,
yeah?
before you return to your prayers, you tell us what happened. What's going on?
I have seen the vision of the night and simply wish to allow what nature would have of me.
Okay.
Just to bring this up, Ruben, as soon as he like went catatonic, just starts basically just ditches camp and starts looking around for. He thinks there's some fucking nature spirit that's fucking to start prowling around the edges of the camp.
You begin
and just
prowling
looking
around
for-
the edges of the
I'm
camp.
he's just going to spend the next like hour searching for whatever spirit. He's like grew up with hippie spirit guys, and so he's like, there's some spirit and it's coming in, and he's got an open like mind, and he's letting this fucking spirit in. So he's going to go look for the spirit that's just infesting his friend's brain.
Okay. Lake, 10 minutes go by, you finish your ritual casting. By the time your 10 minutes are up, you do not see any magic on the field or in front of you.
I was looking at the bones or looking at my friend, but I guess he's not in
your
the corner
friend
anymore.
seem does not, unless you have magic items on you, which I don't think is possible at this point at level 1.
No.
Does not radiate any magic at this point, and the bones themselves do not radiate any magic at this point. They just seem to be bones. Seem you go back to your prayer and your meditation, but it doesn't seem to have the same effect that it did before. You can
Moment's passed.
You can pray, yeah, but the moment has passed, and you just are aware of the attempt to bring sanctity to the bones. Ruben, you spend an hour around in the dark, turning over stones, looking in patches of grass, trying to find a nature spirit. I'm gonna let you go ahead and make me an investigation check. Is this an investigation wisdom check? I feel like, because you're trying to find this
grew
nature
up with, like,
spirit.
a family. So
Mhm.
let me see what he has. It's literally the same check if it's investigation or if it's wisdom or
All right.
intelligence or whatever.
We'll give you an investigation check. Unfortunately, it is dark out, and although you have dark vision, it is dim light as you get far away from the camp, and so
I have the wood elf thing that means that I'm better able to search through like wilds and stuff. I don't know if that matters though, so that might cancel out the dark.
Let's look up the wood elf feature
I'm going to look.
here.
I forgot exactly what it is actually, so I'm now looking it up. It might just be I hide better.
Wood elf features. Let's see what we have here. These are elf traits. This is Eladrin traits. Wood elf. You are fleet of foot. You have the Mask of the Wild. You can attempt to hide even while you're lightly obscured.
Yep. Never mind. Nothing with looking at the woods. It's
Yes. So
I'll just make a roll at disadvantage.
the dim light unfortunately makes the investigation a roll at a disadvantage for you to find anything out there.
All right. There we go.
No.
Well,
Despite your hour,
Nope.
Despite your hour of searching, you come back to camp, having not found anything out in the grasslands of particular note.
All right.
Do we have a... Nope. The rest of the night goes by uneventfully as you all rest up for camp. That brings us to the end of the day. If anyone took damage, I guess we could do resting rolls, but I think you guys kind of dominated that fight a little bit.
Just 0 damage.
Yeah, so we've come to the end of the camp. If you needed to, you could have rolled hit dice up to any of your pool remaining, but you're good. You'll recover all of your short and long rest class features. Navigator, it is a brand new day.
Not to screw ourselves over, but we need to roll to see if we found water.
We need to roll for foraging. Correct. Yes. Thank you very much.
We did camp right by a stream on the map.
I would not trust that water. That's by the swamp.
I will boil that water with my chef tool.
Go ahead, and we will make foraging rolls for at least whether or not we're going to mark off rations. So I would like each of you to make... we spent most of the day in pasture land, so this will be DC 10 wisdom survival checks.
We moved at a fast pace, so for what it's worth, it doesn't matter.
And you moved at a fast pace. That is correct, isn't it? I'm looking at my Outlander. Does that change that fact?
It does not, just navigation.
It does not. Okay, never mind. Everybody, please mark 2 pounds of rations each, so 8 pounds total of rations. And we'll mark feed for the 6 horses that you've brought, 5 horses you've brought.
Is it a disadvantage, a survival check, or
no? We're just no check for food. We will say that you replenished your water skins at the stream here, since there was technically one on the map, and that is where you made camp for the evening. Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. I have a bad habit of going past the foraging. So, Navigator, it is now the next day. I would like to have a new route, or intended route, to where you're going for the day, and a pace of travel.
Due north, once again, skirting along the edge of the swamp as we go towards the old manor.
All right.
And we're probably going to need to go slow today so we can forage, because technically we just went through basically all of the feed. So.
Ah, damn.
All the feed? Really?
How? Okay.
Jesus. Okay.
I mean, we need to go
normal
over
pace?
grass next time. Yeah. Let's see. I would like to help if I can, but I think he already has advantage, which is
I do.
He already has
but,
advantage, and
We get forage checks on a normal travel day, right?
you get forage checks at a slow or medium pace. Medium
Okay.
pace is done at disadvantage. At a fast pace, you are marching and are not able to forage for food. You can still search for water, but since we rested at a creek, there's really no reason to roll because I'm just going to give you the water from the creek.
Medium pace.
Medium pace for the day. All right. Let's see. What is the difficulty for your survival wisdom navigation check? In the plains, the DC is 10, so same as in the pasture land.
this time you have advantage. So don't roll under 10.
All right. 17.
Excellent. You all begin marching due north through the plains, attempting to find your way to the old manor. Less of a march, more of a regular medium pace. Excellent. Why don't you guys, while I roll for encounters here, tell me what it's like after a day's worth of marching out beyond the mists and that strange encounter you had near the end of the day. How's the mood in camp, and what are you feeling?
I think Ruben's very annoyed. He thinks there's spirits or something fucking with the party, and he doesn't understand because he's just kind of pissed off, and like everybody can tell he's kicking dirt, and he's just annoyed at the situation.
Poor Ruben. He doesn't get it. Lake, he understands. That man, he knows his way around a nature spirit. But Ruben, he's doing the best he can. I get it, but if he just opened himself up a little bit.
Indeed.
Well, I think it was because he prayed to the moon where the moonlight like curses this place. I think it was kind of a mistake. He's looking, with trepidation at what tonight will bring, and with the possibility of all these as we get deeper out here. Of course, he's more worried about what's going to happen as we travel. He's not too preoccupied with the evening, but it's in the back of his mind with all the other dangers around here.
Butcher is entirely unsurprised by anything that's happened so far. He's been paying close attention to the rumors in the tavern. This is all stuff we already kind of knew about.
I'd probably ask you, Butcher, what kind of skills do you have? Like, do you work with stone, or what do you do?
In a previous life, I was a stonemason, so I have some knowledge of stone, but I also was trained as a military scout, so I know my way around, survival and noticing things and things like that. Also, pretty good with the horse, too, as I'll, do some.
All right. You are traveling along, clip clop, through the grassland. And it's been a good bit of trek here. You're closing in on noon. You've gone a good number of miles. And Butcher, you are the one that is most aware at this point, keeping on a lookout. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you're going through the plains here. A 13. Unfortunately, you are unaware of a bandit ambush that has been set for you as they herd the oncoming cart through the plains. You're passing through some particularly...
We don't have a cart.
Horses. I was thinking more the big caravan of stuff. But yes, you're right. You did not bring a cart. They hear the horses and the talking and the thing through the plains. And as you were walking through this field, bandits pop up out of the grasses, surprising all of you. They don't fire right away, but they each level crossbows straight at you, and they holler, "Stop! Give up and give us your goods!" What do you all do?
I think Ruben just looks at these guys and is basically just says, "Do you really want to do this? Are you sure about this decision?"
Are they all wearing black armor?
They are all wearing black armor, and you can see at this distance they all have a red jackal's head emblazoned upon their breast. The one that spoke earlier, kind of to the north of you, trains his crossbow at you, Reuben, says, we outnumber you, and we're gonna take all of your things. Now lay down your weapons, and give us your horses and your goods, and we'll let you leave with your lives.
I look at this guy for a moment. What kind of armor are they all wearing?
I think, hold on, let me find my notes.
I'm wondering if, like, gear-wise, we outgear them or not.
The jackals all wear. They wear a nice scaled armor. It is made of hide that is leathered together. It seems to be quite nice.
All right. I think
Butcher is looking over at Lake to see his reaction.
Yeah.
I am going to who's the leader here? The guy talking, I guess.
He's one of these two up here. We'll call him this one. That's at the top here. He's leveled his crossbows.
I'll be like, let's so we're all on our horses. I kind of want to be like, we could maybe parlay, and I kind of want to just have my mountain eye maybe go like 1 hex forward, and I look at him. You and I could probably parlay and talk about this. I'm willing to come to some sort of accord.
You step forward. Perhaps. He points his crossbow at you. He says, "I ain't nothing to talk about. Now get off your horse, lay down your arms, and give us what we want, and you don't have to get hurt."
Mad Eye and the Jackals aren't willing to parlay with the group coming through here?
Mad Eye ain't here, is he? Nah, I am. Now give me your stuff.
I guess I'll be like, let's outrun them, boys! And I'm going to slap my horse and get the haunches, and I'm going to start trying to ride. And,
all right, you attempt to ride past them. All of them have...
Action?
Huh?
Dodge action?
Bonus action?
Can we take... No, dodge action? It sounds like
I don't know if we...
I don't believe you can take the dodge action
while on
top
because I'm trying to run fast. I would like to think maybe that would have an effect on their rolls, but I'm not even disadvantage or anything.
All of them are going to open fire, and I don't know if they're going to split their shots or not. Let's see. How smart are they?
Facepalm doesn't even move. He's just annoyed that he just decided to take off. So
what is okay? I guess that's the question. Then does the party take off with Lake?
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay,
I'm not going. Ruben just kind of waits a moment and just face palms and sees what happens as they take off.
Okay, Butcher, what do you do? Do you put your heels into your horse and go, or do you stay with?
I think that I think for a second, and I see our two pack mules, and I'm like, or pack horses, and I'm like, well. If nothing else, I need to round those up and drive them off. So I think at least for the moment, I'm sticking around.
All right.
I probably have them on a rope, like behind me. They're not like loose. They're running with me.
All right. So Seam and Lake, you guys put your heels into your horses and begin rushing off away from these bandits. What they're going to do is fire at the ones who are running, and they'll split their shots between the two of you exactly.
Can I have my shield out for this part of the fight, or is my shield
sure. You prepared yourself mentally for this. I think this was your plan to run away. So there are 6 of them. So we're gonna have 3 shots at each of you as you.
I mean, we're mounted and they're not mounted, right? I would think it would be kind of dumb for us not to run at least 100 feet, get away from them. But anyway, my team wouldn't know that part, obviously.
I mean,
All right. So the first shot is we'll just roll all of them at Lake and then all of them at Seam. So the first is a 4. It just flies wildly above your head, nowhere close to you. The second is a 12. Does that strike you?
No, I have scale
Yeah.
mail and a shield.
You'll
so
notice
I'm at
that
18.
they are definitely not shooting at the horses. It seems that they
want our stuff.
are like especially targeting the riders on top. And the final one is a 6. Lake, you ride off. Whoa! Apparently you grow while you do so, and you get your full movement of the horse, which is like 120 feet away from the bandits on this turn. And then the will resolve seam. 3 shots against you are fired. A 16, will that hit you?
Yes.
All right. The first one deals 4 points of damage to you as you try to race past the bandits. The second is a 21, which will do another 8 points of damage to you.
Oh, no.
And the final one is a 7.
Nope.
All right. You are still up, and you ride your horse with him 120 feet away from the bandits.
You're still up after that?
I am at 1.
16 con, damn, saved the day.
That is good con, absolutely.
Wow, it's a good thing that last one didn't hit.
All right.
So what's going on with our 2 pack horses? Sounds
they're
like
it sounds like
they're with you two.
I could probably only go 80 feet then, just so you know, because they're double move for the pack horses.
That's why I was face palming, is because their crossbows are just gonna shoot at you again.
All right. So you've moved 80 feet off the map. The bandits are going to, I guess, split up on their turn. Butcher and Ruben, what do you two do? Like, you see all these bows shoot, your friends run away. What do you do?
I want to take, as soon as I realize that they're going to cause a distraction, I slip off my horse, walk 10 feet into this grass, and attempt to disappear. using my wild.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that you should make a stealth check to set your DC.
I get to do it, and I just get to disappear if I manage to beat their like passive perception because of the Face of the Wilds thing. Mask of the Wilds. That's what it's called. Mask of the Wild. Normal roll.
A 15. All right. You disappear into the grass while they are distracted, firing their crossbows. Butcher, what is your reaction to all of this?
Well, it looks like the 2 of them are buggering off. There's my friend that's now disappeared into the grasses. Do I want to leave his horse? I'm gonna try to, I guess, drive his horse as well, off to the north.
Oh, you're gonna race after them after the fact. Okay.
I am trained in animal handling, if that helps.
Okay. You spend your time getting yourself together and then race off after them. Excellent. So what I'm gonna have you all do now is just kind of rule into initiative order. We're not especially in combat at the moment. I mean, we kind of are. I just want to know who acts when as we go forward after this crazy round. Excellent. Alrighty.
I still need to go on finding my. I closed it by mistake.
My old number. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So 7 and 3 is on the board. Butcher
17.
rolled a 7, so we'll get him on there. Ruben, you rolled a 17. There's 2 butchers apparently. Interesting. Okay. And Seam, I don't see a roll for.
It's the bandits that don't have a roll right now. I think we're highlighting my token. So you.
I see. Okay. The bandits roll on 3.
The Palladian has a 9. Or
yeah.
Let's see.
We'll give them an initiative And
It's still hard for me to tell. I hate to admit it. Whether it's an N or if it's an M, I can't tell.
It's
So
an
Link is still
M.
confused,
Like
probably.
see, like a seam in your
even in real
clothing.
world.
Alrighty, so
like, "What was that?"
after this craziness has happened, 3 of you have ridden off 80 feet away from the bandits. Seam, you've been punctured with multiple arrows. You're hanging on barely as you're bleeding on top of the horse. What do you do?
I am.
Didn't 17 get deleted? It's not on the order.
Oh no.
The 17 is second on the order.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, that's a 19. I'm sorry. I just deleted it. That's weird.
I'm gonna go ahead and take
Weird.
my shot with a longbow at one of these guys, and then keep moving that full movement for my horse to get out of range of these light crossbows.
Or at least out of
Getting
easy
out of
range,
range of the
right?
light crossbows. Okay, so you just keep moving, and you do. You move another 80 feet, farther away from the bandits.
I can move 120 the initial round, and then I have my longbow, so that's 200 feet worth of range, so I can take a shot at them, and then move my 60 feet on the horse.
Okay, so you moved. Let's start over. You moved 80 feet away from the bandits on the initial
I moved
turn.
80 feet because I had the pack horses. He could have gone 120 past me.
I'm just going to say everyone moved 80 feet with the pack horses. So you're starting this turn 80 feet away from the bandits. You want to move 120 feet because you apparently don't have the pack horses. That's fine. So now you're 200 feet away, then you're going to stop and shoot. Okay. Excellent. Go ahead and take a shot. Which bandit are you attacking?
Let's shoot this guy. Seems like a
He
jerk.
can only go 60 more feet. But
All right.
I was going to go 60 feet. Yeah, whatever the normal distance would be.
Yeah. So he's not going the double move the second round. He's only doing the regular move, 60 feet. So he's at 140.
Okay. 140 feet. Sounds good. Shoot a bow. Hey!
Oh, there we go. 13 damage.
Points of damage. That is enough to slay this particular bandit. He is dead.
And I would like to, if I can, hop off my horse so that it's between me and the bandits.
Let me look up. You're doing a lot of things. Let me look up mounts.
Dismounting.
Mounting is an action unless you have a feat, I think.
That's
it normally takes half of your movement, but yeah, technically,
once upon your
the mount has
you can
separate
mount a
movement.
creature or dismount. Doing so costs amount of movement equal to half your speed.
Okay.
In effect, if an effect moves, controlling a mount. While you're mounted, you have 2 options. You can either control the mount or allow it to act independently. You can control a mount if it's been trained. In either case, an independent mount takes place from combat. When you mount it, it moves as you direct it. It only has 3 actions: dash, disengage, dodge. So you can move. That's right. You can move the whole 120 feet because the mount moves on your initiative, right? So you can move. The mount moves 60 feet. It's trained, so you control it. I don't control it. The mount moves 60 feet. The mount then has an action it can take, which is either dash, disengage, or dodge. These are the only actions the mount can take. You are mounted. You choose to dash with the mount. It goes another 60 feet. So now you moved 120 feet, right?
Okay.
You can shoot in between. That's fine. The moving up the breaking up your movement is a thing that 5e can do. That is the mount's turn. Then on your turn, you can use your movement to dismount, right? So you've moved 120 feet away. You've dismounted. That's half your movement, right? You already took your shot. So now you're 120 feet away, and you have the mount in front of you and the bandits.
20 further, so a total of 200, I believe. You're 80 feet initially.
Yeah, from the 80 feet initially. That's just the turn that you did. Like, you're 120 feet away from your starting point. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, perfect. That is the mounted rules. Excellent. Ruben, you see an arrow just erupt this bandit's head in a fount of blood up at the top. And you are hidden in the bushes. What do you do?
I think Ruben kind of softly curses under his breath, so hopefully nobody hears. And then he'll ready an action. So when a bandit is isolated to the point where he'll have like cover, he would like to try and knock out one of the bandits non-lethally.
Okay.
But I would like to basically I will move forward and attack whenever there is a bandit that's like separated from the others, and I could take cover after knocking them out.
Okay. You stay where you are and attempt to wait for a single bandit. Excellent. That brings us to a 9. This should be the butcher, isn't it?
Yes. No,
Yes.
Palladian. I think it's...
Let me delete
Palladian rolled
this
a 9.
one.
Butcher
put
and I
the
both
butcher
rolled a
at
7.
9.
That was me.
Why did you have a 7 and go before?
I think their numbers got crossed.
I
or
didn't.
something.
I didn't.
Numbers are weird.
I'm
Numbers
up
are
top. I
weird.
rolled a 9.
Okay, that's fine. So Lake and Butcher, you act together. What do you do?
I am not within healing range of my friend anymore. He's at 120 feet from me.
Uh-huh.
Is that correct?
Yeah, he is 120 feet away from you now. You could move your movement
I can
and
move
then
80.
your horse, you're also mounted. So your horse can move 120 feet, right? By making its movement, then dashing, and then...
Well, the draft horses only go 40, though.
Okay, so you could go
by
40
close
feet
numbers.
and then 80 feet, and then take your action.
I am gonna hand. How quickly could I hand the pack animals over to Butcher?
I assume you could just do that as a...
I mean, Butcher's got his hands full trying to manage another horse right now.
Wait. You have one horse.
I have
thought
two
you-
horses.
He has
Well,
Ruben's
he has
horse.
mine.
Ruben
I need
got
to
off
go.
his horse and hid in the bushes, and Butcher took Ruben's
I'm
horse
gonna
with
throw
him.
him the rope anyway. It's long enough. I'm gonna be like, sorry, I gotta go heal our friend, and I'm gonna ride over because I have to get to him to touch him to use cure wounds as opposed to using shitty healing word. You know, he's
Okay.
down so low. So
So you move 120 feet, and then you place your
and I
hands.
hop off my horse,
Yeah.
and then I just slap him. I'm like, you know, be healed. You know,
The healing slap. All right, go ahead and roll your cure wounds here.
Oh, please be a good roll.
The 7. Okay, excellent. That is the turn that you had. Butcher, the rope got thrown to you. You're already juggling one horse. Your Lake is ridden off to try to heal Seam. What do you do?
I mean, I think I'm gonna try to catch the rope as I'm like leaning off, trying to like manage the reins of a second rope or horse as well.
Yeah.
I'm imagining there's going to be some kind of check involved here.
Yeah, it sounds like you spend your turn just trying to wrangle all the animals, is what I'm hearing. I think that this involves an animal handling check to keep them all from doing anything that you don't want them to do. And I think that this is a reasonably doable thing, but it's a little more challenging than a DC 10. Let's call it DC 13.
Is he moving while he's doing it too, or is he just standing there?
Are you
We'll
keeping
consider
him
this
moving
his.
away, or what are you doing
We'll
with him?
consider this his action, and then he can decide what he does with his movement based on how well he controls the animals.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
All right,
This is too
so
much. This is too much.
yeah, unfortunately, with the 2 draft horses thrown to you and the rope of the other horse that Ruben was on, the draft horses keep going one way, the Ruben's horse goes another way, and you're just left like, oh shoot, with your own horse. What do you do?
Fuck, I can't turn back and fight these guys by myself. I think I'm just gonna go and try to regroup with the others up a little bit further.
Okay.
Obviously, we need to try to run down those horses eventually, but it's not for now.
All right. So, you ride off. So now the three of you are all 120 feet away from your initial starting position. The draft horses, they use their 80 feet to kind of go off on their own direction away from you all. And it becomes the bandits' turn, and you all hear from the bandits, "Oi, go get the horses! They left the horses, get them!" And they begin reloading their crossbows, and they begin moving in the direction of the horses. So they take their action to reload crossbows. Let me see if I can set this map up a little bit here. So we're going to have... They all move together. Unfortunately for you, Ruben, these are fairly well trained, and they don't ever leave their kind of like small two groupings. And you're not up next to this guy up here who was left friendless.
Yep.
So,
I was hoping they would shoot one of the guys next to me, but it's fine.
yeah, so these guys get in a group and they move away from you. So I'm gonna try to set up a like distance here. We're gonna put the bandits. The bandits are now moving 30 feet, and they are 100 and so they are 30 feet. They were 80 feet away from the pack horses. The start of their turn, the pack horses moved another 80 feet. So they're 160 feet. Now they're 30 feet closer, so they're at 130 feet from the horses. What is this? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 90, 95, 100. So we can't do that with this. So we're going to call each of these squares 10 feet instead. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120, 130. So that is where the horses are going to be. Let's put a horse token on there of some kind. Here are your horses. So the bandits are going to be 130 feet away. They're starting here. We'll just get rid of these bandits for now. They're not important to this chase. You guys have moved 120 feet. You started at the same turn of them. You moved 120 feet away, and they moved 80 feet in a direction. And the direction is north and west. So we're going to add half of their 80 feet movement to your distance. So you're 160 feet away. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is where the three of you start. You're 160. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30,
Did any of them
40, 50,
tend
60.
to
Yeah.
stay to deal with the dead guy or no? Just wondering.
None of them stay with the dead guy. Dead guy is just dead guy. And you are an additional 30 feet behind the bandits. So there's bandits, and then 1, 2, 3 will go there. Okay, we are now in a chase, I think, for the draft horses. Or at least, if the bandits get there, they'll get there before you guys do. In this turn order that we've abstracted. And
They're
that's...
still mounted or could easily mount, though, right?
I suppose you could easily mount, yes.
I wasn't sure if I actually dismounted like I said, because it didn't end up in the description as much. But
So, that leads us... These turn orders are very weird. Why is this?
I was at 9, you deleted me.
Yeah, I don't know why. The turn order's been weird this whole fight.
The turn order has really messed me up. Here, let's just delete everybody. We're starting a new chase. New turn order, so that it's not so frickin' weird.
we're re-rolling, right?
Yes.
Greg, you rolled.
Uh,
Oh,
Huh?
Let me roll.
ignore me.
That's perfect. On that one. Nat 20, and then a 7.
Do I need to put you in the initiative order? Is that what I hear?
Oh.
God damn it.
That looks like everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go in descending order. All right. Butcher, you're the first to move. You're 160 feet away from the draft horses. You hear everyone yell. The bandits yell, "Gotta get the horses! They left them!" You've slapped your friend to heal. You're dismounted currently. What do you do?
I'm still mounted. I am not the person
Butcher is mounted. Correct. What do you do?
Is there like... Is this map like fairly accurate? Is there like some high grass here?
No,
like, could I?
No, I'm just using it as we were gonna fight, and then you decided not to fight, and now we're in a chase. Now it's just being used for distance.
Like, we should get our horses.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere? I guess my real question is: there anywhere like where I would have cover that like I could hide behind between them and the horses?
Not mounted. No, you're gonna be above the grasses.
If I got off my horse?
Yeah, maybe. It'd be unlikely that they would shoot you.
Remember, you could just jump off your horse and fall prone, so they have disadvantage.
I mean, sure. I'm going to go and look for a place where I could hide behind some tall grasses or something if I got off my horse. So I'm going to use my horse to get to wherever I think I can hide behind some tall grasses.
They've been shown to value the horses. If you keep your horse between you and the bandits, they shouldn't shoot.
All right.
You have to approach into melee, which would do best for you.
I've said what I'm doing this turn. Okay.
I will give you if you want to hide. Then I'm not going to give you your full movement to chase down the horses. So you can take, I guess, half of the total movement that you would normally have taken with your horse. So instead of moving 120 feet, you can move 60 feet. And
I mean, I'm not trying. I guess I'm just trying to have cover so they can't see me. Not really hide, if you understand the
if you want cover, you can't get your full movement, or you can have your full movement.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear about. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. So you move 60 feet and will have cover from the creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. You're even in the nice tall grass.
Hiding, but it's close enough to hiding, right?
All right.
Have, line of sight blockage and all that.
Seam, you have been healed 7 HP, and you hear that there's a chase on for the horses. What do you do?
No, I think I'm just going to try to bloody them as much as possible so they give up on this foolish endeavor.
Okay, and
take a shot at the...
You have your, 200-foot bow range, right?
400 foot
400,
range.
Yeah. Okay, you're well within range. Go ahead and take a shot. 15 will hit, yes. For 9 points of damage. You strike one of the bandits as they are rushing forward, but they do not fall. They continue running with his arrows sticking out of them, now kind of hobbled a little bit.
And I'm gonna make sure I fall prone so they dissuade themselves from shooting at me.
Okay. You fall prone in the grass. Excellent. The bandits now move their full movement. They are double moving. So they're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are now 60 feet away from the horse grouping as they all rush forward. Ruben, you're behind these bandits another 30 feet. What do you do?
I go check the guy. Is he actually dead? I want to go check if he has a pulse.
He is dead. Yeah, the arrow took him right in the dome, and there is nothing left but a bloody mess.
Ruben just curses to himself. What a fucking waste. And then he wants to basically move as quickly as he can. So I want to sprint until there's a spot that has like full cover, and then I just want to go prone in the grass. I will reveal myself. Sprint 7.
I'm gonna give you the same deal that I gave Butcher. If you want cover, then I'll let you move half of your total sprint speed.
That would be, I can move 35. I can move 70 feet when I sprint, so 35, and then just go prone and take cover.
1, 2, 3. All right, you're at 30 feet. You're now at what was the bandit starting point, and you have cover. Excellent.
All right.
Lake, the bandits are rushing towards the horses. They're within 60 feet from it. What do you do?
I thought they were 130 feet away, so they would still be 70 feet from them, right? Ish.
You're right. They're 70 feet away, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Because I can move and get a full 120, and then I'm just going to dismount and have only partial cover or whatever behind my horse. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. So I'm gonna do
the thing where if you move your full distance, you're not gonna get cover.
Even if I dismount on the opposite side of my horse, it won't be even like 50%.
No, I'm not going to give you cover because the deal has been if you want cover, if you want cover, then you got to go half the movement. So if you want the full movement, I'm not gonna give you cover.
Sure. I'll stay mounted then. If the getting off isn't gonna help me.
Okay.
They're kind of close.
We'll have this round and still beat them next round.
So I could throw my javelin at one of those guys, I guess.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So you're about 60 feet away. Does the javelin have a max range of 60 feet?
I believe all I have is just disadvantage.
Yeah, it's 3120, I believe.
It's 3120. Wow, okay, the max range is a lot farther than I thought it was. Okay, yes, you can take a disadvantage shot at one of these with the javelin.
I'll do the guy who's slightly closer to me.
Okay.
And it's only an 8, so it
no,
just
unfortunately, you do not. Okay, the 5 bandits artfully dodge your javelin throw as they run.
There's only 2 on the screen.
I know, but there's 5 total. 2. I just got rid of the other ones because we were doing a chase. It's here. Do you want the other 5?
Well, some of them were further away, so I was, I guess I don't know.
I'm just trying to do this as an abstraction, right?
For sure.
Yeah. Here we go. There's 5 now. The other one's dead. He's back behind. All right. If
I could have seen them all, I might not have. I don't know. It's all good. It's whatever. I'll take more shots at me, I guess.
All right.
Well, if they dash, they can't shoot you.
If they dash, they can't shoot. It is true. Excellent. So that is Lake's turn there in the order. Butcher, you are in cover. As you only took your half move as these bandits are sprinting. Lake has sprinted past you to try to get to the horses. What do you do?
I would like to remount. If I remount on this turn, can I get my full movement or no?
So mounting takes your movement. The horses move separately. They have their own movement.
Okay. Yeah. Then I will remount, and I'm going to charge at one of the uninjured bandits here.
Ooh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, they're very much within charging range. Okay. You do that. You want to go to one of the uninjured ones, you said?
Yep.
Okay. You charge up and go ahead and give me a roll to hit.
Yes.
A 21 with your great axe, that will hit. For 8 slashing on an uninjured bandit. You take a good slice out of him. He kind of like twirls as he was like trying to run past you, and is very much looking bloodied. Awesome.
All right. End my turn.
Okay. Awesome. Seam. It seems that your friend Koron or your friend Butcher has the same idea you do to bloody the bandits. Are you going to continue your?
Very much so. I'm gonna move my 60 feet to keep that cover on me and to stay within range of them, and I'm gonna take another shot.
Awesome. You move 60 feet and take a shot. Go for it.
Sweet, and
an 18 will hit. Yes.
And it will be the one I injured previously.
Perfect. For 11 more damage, you kill this bandit here. Blab. Excellent. Well done. The bandits go. They now have to decide whether they're going to fight or they're going to run. I think that these 2 are going to stay and fight. And these 2 are going to continue rushing forward. So they're going to go 10, 20... 30, 40, 50, 60. They don't quite reach the horses, but they are within 10 feet of the horses now. And that is their turn. These two, like, they would continue the chase, but we now have a chase and a combat going on. So they're going to try to take swings at Butcher with their scimitars, dropping their loaded crossbows. Excellent. The first roll is a 4. They are terrible at hitting you and not the horse. And the second is a 14.
Miss.
All right, you know, they swing wildly and ineffectually against you, Butcher. And that leads us to Ruben. You are a bit behind them. What do you do?
I will just basically move. I will just run as my entire turn. I'll run my 70 feet move, and I'll be just shouting at these two like, "Fucking surrender! Don't throw your life away. This isn't worth it."
Butcher, you see Ruben just sprinting by, like, "Surrender! Don't throw your life away!" And then just keep running.
This isn't fucking worth dying over. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
All right. Excellent. That is Ruben doing his thing. That brings us to Lake. You see these bandits. They're getting really close to your horses, but they are not there yet. What do you do?
I guess I can move. I 1, 2, 3, 4. How hard is it to dismount and grab the rope? Because I imagine I can't do it from up here.
Yeah, okay, so you move your horse with the distance, you close
I just
with
want to make sure I'm within like 10 feet or 5 feet of the rope when I dismount, because I don't want to use up half my movement to dismount and then have not enough, to grab the rope.
Yeah, you move your horse enough distance, you can easily catch the draft horses at this point. You dismount and you grab the reins. Okay, excellent.
So I have my shield in one hand and I guess my reins and the rope in the other, and then I'll just ready a dodge action, I guess, on my turn.
Okay.
Or use the dodge action for my action.
That sounds good. Yeah, you grab the reins of the draft horses and be prepared to dodge incoming bandits. Sounds good. Butcher, these two have decided that if you're going to close with them, they'll try to fight you. What do you do?
Well, I think I'm gonna take a swing at the uninjured one.
All right. I like that you're spreading around your damage. I think that's hilarious. An 11, unfortunately, though, will not strike them. Your axe just goes a little high as you're maybe not used to being up on the horse, and you miss the bandit here in front of you.
All right, I will. End my turn.
Okay. Seam. You are in cover in the long grasses. You see Butcher engaging with 2, and you see Lake having reached the draft horses in time while 2 more bandits are closing in. What do you do?
No, Butcher has this. He has his 2. He has... Here, I'm going to take a shot.
Oh, you froze for a second there on me. You're going to take a shot,
sorry.
I heard.
I'm going to take a shot at this guy. Help Blake out a little bit.
Okay. This guy up here. Go ahead and go ahead and roll me to hit there.
Will do.
A 9. No, your bow shot goes wide. You were trying to not hit the draft horses and Lake and his horse, and you just couldn't quite thread the needle there. All right. We are to bandits' turns. We'll resolve the bandits on Butcher first, since those are simple. I don't have to think. They just swing their swords. With a 4, they're not good at fighting you, apparently. And an 8. Yeah, they're trying really hard not to hurt this horse that you're on, and just take you down. And it's ineffective. Like their swings are easy to like batter back away from you with your war axe and the armor that you do wear. It's just not
if they do have experience fighting mounted people, it's probably not dwarves, so they're used to being able to like hack at the legs and hang down a little bit lower.
Right. Exactly. Your dwarven mountedness is throwing them off big time. They're not able to hit you at all. These two, what are they gonna do? They were 10 feet away. Here, we'll move them so that they are actually 10 feet away from you on the map now. 5, 10, 5, 10. They want those horses and they want them bad. How are they gonna get them? I think that they're gonna drop their crossbows too, and they're gonna finish like running up to you, like, and they're gonna try to cut you down so that they can take the horses from you and run. You've taken the dodge action, so they're gonna have disadvantage. With an 11 to hit you with the first one, and a 5. Yeah, you just are nimble enough to dip and duck and expertly evade the attacks of the bandits there. Excellent. Ruben, you're raced past Butcher in his combat. You see 2 more of the bandits attempting to cut down Lake and steal the horses. What do you do?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how far away. So this
you are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 feet away from the...
And how far away am I from the Butcher combat? Like 20 or 30
you can
feet?
Yeah, you could essentially be right there. Yeah.
I'll just run up, and I'm just going to try and knock them out, both of them. Actually, first I'll attack the healthy one with my rapier.
Okay. Yes, there's one.
Run up behind him while he's busy and just stab him in the back, basically. Let's see how it goes.
Okay. 19, that will hit.
And I'll use sneak attack on this, so 12, and then... so he takes 18 damage, and I would like to knock him out, but I think that probably just kills him.
Yeah, so you how do you do non-lethal damage with a rapier? Sell me on this rapier stabbing him non-lethally for 18
The way
damage.
I would describe it is like I hit him with the pommel, but that's not really piercing damage. So I think it's honestly, I just fucking stab him through the back of the leg and through the back of the knee, so he just falls over and is unable to...
Yeah. You like hamstring him essentially by just like taking out his kneecaps. All right, this guy falls and he is out of the battle. Plop. Unconscious from brutal kneecap stabbing.
And then I'll just pommel strike the other one with the offhand short sword attack.
Okay.
18
hits.
He takes 5.
And
I
he
think
takes-
that kills him because he already takes 8.
This does not kill this bandit actually.
Okay. Well,
so
the
he is
pommel
still
strike-
up.
All right.
All right, awesome. You are up here. Blap. Great. That brings us back to Lake. You are holding the reins of these war horses. You've 2 bandits like trying to cut you down and take them from you. What do you do?
If I were to remount my mount, I would end up taking 2 attacks of opportunity.
I would think so, yeah. I think using your movement to mount a horse is tantamount of leaving threat range. Or you're not defending yourself at that point, right?
You could take your action to disengage.
You could disengage and mount your horse. That is
And
the
then
thing.
disengage with all the mounts, right, with their actions. I don't have a weapon, so I can't attack them, so I don't know why I wouldn't just disengage, slink, and mount the horse. Wait, yeah, I guess that works. And then I use their actions to move. So I mount my horse, and then we disengage so that we don't get attacked, and we'll move 1, 2, 3, 5, I guess 6. Doing all that, I don't see how we could go very far.
You
I'm not
want
gonna
to
go the full
take
move.
the draft horses, right?
Yeah, I have
So
their
you're
range.
gonna move
in a
4,
row.
not 6 then.
Okay.
Yeah, because the draft horses don't move as fast as your horses. Boink. There you go.
So 40 feet. Yep.
Awesome.
And I tie them again to the pommel of my horse, getting them back under control and back to me, and thinking, yeah, I probably should have. Oh well.
Okay.
Butcher did his best,
Yeah,
It was
that sounds
my fault
good. So you spend your action disengaging, mounting your horses, getting them all away. They're driving off. The bandits would probably normally be able to do something about these horses leaving, but they seem very determined not to hurt the horses. And so they let you drive off a few feet. Butcher, one of the bandits has been incapacitated in front of you. The other is holding on with 1 HP. What do you do?
You've got this, right? I think my horse will take the disengage action, and
Okay.
I'll run at these other 2 up here.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, you can get there with your riding horse. Easy.
And I will swing at one of these guys.
Okay. With a 19, that'll hit. For 15 points of damage, that will slay him
damage today.
outright.
You're
Yeah.
savage.
I mean, there's a reason why I was going for the uninjured ones.
You slay him outright. And he is dead. Seam, you see Lake riding off with the war horses. Butcher has butchered a a bandit. And there's one not incapacitated next to Ruben and Butcher. What do you do?
You got this, Ruben. I believe in you. I'll take care of the other one next to the butcher.
All right. 14 does hit.
Yeah.
They have crappy scale mail.
It's hide.
That was weird.
Scaled hide.
For 10.
Oh,
10.
scaled hide. I thought it was like actual, like the full metal scale mail.
No. 10 points of damage on this guy. He is bloodied and choking from the arrow in front of him. It is their turn, and they have decided they've had enough of this battle. They each will disengage and run away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Ruben, the injured bandit with 1 HP, is running as fast as he can away from you. What do you do?
I will move 10 feet in front of him with 75 move speed and just say, just surrender. And just like say, surrender so I don't have to actually kill you.
All right, you move in front of him. You tell him to surrender. Lake, what do you do?
Where's the where are you at, Seam? I don't see you on the map.
He's
there you are.
like
You're
10,
kinda
20,
hidden in the
30, 40,
bushes.
50. He's like 50 feet from you in some tall grass.
3, 4. I guess the horses, we could do a double move if we had to, but that's close enough. I'll pull out one of the. No, I guess I'll heal him again with another Cure Light Wounds. He's the only one that I know of that's injured. So
Okay.
Everyone else is uninjured.
yeah, I think I might know most of that, but I don't know if I can really exactly see everything that Ruben's been through. But he probably looks, relatively uninjured. If I could have seen. Oh shit! There it is. Ooh, 9 instead of 7.
Seam, your wounds magically knit up, and you're feeling much better. Butcher, one of these bandits is running as fast as he can away from you. What do you do?
I think I run after or ride after him and attempt to cut him down.
All right, you ride after him and attempt to cut him down. With a 26 on 15. Oh, you do exactly that. You mow this one down.
True to his name.
True to his name. You butcher the bandit. Seam, there's one left. Ruben has chased it down. What do you do?
I'm gonna shoot him in the back.
Okay.
And you know, in my head, I say, may another one that dwells in the night be returned to you.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, unfortunately, his leather scaled armor that you were making fun of, party, is too strong. The longbow does not hurt him. This bandit is not real impressed with you, Ruben. He doesn't want to surrender, and now you have run and gotten in front of him, and it's only you and him, or it's only you between him and freedom, so he's gonna try to cut you down with his scimitar.
All right.
And he rolls a 21
He hits.
for 7 slashing damage.
God damn.
Are you up?
Why are these people? What is wrong with these people? Alright, I think
It's your
so.
turn. You've just been slashed for 7 damage. What will you do?
I just say, well, fuck you then, and I stab him in the face.
The 12 does not hit.
And then short sword him.
That one will.
That's only a D6, but I assume it killed him.
Yes, he had 1 HP
I
left.
killed him.
He dies. Blah. And with that, you can recover all of your horses and make your way back to camp. Or you can recover your horses and regroup around the, I guess, now incapacitated bandit that you kneecapped. You haven't really camped or anything. But we have been playing for about 2.5 hours, so I think this is a good time to take a bio break, grab some water, use the bathroom as you guys need to. So I'm going to go ahead and put us on a break screen, and we'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. See you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
And we are back for more Land Beyond the Mist. Our party has beaten an encounter of bandits that tried to ambush them and take all their stuff. And a wild chase has ensued, but in the aftermath of it, the party has regained all of their horses and loot and even incapacitated a bandit with a vicious kneecap.
I probably saw that last attack on Ruben, so I will heal Ruben instead of us using the potions.
Oh, I was gonna ask for a potion, but sure, healing also works if you have the spell slots.
Yeah, we're gonna be resting soon, and use a resource that comes back.
Oh,
I will say, let's take the 3 that are on the pack animal. Let's give 1 to you because you're kind of a scout. Maybe you can give it to
I
somebody
will
too.
take a healing potion. Thank you.
Yeah, let's keep it on you, just because I was gonna try to get you 1 in the middle combat or try to heal you 2. So, and I will. Boom, shakalaka. Oh yeah, I have to get submitted. My bad. Shit, only 6.
I'm almost full. I'm 1 off full.
Nice.
Be fine. I'll just spend a hit dice.
All right. So you
What
heal
time of
up
day is it?
Ruben and gather yourselves together. Well, what does the party do now? You're about noon, midday, after this wild chase has ensued in the middle of the plains. What do you do?
Let's loot their stuff and pack it on one of the 2 beasties, right?
Yeah, I was about to say I collect all the bodies, and I'm kind of frustrated I
don't think we should be frustrated. These guys,
out.
Yeah, light crossbows are valuable.
Oh yeah.
You gather all of the scales, anything they have on them. I will thoroughly pat them down and search everything.
Okay.
Well, their scimitars too are going to be valuable.
We will take everything. Our draft horses mean we can take all of it.
Not
All
just
right,
that, but we know they're out here searching for treasure. So I want to go back to where they ambushed us. I want us to look around.
Yeah.
Find
We're
where they are.
thoroughly searching. We will spend a couple hours if we have to.
Okay.
Sounds
So the bandits themselves, each of them have a set of scaled hide armor, which effectively gives you AC 14 if you wanted to wear it. Each of them have a scimitar. Each of them have a light crossbow with 10 bolts each. If you want to add all of that to your pack horses. Between the 6 of them, they are carrying 100 GP worth of coins. You notice that they are all minted with the regular coinage of the lands to the south. So these are coins that they brought with them beyond the mountains. And they also have some small onyx gemstones. Each of them really about the size of a die, very tiny, polished and gleaming. And all together with the coins and the gemstones, it values 100 GP.
We'll divide it evenly,
Sure.
I will dissuade my portion to the rest of the party.
We can maybe
Alright,
figure
I'll take
out
as much as I can get.
later. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be happy
I
to
think we
split
should
that up at the end.
Could I just absorb the extra portion, maybe?
No, I need money.
Actually, here, how about this? Hold on to it for now. When we have to sacrifice for it to get home if we need to, my entire portion will be put up for that first.
Well, I mean, I could just hold it on in your name too, if you don't like.
That's fine.
it on me,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's going to be on the pack. Actually, I don't know. I'll keep it on me.
Sounds good.
Money.
All right.
So,
And,
how much does the armor weigh? Because it's not in the book, right?
Sure.
leather.
I will give you a number on that. Let me find my notes. I make good notes for monsters. I just have to pull up my bestiary. So this is particularly nice hide armor. It gives AC 14, and its weight is 20.
Ooh, it's like a breastplate. That's not bad.
And
Does it get full? Can you use your full dex bonus with it?
you can use your full
Oh, no,
dex bonus with
Never
it.
mind.
Yes.
Never mind.
Really?
Oh my god. I would like to take one of these sets, please.
Yeah, I think I need to wear it too. Actually, I
What's
believe
the
it'll
set?
boost my
What's the,
AC by 1.
What's the weight?
The weight is 20 pounds.
Yeah.
Done.
That is so much better than my studded leather. Oh my god.
Yes. It is specifically better than studded leather.
Yeah, I think we're gearing up, guys.
Butcher, do you have a ranged weapon?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think I'm probably picking up one of these crossbows, a quiver, I assume that they have. And
How many quarrels are we getting to?
And per.
It was 10 each.
There are 10 bolts for each of the people, so there were 6.
Sorry.
There's 60 bolts. Yeah, in total.
Thank you. My bad.
Yes.
I retrieve any of my arrows.
Yes. Did you keep track of how many you fired?
Yes, I fired 4 of them.
Okay. The first 2 are both retrievable. They're all retrievable. All 4 of them are retrievable.
Fantastic.
Yep. Excellent. So, in addition to the gold and equipment and gemstones, you find since you chose to search the area where they ambushed you, you find kind of a satchel that had been kind of half buried in the grasses, and inside the satchel, you find a little map of what appears to be the plains, like hand-drawn, centered around the old monastery, and leads out in multiple directions. There are X's on it, and some small landmarks that you don't recognize. And there is, like, written on it, the notes that Mad-Eye needs the key, and like it seems as if like these X's are spiraling out away from the monastery. You can kind of find where you are on it, like kind of by where the edge of the Howling Fields is. You don't know exactly how accurate it is, but it does seem to be drawn by these bandits.
Are there any notes about the manor we're headed to and where the manor is on the map?
The manor is marked on the map. It is shown to be at least a day northwest of where you are, if the map itself is accurate. And the satchel has some like tools that seem to be used for digging in it, and a scroll case. That seems to have some kind of monasterial seal upon it.
I will inspect the scroll case, looking at it, just to make sure that when I open it, it's not going to like cut my hand off or something weird.
Yeah, you give it a look over for traps, and it seems to just be a standard kind of scroll case, although it does seem very old. The make of it is out of very thin wood that you would think is not native to the plains here. You haven't seen it, although the trees do kind of pop up here and there. You don't see one that would have this kind of lightweight, flexible kind of wood that it's made out of.
I have my own that came with my background, so it's probably way different than mine, right?
Yes. And it gives you the immediate feel of age to it. Like it's old, and you can just tell by holding it and looking at it. It is quite old. The seal itself it reminds you of kind of the seals of old monasteries that you've been around, right? Kind of a signifier of which place it came from. Although it is not a seal that you recognize. It is potentially the seal of the monastery out in the middle of the fields here. But otherwise seems mundane beyond those factors. No traps or glyphs of warding or anything that you can find upon it.
All right, I'll slowly open it, holding it away from me, praying to nature that I'm not getting myself involved with something. No, I don't know. It's not like it's sealed with wax and it's all mystical. So
Hey, don't point that thing at me.
You pop the seal on the scroll case, and 3 scrolls come out. One is a scroll of prayer, and the other 2 are scrolls of water breathing.
Nice.
Damn. think we should just all mark this all on the party sheet. We can decide who gets what later.
Mm-hmm.
Is water breathing a spell that wizards can learn?
Yeah, I mean, none of this is anything that we could really exactly use that much. I mean, I don't know who can all cast scrolls, besides me. Not that I would use it without you guys there,
It's something that it's something we can definitely sell if it's something that another spellcaster can learn.
Greg, can anybody use scrolls in this?
Anybody that has a spell on their class's spell list.
If you are a spellcaster in 5e, you can use scrolls.
Okay, so even if I were to take the rogue subclass that gave me spell levels, I could use scrolls.
Yes, if you were an arcane rogue,
Trickster.
A trickster, yeah, arcane trickster, then you could cast spells with a scroll.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And yeah, right, once we break off and head our separate ways, we can discuss splitting it up then. You're right.
Yep.
But, until then, we'll use it as party loot. Hopefully we... Mm-hmm. So why would they have these... Can we look around? Are they digging and is it filling with water somewhere? Can we tell what they were doing? None of them are alive, right?
One of them is screaming in pain somewhere in the distance as his kneecap has been shattered by a rapier, but the other ones are dead.
I kept one alive specifically so we could ask him what the fuck they were doing and why they threw their lives away.
Awesome.
Mm-mm.
What's your life worth?
Oh, are you talking to the bandit now?
Yeah.
He looks at you as... I don't know how to answer that. Do with me what you will. Oh.
Why did you keep going? You guys are kind of fanatical. We killed 4 of you, and then you guys still continue going after the horses. What the fuck is wrong with you?
To be fair, you yelled at us when there were still 4 of us out of 6, where morale check hadn't even been triggered yet.
They also did 2 out of 6, and then they still didn't even roll a morale check, so... Ugh.
They were definitely running away at 2 out of 6. I believe you chased me down before you chased my friend down.
And then murdered him. I know.
What's the key for?
Why do you think the key is out here that Mad Eye's looking for?
He says so. He has some kind of book or something. Tells him he needs it for the treasure beyond bearing or whatever he blathers on about. Need 2 keys. We only have 1, apparently.
Does Mad Eye ever leave?
Not in a while, no. I'm sure he must.
So a draft horse can hold the full 540. Or it gets dropped off at what point? How does that work?
For riding horses and overland travel, they can hold their full 480 because even at -20 movement speed, they're still moving the same speed you are. And for an abstracted overland travel pace, it's whatever, right? It doesn't matter. The draft horses, if they are, if the draft horses are encumbered even lightly, their speed drops 10 feet, right? And so now they're moving the same speed that you as the party would naturally move. So the draft horses being encumbered will matter. So
what numbers are these at though? This is at a third and then 2/3 and then the full number?
Okay. Let's pull a draft horse up and I'll teach you how to calculate it.
They also have the weird size rule that we talked about.
They have the weird size rule.
I just want to clarify everything too.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Because I think we're at 603 pounds of gear. I'm assuming some numbers here. I don't know what you guys all have on it.
We can split it between 4 riding horses.
Yeah, you have so many horses, it effectively doesn't matter. But I'll teach you anyway. So under encumbrance, you get 5 times your strength score. Right. I still haven't pulled up a horse. How is this possible? Come on, draft horse. I just need your strength score. There we go. So the draft horse, in order to become encumbered, is 5 times its 18 strength. but it is a large beast, so it gets double that. So it gets 5 times 18 times 2, and that value is the amount it can carry, and anything over that, it is now encumbered, right? It is lightly encumbered, or just regular encumbered. There's no light or anything. There's just encumbered and heavily encumbered. And that means its speed is dropped by 10 feet. So now it can only move at 30 feet. And now for overland travel, we'll have to make an abstraction for it. So
as long as they're under 350 pounds, we can still go the 30 foot normal pace. Okay.
So when a party member is encumbered, right, I'm going to have that impact the number of hexes they travel during a day, right? And so I'll include the draft horses in that. The riding horses have extra speed. So when a riding horse is encumbered, it's still moving faster than the party, and I don't think that's going to matter. But the draft horse itself will take that penalty. So if you make a draft horse get encumbered, I'm going to subtract a hex from your overall modified movement through the terrain. So if you were normally going to move 4 hexes after all modifications, being encumbered will reduce that to 3. And that'll include the draft horse. So I would suggest keeping draft horses under 18 times 2 times 5.
Okay.
We have around 1,000 pounds of gear. Rounding up, we have about with all the horses, we have almost 1,000 pounds.
Yeah. So, but what you can do, because riding horses are broken in this game, riding horses have a max carrying capacity of like 480 pounds. Right.
I only have it around 600, and that's just what's on the pack animals. I don't know about the other.
He's talking about max carrying capacity, right?
Including the riding horses, we can carry about 1,000.
So your riding horses, even if your riding horses are heavily encumbered, it'll reduce their overall speed to 40 feet, which is still faster than the party. Like, there's no reason why that should impact your overland travel.
Yeah,
so
you have 1,000 before the riding horses are encumbered, and then we have like an extra 700 once we start encumbering them.
Yeah, so your riding horses, you have 3 riding horses that you bought. That's like 1,200, 1,300 pounds that you can just have
one
them
already, so we have 4. So that's we have plenty.
Yeah, and then your 2 draft horses. Right. But that's the math, right? There it is. That's how you calculate it, and why you should probably just buy riding horses. There's only like a 60 pounds max difference between them
I
and
considered doing that.
Combat, you don't want to wait on riding horse. Like, it was worth it purely so we can just not have our riding horses be hindered in combat.
Sure.
It's more realistic this way. You know, it sucks in some way. I like it. It is what it is. It's the way we got it. So,
right.
Sounds really good.
So, any other questions for this guy before I just leave him to die?
Why did you guys have the water breathing scrolls? What are you guys looking for out here on the edge of the swamp? The key, but where are you guys working?
There's a map. We're just trying to find points of interest. I don't know what's in the scrolls. We just found them in the ground somewhere.
Oh, it's some of the loot that you found. Interesting.
Where'd you find them? Like, you didn't just find them randomly in the ground. Is there like a shrine or something?
She said, not a shrine. That one was, let's see. That one we found underneath what is the name of it?
Monastery?
Oh, no. I'm sure there's more scrolls in the monastery. If you're interested in scrolls, I'd be happy to show you the way if you'd fix my leg. Let's see. Let Greg find his notes on random terrain things.
I used up all my spell slots.
I mean, I'm not wasting a healing potion on him.
I'll take care of it.
I would think we wouldn't.
He says we found that one underneath a standing stone, a big standing stone with like strange squiggles on it that had been broken apart, and we dug underneath it and found this.
Perfect.
Oh shit.
Cool.
Lake
I
Labs.
personally don't want to kill him, so what do we want to do with him?
I don't want you to kill me either. You could.
I don't.
Let nature.
I don't
figure
have
it out.
a healer's kit on me to even patch his leg up because
I do have a healer's kit on me.
Would you mind if I patched him up with that?
Go for it.
For some reason, I do have the medicine skill, but I don't have the healer's kit. And can I use my herbalism kit? And actually, never. I'm just gonna roll. Oh well. If I don't want to spend too much time on him.
All right, use Koron's medical kit and your herbalism, and you disinfect his bloody knee. Get him kind of set up with a little crutch, and get him back and mobile again.
And then
Yeah.
I'll give him one ration, and then I'm going to tell him to tell Mad Eye that
You just stop fucking stealing from people and just like trade with people and be a normal human being and not
Yeah, well,
fucking
if he keeps
psychopath.
attacking all the new adventures that are coming out, his numbers are going to be thinned even
God,
more.
that's brilliant.
So
Send him-
maybe find a way to make peace with the adventures that come through and try to become a better person instead of a bandit. A lot of nobles remind me of what he's doing. They do the same shit, except they get away with it because they have titles. But he's the baron of the monastery, of these lands up here. Whatever key he's looking for, tell him that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if he tried working with the people of these lands.
Sure, you
Tell him
just
that.
you send anyone you want to the monastery, and we'll definitely trade with them.
This guy's a slime ball. Why are we helping him?
You all know the
He's not
way.
gonna
You all
talk.
know the way. We'd be happy to trade for all your things. I'll be off now. Thank you for fixing my leg. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
I'm going to look him dead in the eye and be like, are you going to give him my message?
Definitely, yes. And
I make an
you
insight
give the
check on
town
that?
yours. He's not going to tell him to be a better person. No.
Well, I was more like referring to the being a baron up here and how nobles do the same shit. So he could, in fact, in a way, try to like hijack a title. It's happened before. Right?
He's not interested in telling Mad Eye what to do. It's not.
Do we really want
his
this guy
bag.
going back then? If he's just going to
No.
talk shit and tell them to
Yeah.
let's go?
In the back.
Drag him back to town on the horse, or we kill him. You guys pick. This is distasteful.
Drag him.
I
on
guess
the
I guess
horse.
we could drag him
I
along.
stab
with us
him.
then.
No,
I think
that's
Seam
definitely-
just
No.
stabbed him.
I
I
stabbed him
didn't
in the
take
back.
manacles either. If we had manacles, we could.
All right, you guys are trying to figure out how you're gonna like drag this guy behind the horses, and
And then
Seam
all of
just
a
walks
sudden-
up and ends him. Now there's one more dead bandit.
God damn it.
Load his stuff up and call it a day. This is
Long.
enough. Let's go. We have places to be.
Yep.
Yeah, we can at least get a half more day down the road. Leave these bodies
Don't worry.
behind.
All right, you begin traveling down the road again. And, well, I mean, road. You begin traveling towards the old manor once again. Still moving
Is there
at
a
this...
way we could continue at a slow pace? Because I don't have any more ways to heal us, guys. Let's go slowly.
Yeah, we're gonna slow down
Okay.
after that.
Okay.
We're like,
Can we
fucking-
finish? I'll say, can we finish out the day first and get the benefits since we already have the rolls, and then tomorrow
Yeah.
we can go slow.
Finish this day's
No.
track.
If we go slow right now, our next check will be with either advantage or not at disadvantage, and we're not going to have getting another encounter like super smacked on us.
Fine.
We've been
I
traveling
vote
already.
we keep up the pace.
You want to keep
Let's
up the pace?
finish the day
Trying to get
strong.
there.
Tomorrow we'll figure it out. Let's just finish today.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have any healing, but it's up to you guys. Sure.
We're okay.
Continue on at a medium pace, making your way through rolling fields and high grasses, the
With night
occasional
approaching, like it's a little.
the occasional trees. Oh, what's the mood like as you are getting through into the like mid afternoon? What is travel like for the four of you?
Keeping my eyes out.
I guess could I have dragged the bodies at least away and put them all in a stack somewhere, kind of out of the way,
Yeah.
so maybe they wouldn't find them at least
Sure.
or something. All right, and then the mood's probably for me. It's interesting. We got this loot, but we also had to murder these 6 guys, and I was hoping we would all run down and we could have like regathered ourselves and then like come back at them after tying up the horses or something. But I'll say sorry about throwing the rope at you there, Butcher.
Yeah, it's all right. I just couldn't quite manage all of that.
All right. And as you are traveling through, apologies made for throwing things at Butcher and sharp eyes being kept out. It is actually Butcher, once again, who is keeping the sharpest eye out during the mid-afternoon. And you see in the path ahead of you, the direction you want to go, there are 3 large holes in the ground. They're about 10 feet wide, and they appear to go kind of deep into the ground. As you look along them, they look almost like burrows, like as if a tunneling animal had used them to breach the ground at this point.
Spiders, stay away.
That's a big burrowing animal. I'm not sure I'm interested in anything to do with that. I'd say we should give this a fairly broad berth here.
So does he stop us or something? And we're how far away?
You notice them directly kind of in the path. You're going like northernly, trying to get to the old manor, following maybe your map or what you've seen. And in front of you, not like right next to each other in a row, but here's a big hole, and then a few feet further back, there's another big hole, and then off to your right a little bit, there's a big hole.
They're like 60 feet away, though, right?
Yeah, sure. 60 feet.
Yeah, let's go. Like, we'll give this a really wide berth. Maybe
we're
even go back.
not going up to them. That's not worth it.
We're gonna go back 100 feet and then go around this or something at a really wide berth.
We can check it on the way back, but we're not. No. Have to keep going.
I'll try to mark it on the map for a minute too. Be like somewhere along here after we travel.
I look at the map from the One-Eye Bandits. If they marked this little circle, this little area.
As far as you can tell, this is not a landmark that is appearing on the map, no.
All right.
I guess I don't have anything to really mark it with, so I'll just kind of...
I pull out my map, because I've got a full set of navigational tools, which have maps, charts, and pens and paper, and I'll mark it on my navigational tool.
I have a scroll case with notes. I guess I don't have a lot of other stuff, but...
Sounds good.
Yeah, let's mark a tiny, like, couple, just 2 dots or 3 dots or something.
Okay. You make notes of the holes
or whatever,
and you're just gonna give it a wide berth. You're gonna just move
like
around
over 100 feet away, like barely within sight.
Okay. All right. You do that. And you move around them and continue on through the rest of your day. You make good progress through the rest of the day, and it soon becomes evening time. Let's go through a day's worth of travel here, and then we'll go to night. So, we've reached the end of the day. If you want, you can roll any number of hit dice remaining in your pool to regain HP. And regain all short and... Oh, no, the rest, that'll be at the end of the night, I suppose. This is the end of the day of travel. All of you make foraging checks for me here. So, we have traveled entirely through the plains, and the DC for the plains is 15 for foraging. So I'd like you all to make survival wisdom checks at disadvantage for your medium pace for foraging.
Can I use my chef's tools here because I know how food works?
Yes, that seems like a very reasonable substitute.
I'm only 2 away.
Here we go.
All right, Seam, you
get water.
Successfully get water. Ruben, go ahead and give me that at disadvantage for the pace.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot that we had the pace at disadvantage.
That's okay.
I'll just roll it again and take the lower one.
All right.
Damn it,
Seam has found water for the party successfully and refilled all water skins and barrels. The horse that he rides has had a nice chance to graze, and has eaten its fill, no longer needs feed. But for the other three of you, I need you to mark 2 pounds of rations each, so 6 total pounds of rations are consumed, and feed for your horses.
Would it be fair to say that since the draft horses are a bit of a party resource, I'd be able to get them fed?
I did not think of them as a party resource. I think that's fair. That's very similar to water. Okay, yeah, you successfully rolled in the grasslands of all things. The horses have all grazed, but the party rations will still need to be
Can we
off.
even like maybe take up a part of the next day to let them graze more, so they can just
I
take
think
up
we're
more
going to
time?
grow tomorrow, so we can let the horses
We-
graze and not waste food.
We have bladed
Okay.
tools. Why don't we just collect some feed?
Yeah.
We are in the grasslands.
Yeah, which means in the
Just-
morning we'd have to do some work. You let them graze while we collect some grass. I think that sounds
Good
interesting.
tonight.
We go
Get 2
slow.
elves.
We go slow pace tomorrow, and it's fine. And we let them eat tomorrow.
Well, we
Okay.
could do an hour or two of work and then still take off. I'm
Yeah.
sure we're traveling 8
I think we
hours.
just make that
Yeah, we
part
have
of
plenty
the
of time.
We have
plenty
2
of-
elves. They need 2 hours less of sleep.
and we never know
We're
what we
just
can find
us
out here
two.
either. So
All right, so water skins
Fine.
are refilled. That has been taken care of. And now we will see if you get an encounter at night. While you're camping for the evening, what you guys are doing in the evening?
Ruben is keeping watch, and he's very annoyed at the course of the day's event. He's going to watch. He's very suspect because he now realizes he's with a party of people that are very easily infected with evil spirits. So he thinks that there's some evil spirits that to come and take over these murderers' minds and make them even worse.
See, I told you
or-
those bandits were no good.
I'm going to be making tea, but also keeping watch out. Make sure we tie the horses up good. And,
Ruben will go
You know.
find a spot that's high ground and just go sit on top of it and keep watch.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Okay.
imagine
would-
that's where everyone will be keeping watch when they're at watch, wherever this best spot is, because we wouldn't camp in this shitty area without a lookout spot nearby.
The elf. Do elves have the weird? I'm now looking up your house rules to see if elves still have the weird thing where they don't sleep. They just meditate.
Elves meditate, yes. But when they're doing their 4 hours of meditating, they're still
Yeah.
they're still kind of out of it. Yeah.
We'll do that during some other people's watches.
I will take. Yeah, I would like to request 2 of the onyx stones from Lake.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
man.
these-
Yeah.
I take them. They are these dark stones, and I go and I make a short prayer to the night, asking for guidance and understanding of her intentions.
You pray and stare into these stones, attempting to find the depths of the night once again. Her attention is upon you. Go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw.
While he does that, I'm just saying I am looking for any sort of physical coming of spirits or anything like that, and I'm using a hooded lantern to kind of covert with light look around.
Unfortunately, though you can feel the eyes of the night upon you as you meditate, you do not gain the connection that you were hoping for. The magic doesn't settle upon you the same, but you feel
Could I
seen
Give
as
him
you do
tea
this.
ceremony, and as a cleric, could I give him advantage on that roll?
No,
Like,
I
oh,
don't
he's-
think you could give
okay.
him advantage.
Yeah,
I mean,
all right, my
this is
bad.
kind of a different
He doesn't pay attention when I try to bring him the tea. Right?
well, it's kind of a different religion. Like, if he was trying to connect with your god or a spirit or a religion that you were familiar with, perhaps you would know the correct ceremonies or states of mind or whatever you needed to do to get him there, but this is something beyond what you've seen before. So,
Yeah,
unfortunately, assisting wouldn't work here.
of course. Yeah, no, I ensure that, like, as much as I can first sight, those onyx stones are, like, pressed up close to my eye so I can only see through them.
You definitely feel watched. You feel the eyes of the night upon you, but you do not get the connection that you desire.
Sweet.
I can tell there's divine energy going on at all, or do I just think he's not connected to anything?
I don't know.
Rangers are...
What do you think as you watch this happen? You've kind of heard him say what he.
Well, he had that trance the other day,
yeah.
so I would think that he's got some kind of shaman powers, just like some of the elders that. That's actually how Lake really learned Orcish for the most part, because there are a few old orcs that kind of end up getting out of the tribe till they get outcast, and they all kind of like try to group together. And there's only like 3 of them, and that's really where he learned Orcish, was from these old orc guys that were out there. And so he thinks that maybe he's kind of like they weren't all clerics or anything. So they're different kinds of Yeah, maybe he's like one of their
I think you think
guys.
the same thing. Yeah, I think that you're seeing kind of maybe a shamanistic like connection here. That's how you view it. So this ritual happens, and you are all keeping very sharp eyes out, and it is on Ruben's watch, where your elven eyes see into the dark quite well. And it is on your watch that you come to realize that above you are these dark black shapes. They kind of glide through the night sky, and you only really notice them because the stars wink out as they circle around you. And you come to realize that there are 4 large black shapes almost gliding in a circle around the party. They look something like this setup.
Uh-oh.
What do you do?
Ruben will, not like panicking or anything, so they don't attack, will slowly go over and kick our ranger awake, and then say, hey, think there's... I think we might want to get everybody up. We have some visitors coming, and they might want to eat our horses. And then he'll repeat that process for the other party members, trying to not like make it a big deal so that the creatures don't like attack. He's wanting to make sure everybody's awake before they attack, basically, and not covert and like huddle. Like not like, oh, I'm panicking. There's things attacking. It's like,
and are you trained either in like animal handling or stealth, or is there a skill that you can rely on to do this?
To use stealth, honestly. Like this is like so. I would like to use stealth with charisma. I think that's what would make sense here to me.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't even going to make you roll. I was really just asking if you were trained in a skill. I assume you're very proficient in stealth.
I am specialized in stealth, so I was like thinking this was him just using his skills to make them not notice he knows they're there.
You are quite comfortable moving silently and stealthily and making your voice heard to who you want but not others. And so you wake up the party and are able to point out the flying shapes around you, dark and black against the night sky, as they circle. And as you've done this, you have noticed that the circle has enclosed a little bit, and they are...
So am I awake? Are we all awake?
You are now awake and are getting pointed this out. The circle has closed some feet as they fly around you.
How hard is it to sleep in this new armor we have?
Sleeping in your armor generally is bad. I haven't mechanized it.
Okay, so it's not more comfortable
way.
than the other armor then.
Yeah. It's not like magical sleep in me armor.
All right, so I have my shield and my weapon then, I guess, would make sense.
All right, the party is awake. You watch these shapes. They have gotten closer around you as you've all woken up.
I want to make sure that all our horses are not getting picked off. that's like something that I'm doing as soon as
the horses are here. We'll put some horses on the map. The horses are tied to this stone here behind you, I'm sure. And we'll just have one big horse to make all of them. They are asleep and doing their thing.
Okay. Do I recognize these?
How would you tell me how you might recognize them?
Well, Seam has spent a bit of time in the tavern, and he would hear stories that get passed around of any, and he would think back to any creatures of that like or anything else he would have encountered in the wilderness himself. So between the two of those,
there's definitely been stories around the tavern of flying dark shapes in the sky that have attacked a party similarly to this. Absolutely.
And then once the party's awake, Ruben's just going to basically duck behind this rock and try and hide from these creatures and ready himself to just jump on one of them as soon as they gets within range. So I just want to ready an action to just like fucking leap out and just attack one if it gets within range.
You ready yourself to attack. I think you guys all have a round to kind of ready yourself as you see them all kind of... The circle is closing around you, and it does seem predatory at this moment. What are the choices that you all make? Ruben is hiding. Butcher, what do you do?
I'm moving over here to get between this one and the horses.
Okay.
And I'm readying attack if it comes at me.
Okay, excellent. And Lake, what do you do?
I am going to kind of stay. I drew one of my tents right here.
Sure.
You know, it's probably near-ish the horses. And I would imagine that right here is probably where I had a small fire just to make tea. And I am going to kind of step one step closer to the horses. I'm going to ready an attack. The first one that swoops at me.
All right.
Kind of shushing to the horses, going, "We got this, horsies. Don't worry. We got this." In a calm voice.
Seam, what do you do?
Can I put my armor on in a round, or am I going to need more time?
It is not...
A minute.
Yeah, you're going to take a minute, so it's 10 rounds of combat to don your armor.
In that case...
No, it's minimum 10 to 50 rounds. Like, there's no way you're gonna get armor on.
Okay,
that's what I was saying.
In that case, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and duck under this, like take a hiding action, as it were.
Okay.
Duck underneath that tree and take a hide action.
Okay, you duck under the tree and hide. Go ahead and give me a dexterity stealth check for hiding. 18. You are quite hidden. And then, since you have all readied actions, I'm going to just let them take their swooping down to trigger your actions, because you're just waiting for them, and then we'll roll initiative. So the birds circle around for a moment, and then, as if on cue, they dive together, and they will dive... This guy would have gone after Seam, but Seam is well hidden, so he dives at Lake together with this one. Lake, you've readied an attack action. Or no, this is Butcher. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Butcher, you have readied an attack action. Go ahead and let it go.
All right. Guess whichever one comes in first. 16?
I'm sorry, a 16. Yes, that will hit. Go ahead and roll me some damage for 10 slashing damage. You strike the creature, slashing a large gash down it. Its black feathers spray with red blood, but it just screeches at you both in pain and anger, and then will attempt to multi-attack you, and it has a friend, so, oops, wrong thing. It has a friend, so it gets advantage.
Oh, God.
Yes. But the 11 is unable to strike
No,
you.
that's a hit. I don't have armor.
Oh, you don't have
You're
armor.
a steal, right? Oh, no, God, you're a two-hander.
Nope.
Oh.
You take 6 piercing damage from the
Are
bite.
they really acting at the same time?
You have no dex.
Can I argue? Can I argue that one of them won't have advantage here?
Sure. That one will be the advantage one since we already rolled it.
Okay.
And then the other one will have attacks separately. That's fine. And that one crits you.
Oh no.
And you take 11 more piercing damage.
Oh my
Yeah, I'm
God.
down.
All right.
That's not good.
You
I'm very
are
confident.
down. This one is going to fly in the direction of Lake and Ruben. Ruben, you were ready to jump on one.
Yes.
Let it rip.
So I just want to stab it, and then, if possible, I wanted to keep it from like flying away. But I don't think that's something you can do with just an attack.
Did you hide?
No, I did not.
You did not
I
hide,
said
okay.
like, I'm taking cover, but I
Right.
didn't actually
Perfect.
take the hide act.
The 15 will hit it. For 7 damage, it bleeds. And I guess it sees you then as you stab it, and it will make its attack at you.
That's fine. Come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro. I like the confidence. This thing tears at you with its beak for a 10. I don't think that will hit you because you were on
I still
watch.
had armor on. I was on watch.
Yep. Excellent. And the final one does make its way to a lake, screeching in, using its movement, and it will attack you.
Like, you're ready to attack.
Yeah,
Oh yes, Lake had already an attack as well. Make your
It's just
roll.
one that came at me too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Oh, the
Yep.
8 doesn't hit, and this one will rake at you with its beak.
Yep.
With a 19 for 6
Definitely a
piercing damage. And with that, the round of combat has kicked off. Let us roll into initiative order for going forward.
Can you clear the order just so it can be like a fresh order?
I can indeed clear the order. There we go. Boom.
This is not good.
The good news is I'm bleeding slowly.
That is good news.
Oh shit, my bad. Initiative.
I have
to
Seam,
click my
Butcher,
token.
Ruben. I need Lake.
I was about to click it, but I didn't click my token. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Hey, look at
Wow,
you.
double 23s.
All right,
Shit.
Lake and Seam, you are the first two to go. I take your turns. We'll start with Lake since he's on top of here.
Sleeping? How much sleep did I get?
You have not rested yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would have to pray anyway to get my spells. Administering a potion to someone who's down, is that even possible?
I think it's fine. I know that people like to scream and cry about the physics of it. I think it's fine.
I just rule it. You're literally pouring it on the wounds. It's like it doesn't have to be administered.
It's
orally.
magic, right? It acts differently than real world
My
stuff.
bad. I didn't realize I was moving his token. I didn't know I had to. I was trying to move myself over there. My bad. So I will move as best I can. I guess I can squeeze through the horse's face.
Okay, so you're going to take an attack of opportunity from the creature that you move away from. And
that
it
is
will roll an
true.
18 to hit you. So as you turn to run and give this potion, you take 5 points of damage as it just tears a bit of flesh away from you as you go away. But you manage to get away, a pound of flesh paid, and can administer a potion.
Thank God you're level 2.
Yeah, you get a 2d4 plus 2. And I'll probably get that drinking one too.
Oh, you can only do one a turn, right? It's an action.
I'm feeding you one, so yes, I'm feeding or whoever.
Yeah, Butcher one.
Butcher. Yeah,
At least
I'll be
Butcher
doing the other one.
action this turn, or just
I won't
tank.
be doing myself yet. You're right. I was just saying that out loud. Out of turn. So it's someone else's turn now.
All right,
damn, that's a
10
good
HP for Butcher. Butcher, you feel life just come back into you as you are ready to jump back in. Seam, you see Lake run over and heroically pour some potion into the mouth of Butcher. What do you do?
Yep. Which
Holding
one
his
did
head.
Butcher? Which one did Butcher hit?
Butcher hit one of the two in front of him. We'll call it this one on the far left.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to, since I'm still hidden,
Mm-hmm.
move over here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take my shot at the injured vulture.
All right. Go ahead and roll with advantage, as it is unaware of you.
What's up?
Go ahead and roll at advantage, as it is unaware of your presence.
Understood.
22 hits.
Okay.
For 7. Oh, lucky for you, this one is the runt of the bunch, and it dies. Blah.
Damn.
You skewer it out of the air with your longbow, and it just falls at Butcher's feet, dead. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good turn, Ruben. You
attack
are.
on the one I wounded.
That is the one you wounded. Yes.
So, and since my ranger buddy, who just came out of stealth, is next to it, I do get sneak attack, which is very nice.
Sure. Yeah, we'll call him next to it. That's a crit.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Roll sneak attack damage.
That's
Only a
10.
1 on the second die. Oh, well.
Sneak attack.
Damn luck.
19
Yeah.
damage.
Wow, 19 damage. You already did 7. This one dies. You just run it right through with your rapier. All the way. It's like a shish kebab, and then you just pull back and it falls to the ground at your feet.
I think I just scream, "Begone, foul spirits of the night! No possessing my friends!" And then I want to stab the.
All right.
I'll just use my offhand.
The
13 hit?
13 does hit this creature, yes.
4 damage.
4 damage. All right. Excellent. Now it is the creature's turns. This one is not that injured. It is fine. It is going to take a bite at you, Ruben. It feels as if it still has a meal that it can get. With a 9, it's not a very good fighter. This one here has its prey jump back up into like full life and is very confused by this. And it's going to try to make it stop moving again. And fail.
I should probably have advantage because I'm probably prone.
Yeah.
You have fallen prone. This is true. It will try again.
Isn't that disadvantage when he's prone?
No, it's a
range.
melee
I don't
attack.
know, anyway.
It
Oh, yeah,
still
it does.
misses. It's very bad at eating you. It's so confused by you popping back up to life that it's just pecking mindlessly at the ground. There must be some kind of spirit nearby. Butcher, you see this creature ineffectually trying to re-kill you. Life is back in your bones. What do you do?
Yeah, I just see this huge bird, just like its beak go like inches from my neck, and I'm like, oh, shit. And I stand up, and I'm gonna try to give a good heave with my great axe.
Absolutely. And you hit it.
Right.
For 13 more damage. Excellent. This one was uninjured. It is half health and it is not liking it. Excellent. Well done, Butcher. Lake, you have healed up your friend and have taken quite a bit of damage for your efforts. What do you do?
I'm gonna walk back over to that thing. Actually, no, I'm gonna take the. I don't have actually another potion. We only had 2. I gave 1 to him, so I'm gonna have to wait to use the salve. I'm just gonna take the dodge action and just step into. I'll just stay where I am and take the dodge action, I guess.
All right.
Watch out, ready. I guess not ready anything, but just be ready to attack something if it gets close to me on my next turn. Watch out.
Well, you can, if you take the dodge action, you can't ready an action. So it's
Yeah, I my bad. I just meant to say I'm.
okay.
I'm
You're
watching
just
that.
you're dodging, but you're ready. Okay, cool. Seam, you've popped out of hiding and murdered one of the birds. What do you do next?
I will attempt to help murder this other one on Butcher.
Okay. Please give me a roll to hit. That will do it.
19.
For
12.
12 more. And it is living on exactly 1. I was not lying when it was at half health.
No.
Oh,
Damn
no.
you, bird constitution.
Yes. Ruben.
I give it a mirror from glare.
I continue to slash at this and just am screaming about fucking dark spirits that come in the night to eat children.
All right.
And I'm screaming about like elf horror stories. And do 9, and then offhand. Oh, that is not correct.
15 total
damage. It actually takes 10 damage.
10 damage.
Yeah,
Does
10
it take
damage
15?
total, and then the 4
Does
damage.
it take 9 from the
damage.
rapier and then
1 from the offhand, which I only roll a d6 for.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I clicked on the damage without thinking about it because it automatically. Yeah.
Okay. It does not die, unfortunately, but it is quite wounded, and it is now their turn. And both of these creatures have lost companions and are quite wounded. Their prey does not seem so easy anymore. They both take the disengage action and will fly 60 feet away. Okay, that is their turn. Butcher, you have faced reprieve from the creature. What do you do?
All right, I'm going to drop my axe, walk around this rock here, pull out my new light crossbow, load it up, and take a shot.
Okay, let me double check light crossbow range. I think you might be at the edge of it. Nope, you're fine. Go ahead and roll to hit. An 8, unfortunately, will not do it, though. Your crossbow bolt sails into the night.
I'll move up behind this rock and end my turn.
Excellent, excellent. Lake, you have been dodgy, and now you see the birds rushing away through the night sky. What do you do?
Can we... did I pick up my javelin that I threw and we went through all the equipment? I would think I did, but I didn't say it specifically.
I don't remember when you threw it.
Did.
I think you actually said that you did.
Did he? Okay, then then you have it.
I usually say a lot, so my bad.
It's okay.
So I keep track of it.
We've had a lot of combats in this one.
Yeah. So I'm just going to take a 5-foot step over here, even though that's a 3-5 thing. My bad. I'm just kind of getting out of the way of the horses, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna throw my javelin. I think that's. Is it within?
Yes, you'll be fine.
It's like 15, right? /120. It's not like it's 60 or anything, right?
Yeah. We
also
established.
have, like, crossbows.
We established that the 50 feet was within javelin range the last time you used it.
Yeah, you can also just move 10 more feet and just before you check it.
Yeah.
Is that because it's 30 slash?
It's fine.
Yeah,
if you just
it's
move
30,
towards
120
range and then check it.
So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's close enough now.
It's 3120, so you can get within 30 feet for regular, or you can just throw with a disadvantage.
I'll get within 30 feet just because
Perfect.
otherwise.
Seems good.
Me and my
It
rolls.
was
It still
meaningless the
sails
whole
wildly.
time.
It still sails wildly. I lost that javelin. Even with dark vision, I can't fucking find it.
that one's lost in the grass somewhere.
I
All
somehow
right.
chucked it like 120 feet the wrong fucking direction. It's all that damage. Oh, my arms.
Oh no. Seam, your teammates have ineffectually fired ranged weapons at these creatures. Are you going to show them how it's done?
Range isn't for everybody, okay? And that one that I hit, I feel like I marked that creature. I think almost like a hunter would almost. So I think I'm going to take that one out. That's the move.
Okay, I like it.
Getting ready. Nice.
23 hits. The one you hit
11.
before
It's
is overkilled by 10. It explodes in a cloud of feathers as it tries to fly away. and dies. Excellent. Ruben, there's one left. It's flying away from you after you've stabbed it so many times. What will you
Ruben,
do?
using his elf ninja speed, will run 35 feet Naruto running and just jump on its back because he is faster than your average person. And
How low are they to the ground?
They were within melee striking distance. I didn't say they raised up very high. I think that in order to jump on its back, I'm gonna say you can do it, but it's just gonna cost you a DC 13 acrobatics dexterity check.
That sounds pretty
Okay.
fair.
All right. Yes, you nail it. You jump on this thing's
I
back.
rolled like a 4. Yep, I barely hit it. All right, I jump on it and then I just stab it, and I'm just like, fuck
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
It's dead. Yes.
you. 17.
Ruben ninja runs, jumps on its back, lands like rapier down. He skewers it and lands with the tip of his rapier like slicing into the earth for good measure, just impaling the creature on it.
And he just turns around and says, "This is why we don't fuck with dark spirits." And he yells that at the party. And then he goes and he starts. I assume they're going to start melting in the moonlight. He starts waiting for them to melt.
You wait for them to melt, and they do not.
Yeah. Cool.
Huh.
I would like to start collecting feathers.
Absolutely. You can
I
collect
want
as
to
many
rest
feathers
in a
as your
park.
heart desires. These are large birds with black feathers, and there's many of them.
Yeah, let's collect a bunch of them. It's a good idea. We'll pack up.
Ruben, realizing these are giant turkeys, will make a Thanksgiving dinner with chef's tool.
All right, you
some rations out of
butcher
it,
them, and it looks like you made a roll here. No, that's second win from butcher. Okay, I'm going to have you make a cooking check on these, and we'll see how many rations you can make out of them.
And so I don't know what this would be. What stat it would be with my chef's tools? Because I think it's like for butchering and for like finely cutting them, it would be dex. Then it's like you could also use int for the right seasoning. I don't know. I guess I would like you to pick the stat.
You'd like me to pick the stat? I think that the like real challenge behind butchering these birds is not so much doing it dexterously, making them nice, and cutting off the meat from the bones. I think they're birds. You're proficient enough to do that. I think the real issue here is making sure that you have the right meat. You don't have any like weird bird feathers or weird intestines in there or something. I think this might be more of an intelligence cooking proficiency.
All right. There we go.
Okay.
It's not great.
So you don't succeed in getting as many pounds of rations out of them as you would like, but you do still end up getting 8 pounds of rations total from the birds.
That's like a full day's meal. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll just go back to being on watch.
All right. The rest of the night, does anyone else have anything to do before the night ends?
Can we short rest and spend a hit die and use some of the salve? Who all needs to be healed up?
No, we're at the end of the night. You're just gonna end up having a night's rest rather than a short rest.
Well, I was more interested in spending the hit die before I woke up in another fight.
Yeah. Just as a like mechanical thing, there's only one nighttime encounter unless you're adventuring. But for overland travel, you're just gonna get the one.
Right.
You want to spend the salve, is what I heard, though.
I think I'm not the only one who's injured. I don't know how down.
I'm fine at this point.
I think literally Lake's the only one injured.
I'm going to use my
I'll use-
hit die and I'll be at full automatically.
I'll use
from
one use of salve on myself.
Okay. You use the salve from the apothecary on yourself, the honey blossom.
Because we have 8 uses of it.
This will double your hit die that you spend on your next rest, which will be this long rest. So, the rest of the night passes uneventfully, and you wake up the next morning having spent a long rest. You may now all spend any hit die remaining in your pool, any hit die remaining. Lake, for the salve, when you roll one hit die, roll it a second time.
And take 1 off. Okay.
I wasted that 10.
That was a good 10. Yeah, absolutely.
I need 1 HP, and I got a 10. Nice.
At the end of the rest, after having spent the hit die, you may recover up to 1/2 of your total pool, rounded up, of hit die to spend in the next days of adventure. And you regain all class features and powers that are tied to a long rest per the PHB.
All right.
I do my morning prayers and whatever, however long it takes, and meditating in like a kneeled position, just in the grass somewhere. Make a circle out of whatever I can that's in the area. Some dirt on top of grass. Maybe I have to dig a little hole 10 feet away, and then kind of finish my prayer. And
okay, excellent. So, Navigator, we are at a new day. I need a route and a pace for you for the day.
Once again, it looks like we should be heading just due north, and we should be hitting the old manor hopefully in the next day or two. So I'm going to do that. And do we need to do a slow pace, or can we do a normal pace party?
we need to do a slow pace, I think. But
Yeah, slow pace.
How are we
is
on
fine.
food?
The horses.
unless we... Oh, go ahead.
Are the horses gonna die of starvation, or is it okay if they just go a day without food and then we give them a day once we're at the manor?
Well,
Like-
I don't think we need to go a day without food unless we're on the run. By the way,
We fed them last night.
how long are we going tonight, Greg?
good
My cutoff is at midnight my time, so that's another like 2.5 hours. Unless one of you needs to go sooner than that.
I would like to try and make it back, but I think we should just
Yeah.
try and make it to the manor today. I think the medium's fine if that won't get us to the manor, and then we head back.
Well,
So
then we have a
can.
disadvantage on our survival checks. Could we spend some time and gather some grass here before we get farther away, and then still
If
make
you
a
would
normal
like to
pace?
spend so there are essentially 4 parts of the day that I roll encounters for. If you would like to spend one of those parts not traveling and just like grazing your animals, that would be fine.
We spend the morning letting the animals graze, then we head out and we go normal pace to try and get to the manor today.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay. So I'm gonna do 2 things. One, Navigator, you are gonna roll Survival Wisdom, or your Navigation check, whatever we've agreed upon for it, with a DC of 10 for navigating through the Howling Fields. And you, as a normal roll, your pace and your Outlander will negate itself. And then for the rest of you, we're going to get an extra foraging roll as you are sitting here for a day's worth of travel. Yes.
Greg, quick question for you. I thought was normal pace. Was that at disadvantage for the navigation? I thought normal.
Oh, no,
pace
you're
was
right.
normal.
I said a normal and it should be advantage. You're right.
Okay. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Nope, you're 100% correct. You got it.
24. Oof.
The rest of you are spending
is that-
one bit of the day letting the horses graze. While you do that, I will allow you all to make a foraging roll as well.
Is this foraging roll at normal or at disadvantage? Because we're going at medium pace.
At normal, because you're not actually moving. Like, you're just sitting here foraging. So
God damn it.
Lake gets
Lake.
1 pass. Butcher does not. Looks like Ruben does not either.
I tried to use my chef's tools to wait, that wouldn't even make sense. Never. Whatever.
You tried to make grass soup or something.
Yeah, I tried to make grass soup for the horses, and the horses are like, "What the fuck is this?" and ignore it.
Yep.
Seam, would you like to make a foraging check?
In place of foraging for food,
Mhm.
I would like to spend the time using the onyx that I have, as well as these feathers, to start making a fan.
Oh, a fan. Okay.
Yes. A gift
you-
for the Lady of the Night.
You make good progress on the fan rather than foraging. You begin having a good number of feathers kind of ready to make something. Excellent. And then we will continue on. So, let me roll for encounters for the next bit of the day. As you're traveling, what is it like here after your kind of intense nighttime encounter and your
I'm
wild
just curious,
day?
how much did that forage check get me, since I'm the only one that succeeded?
It will take the place of your end of day forage.
Okay.
Right, you've successfully foraged. You filled all the water skins for the day for the party, and you don't have to worry about foraging. The other party members will try again to forage at the end of the day using normal pace rules. All right. Tell me though, how's the rest of you? Or how are you all traveling through here? What's it like? How are you taking this day as you begin your?
I think Ruben is like in better spirits now that he thinks he killed some like things that were stalking us, like creatures of the dark. He's happier. He's in, like cheerful and telling jokes and hanging out.
Nice.
I've heard of vultures, but those things were larger and more vicious even than those.
Night turkeys, the most dangerous of all birds.
The Lady of the Night seems to be testing us. Maybe next time we will be rewarded for it.
All
The
right.
Lady of the Night. I mean, I think that Lake is very, just reserved, trying to be quiet and just pay more attention, with the nighttime encounter, getting attacked, not having armor, having to spend a potion and not having healing spells. It kind of feels like he got, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I don't have to use them all, Oh, well.
Well, you travel through the morning, or you spend the morning foraging. You travel through to the early afternoon, and you do so unmolestedly. And soon into the early afternoon, the party spies an old manor standing out of place and rising up out of the plains some miles away. As you get closer, you see that it was kind of once well tended with grounds that sprawl out from the manor, encircled by what is now a crumbling stone wall that you think stands approximately 6 feet high, although in some places it crumbles lower, and the stonework has not held up to the edges of time. It ends in a now broken arch at the mouth of a cobbled trail that leads up to the manor proper. The manor itself, some probably 50 feet away from the edge of the wall surrounding its grounds, excuse me, must have stood like 2 or more stories at one point, with outer walls of stone. But you can see that the floors above the first have long since collapsed, both outwardly in heaps of rubble that now surround the base of the manor, and inwardly sagging into the remains of the second floor.
Interesting.
So the second floor is mostly destroyed and decayed.
Pretty much, yeah. It's essentially a single floor building.
Probably very
at this
risky to
point.
explore it too.
You're at a
Sounds like
distance
you
still,
need it.
but even from this distance, you tend to think that there won't be much second floor to explore.
How far away are we exactly?
You see it rising out of the plains some hundreds of feet away from you, but it's the only kind of landmark in the area, and it's big, so you tend to see it a while away.
Can we get closer without exposing ourselves from behind? I mean, the grass isn't very tall. Are there trees?
You see inside the grounds, there are twisted trees and some kind of plant life that has grown wild and crazy in there. It definitely seems to be of a different nature of plant life than what you see in the plains. But you're still far enough away that basically you're not going to be unseen going to this if there was somebody keeping an active watch. But it gives you the feeling of an abandonedness, of a wildness lost to time.
I think we were of the opinion that it looked decrepit from the outside, but somehow the inside was being maintained.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
So we
A
approach.
good place to tie up the horses? Do you want to scout that, Ruben, or should we just follow behind you like 60 feet?
If you're all willing to wait with the horses for a moment.
Sure, we can wait right here. We don't want to be too far away, though. Only once we're within 100 feet or something. of the.
Yeah.
I can move ahead. I can move ahead with him, and we can signal as needed.
Okay, you guys are both stealthy. That works great. I will be mounted, and I'll have all the horses tied like in a chain before we do all this too, or before
Okay.
shielded out.
So, Ruben and Seam are sneaking forward to approach the manor, while Butcher and Lake stay with the horses some few hundred feet away.
Ruben is definitely going to keep like a 15 or 20-foot distance just in case his buddy screws up. But sure, together-ish.
Okay.
You guys could always be 30 feet
separately
apart.
go to scout.
Yes.
I appreciate the confidence, my good sir.
Yeah.
As you're like fanning yourself. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. We'll both head up carefully
Pretty cool.
and try and investigate.
All right. You head up and pass all the way up to the edge of this crumbling stone wall. You see that the grounds inside are very full with plants that don't seem native to this area. There are ferns and strange kind of vines that grow wildly along the ground, some bearing fruit, some with strange flowers on them. Trees of various types stand kind of wild, and while they may have
Can I
once...
make a nature check to see if, like, maybe if I think this was a garden that overflowed, or somehow is there something more to this?
It's the grounds of a manor. It sounds very likely that it was a garden, yeah.
Okay.
Can I see if I recognize any of these?
You could. Why don't you roll me a nature check with intelligence, I would believe, to recall information. Sounds about right.
Yeah. 13?
Other than just some...
I said I was going to try too. Is it okay if I make a roll?
You're, like, very far away, right?
Yeah.
You didn't
Okay,
come
no.
approach it. Like, there's plants there, man. You've...
Is there anything that I see that's like innately dangerous?
You look to try to find innately dangerous plants. And other than some, you recognize some more like southern, like from homeland kind of plants. Okay. Some are berry bushes and some trees that you know should bear fruit at a different time of year, that are wild and unkempt. But you aren't aware of what some of these more exotic plants are. They could be dangerous. You don't immediately recognize them. Yes.
While he does this, I think Ruben's going to look for like high point or somewhere he can climb to get a better view down into like the center. You said that. So the way I'm imagining it is that the walls are still kind of intact, even up to the second story, and then it kind of caves in the middle. So he wants to look for a stable spot where he can climb up and kind of look in from the top, for like dangers and stuff.
So you can climb the 6 feet of like crumbling stone wall that encircles the grounds of the manor. There isn't really a hill that you could climb up to like peer down into the manor. I suppose you could go inside the grounds and try to climb a tree. I don't know. Is there a tree that's as tall as the manor?
I was saying I wanted to try and like slowly go inside and work my way to the actual walls of the manor itself. I should have been. I guess I was jumping ahead a little bit.
Okay. You cross the threshold of the broken archway of the stones. As you do so, the area rings out in a very clear chime that is heard even back to where Lake and Butcher are standing. And you realize after you've done this that there are small runes etched into the walls of the archway, and as you passed between them, they rang out in this charm. You stand for a moment before taking a like hesitant step forward when the two of you hear the barking of a dog, but it's not just one. You hear like 3 voices, and bursting out from some foliage back some 50 feet in the manor grounds, you see a large dog with 3 heads come bursting towards your direction at the sound of the chime, and it seems angry and headed towards you.
Ruben is going to ditch and find something to climb so he doesn't get bitten.
All right, you attempt to climb a tree quickly. You do so. You climb up the nearest tree that you can find, get off the ground. I assume that you are plenty capable of doing that. And the...
I don't...
Yep.
The moment the chime happened, do I hear the dog barking too?
Yeah, it's quieter than the charm, but sure enough, you can.
Oh, shit.
We have lost somebody.
Manticore
I
is
want to tie up the horses as soon as I think something is going wrong, because we're going to go in on melee. So I want to tie up my horse and all the ones that are with it, in the long line. I'll tie them up right here, and then I'm going to get my weapon and my shield. I'm slowly going to be making my way up there.
All right.
I want to bring Butcher with me too, if that's okay.
I mean, I think Butcher is probably going ahead of you because he doesn't have all those other things to deal with.
All right.
Actually, I'll tie up all the horses except for mine then and ride mine up there if he's going to go ahead. He's on his horse too at this point, I bet. So.
Yep.
All right. Butcher, you go on ahead, and Lake, you begin following, trying to find or trying to get to your party in case of danger. Ruben, you quickly climb a tree as best you can, and sure enough, this large 3-headed dog comes bursting up next to the tree, like trying to scramble up it, but it doesn't. It can't climb trees, and you are up in its brow. You are up in the boughs of this tree, just cornered by this 3-headed dog. Seem, you have watched all this happen from the other side of the old manor's wall. What do you do?
No, I shake my head. This guy is so worried about me even being there that he insists we sneaked forward in a separate group. Now he did this.
It saved
come
you,
on.
though. It saved you.
It's fine. I think I'm gonna.
I'm highly competent. I saved myself, and I didn't have to save you. That's why. Perfect planning.
So I want to take a look at this dog real quick. Does it look like it has a collar on it?
The 3 heads do not have... Wait, actually, do they have a collar? Hold on, let me check my notes. Sorry. The guard dog does not have a collar. No, the 3-headed guard dog has no collar.
Okay, so what I would like to do is, from the archway, take a shot and then quickly duck behind the archway. So when it turns around to face whatever bit it, quote unquote, it's not going to see me.
Okay. You take a shot. First of all, roll to hit with advantage, as it is entirely and utterly focused on Ruben, and to the extent that it doesn't see or perceive anything else in its surroundings.
Okay.
With a 12, you might actually not hit it. Hold on.
Yeah, it's kind of bad.
Monsters. And we are using this stat block for... Yes, you do hit it. Nice. Well done.
Oh. Exactly enough, huh?
Yep, exactly enough. Go ahead and roll damage. You roll 5 damage. You shoot this thing in the butt. It howls from all 3 of its heads, and then you try to duck behind the thing. I want you to beat its perception with your stealth dexterity. So it has set the DC at 11. Please roll stealth dexterity, and if you roll higher than 11, you've ducked back behind it.
No!
It peers back behind itself and catches sight of you ducking behind the wall. As this plays out, Lake and Butcher first, then Lake, you come to the edge of this stone archway, and you see Ruben stuck in a tree as the dogs are and Seam hiding behind the archway as one of the heads has like seen him. I wonder if we need initiative or not here. Let's do just a quick initiative so that we know what everyone is up to. That is initiative 12. Lake is at 17. Seam is at 6. Butcher is at 8.
Sorry, I'm having some lag. Un momento.
It's okay.
My Wi-Fi went down for like 3 seconds and it fucked everything up.
Oh no, that's the worst. I hate when Wi-Fi goes down.
Yeah. It literally fully like went off and I was terrified, like, oh shit, it's gone for the night. So I just turned back on.
Oh no.
I was about to like get on my phone and be like, I'm just gonna do it via mobile and like, but no.
Glad it came back.
Yeah.
I got lucky. All right. Very slowly loading. I would trust any of you to roll for me if you want. Just it's a d20 plus 5 while it slowly loads.
Sure. Why don't we have somebody roll a d20 plus 5?
Got it.
Copy.
Whoa!
Easy.
Ruben at a 25. All right, Ruben, you are stuck up the tree. The dog has been shot in the butt by Seam, and one of its heads is peering at him behind the archway, while the other two bark at you as its paws scrabble up at the tree. What do you do up here?
I'm going to basically find like a perch, and I'll just ready an action for if the dog gets distracted by the ranger, I will go behind it and stab it twice. I'll attack it if it gets fully distracted and goes after somebody else. Okay. I don't want to fight it solo. I want to fight it when I can get sneak attack.
Alrighty. You prepare to jump out of the tree at a moment's notice, but stay stuck up there. Lake, you've arrived at the scene now after Butcher. You see this 3-headed dog have one of your friends stuck up a tree. What do you do?
It's pretty. I mean, I thought it was on the other side of a wall.
It is.
Crumbled enough.
There's a wall
like
and
a
an archway, and your friend has gone
wall
through the archway. Here, is this easier? Like, this isn't where you are yet.
I thought the wall was taller and it would be harder to see over it. I'm not sure how tall the
there's
wall is.
There's an opening to the archway. So, like, if you'll imagine, there's this grounds inside, right, in here. And like this cobbled road leads to an arch right at the edge of this wall that would have been the entrance to the grounds. Your friend has like gone through that entrance and climbed a tree, and you're like 50 feet or something away from the manor, right? But you can see into these like grounds and then the through the arch, and this dog is now there.
He's close enough to straight through the arch that we can see what's going on. I think that's basically what's going on here.
Yeah.
I am going to. I have a whole turn, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, how do you react to the situation?
I don't really have a. I don't know why, but it's hard for me to add spells to this because I'm kind of not the best at Roll20. I wanted to cast Animal Friendship. It's one of my domain spells. Mm-hmm. Even though I don't know if this thing is going to work on it, I'm going to try it anyway.
Okay. You cast Animal Friendship Let me just take a look at it. So,
Might have to
animal
get close.
friendship.
I don't know how close that is.
The spell lets you convince a beast you mean it no harm. Choose a beast you can see within range. It must see and hear you. If the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, the spell fails. Otherwise, the beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the spell's duration. This thing...
Might be a monstrosity or a magical beast, so... Oh well. It's worth a try.
You
Part of
cast the
what he is.
spell, and you get the feeling that this creature is either immune or resists your spell, as the magic casts, but it does not take hold in the creature.
That's a bummer. We're probably gonna have to kill it.
Yeah.
No one's taken damage yet, so I'll just kind of wait for my next turn.
Okay.
I think that's my whole turn right there, really. It's casting a whole spell. So.
Okay, awesome. That means the dog is next. The dog has a split attention. The one head that is staring at Seam gets control of the body, it seems like, and it turns to like go to the edge of the archway. Ruben, you see the dog turn its body away from you, but one of the 3 heads like swivels and is like still kind of watching up at the branch as it walks away from you. Do you jump down and try to attack it?
So the prompt was it had to be, I want my sneak attack, so it just has to be adjacent to somebody else. So I'm waiting until it's adjacent so I get the sneak attack, then I'll do it.
It rushes up to like the edge of the archway, but it doesn't pass the threshold of the archway, and it barks and growls and spits, but it doesn't pass through the archway where any of you are.
Then I won't jump down until like I won't take it, and I'm just gonna
Okay.
be like, we could just shoot it to death. It's fine. Just keep shooting.
That is all it does. It goes up to the very edge of that archway, but it will not pass through it. And it makes a terrible scene. Butcher, you see this dog now at the edge of the archway, barking and slavering and growling at you and your friends. What do you do?
I don't know. I think at this point we've already shot it. I think Butcher thinks, well, maybe if we hadn't shot it, maybe there was some chance to just calm it down. But at this point, probably just pull out a light crossbow, take a shot at it.
All right. You shoot it with the light crossbow. And you hit it. For 6 points of damage. All right. Excellent. That brings us to Seam. You've seen this thing sit and bark at the edge of the archway after you shot it. What do you do?
I'm going to take out 3 pounds of food, and I'm going to throw it at the dog.
All right. You throw food at the dog. And you wait. Excellent. That brings us to Ruben. You're up in the tree. Are you still waiting to backstab this thing?
I'll just wait until I get my sneak attack. I'm not gonna go in and die horribly from 3 attacks. I'm good.
Okay. Lake, what do you do?
I am, I think, well within range of Guiding Bolt. I'm not going to be able to use my spells for healing this combat, but that's not all I do. So, 120 feet. Flash of light streaks toward the 3-headed beast.
Excellent. Go ahead and make a ranged spell attack for me.
Ranged spell attack.
Yeah.
It's on my thing, my bad. I'm on the wrong sheet for that. Boom. So it streaks towards him. And I have to quick submit. Shit, it's a 13,
twice.
not a 23.
The 13 still hits. Yeah.
And when that little thing pops up, it kind of messes with me. I didn't mean to do it twice.
That's fair.
Thing pop-ups. And First roll.
16
radiant
points
damage.
of damage. Excellent. You strike it, and the creature glows with your kind of divine light as it takes damage and continues to bark and howl and slaver at you all. Butcher, what are you doing?
Didn't I just have my turn very recently?
You did. But it is your turn. Once again. Just come back around.
You have an advantage on your
That's-
attack as well.
That can't be right. I had my turn just a moment ago.
Ruben went, Lake went, the dog continues to
Oh,
bark
okay.
at Butcher.
I guess.
And now it's
We
you.
all just passed. Most of us are just passing our turns. So
Yeah,
it
he
doesn't
threw
Oh
matter.
some
yeah, the
food
ranger
at it.
threw some food. Yeah, that's right.
Here's the question. Are you
Not all
intent...
combat takes forever, so it's kind of a disillusion.
Are you
sometimes.
intent on just standing outside of the wall and shooting this thing with projectiles?
I mean,
Until it dies.
if it's not going for that food at all, I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
probably.
It ignores the food on its turn, yeah. All right.
I try
If-
one more thing.
You can try one more thing, sure.
I want to get in front of it and shout heal. I'd like to, if I can, make an animal handling check.
It's a little late at this point.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Well-
The fact that it's not passing means that it's possible.
You shoot you shout heal and you try to animal handling check this creature. I think this is going to be a very difficult check for you. We'll call it DC 20. Like this is not an easy thing to cow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
go ahead and make an animal handling. I don't know, what attribute? Charisma? I think this is charisma, right? You are trying to shout this thing into submission. Go ahead and give me a charisma animal handling check.
Dang, are you sure it's not how to handle animals being wisdom here? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure that you're not using your
Okay.
wisdom in this situation. Like you're
Yeah,
using
that's
your
fair.
presence as a person. Yeah.
That's fair.
No. You shout heal, but it doesn't seem to take effect. This dog just continues.
Well,
All right. If the rest of you are determined to stay in a tree where it can't reach you and stand outside of the confines of the manor grounds, you can just shoot projectiles at it until it dies.
Okay.
with
I
that?
guess sadly we'll end up doing that.
Okay.
I'll use one of the crossbows to replace, maybe it'll become my new weapon that I use.
You stand for a minute just shooting this thing down, all of you, and it dies eventually. The
My gut
three-headed...
drops out. As we're just butchering it, my gut kind of falls out, my stomach a little bit.
Mhm.
Grizzly, out of all of our encounters, this one seems like, even though it's three-headed, how big is it? Is it medium or is it large?
It is a large dog, but it is not like a large creature, right? It's just
Medium
a...
size is big for a dog.
It's
though.
like a husky. It's like a big-ass dog, yeah.
I mean, worse killing a dog than killing people, sure.
So, I mean, if it takes us a full minute, this thing must have taken quite a few crossbow
It
bolts.
took a lot of hits, yes. It took a good number of hits before it went down. I don't know if it was a full minute. I don't want to roll all the damage, but
Yeah, that's fair.
intentionally it took time. It took many strikes from each of you to kill it.
yeah.
But dead it is.
Everyone's okay? I ask everyone.
I think so.
Yeah.
Wow.
That thing was unnatural.
I guess we made a bunch of noise. I'm gonna go back and check on the horses and bring them. We'll stash them by the trees and stuff, as long as there's no bad plants in there or anything else, right?
Each time you pass through the archway, the bell rings out again, but the guard dog has been dealt with and does not come and attack you. So you can bring the horses in and tie them to one of the trees inside the manor
Before
grounds
we
here.
gong it a lot, and maybe I won't mess with it. I was thinking of scratching one of the runes or trying to break it, but that it could go bad.
I feel like that was some of the bigger, worse thing.
Yeah.
People would say, no, do not
No.
mess with magic.
Well, I mean,
It may have random and unpredictable effects, and that's worse than
that's
something.
true. I'm more
bad
worried about
words.
random unpredictable.
Yeah, that's also true.
when we all walk through this entrance, it's going to alert something even more that there's a bunch of people walking through it and horses. So,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I think we'll tie up the horses on the far left corner, maybe kind of a thing, behind those trees over there, and then what's his face is going to scout up in the roof. I don't think he got that far, and I'll kind of be on watch out, check out the door, and just study it while he climbs. I guess.
So while the rest of the party finishes the horses, I would like to just climb this wall right here, try and see if I can get up to the top and get a view of the upstairs or the roof.
Are you going to do more scouting too?
Okay.
I can.
Maybe do a loop around the building, but
I was going to say maybe see where this thing came from.
All right. You go to the edge of the walls of the old manor, and you see that there's a kind of wide set of double doors leading inside to the manor. And you go to the edge of them and try to find a good place, and you climb up. It's not going to be too difficult. There are lots of handholds and footholds, and the first floor here is fairly sturdy. The rubble of the roof and whatever previous floors kind of is on the ground around the walls here. You climb up to the edge, to the top of this, and you see that the roof itself has all been collapsed down on top of it, sags into the interior of it. There's wood beams and timber and broken stones that kind of fill this area, but there's no other than small holes, I guess, where light can seep through, but you wouldn't think of them as person-sized or anything. It's just a ruined mess up at the top of the first floor.
Right. So the second floor is, it seems from the top, the second floor is just utterly collapsed and destroyed.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I will guess just...
You didn't see any metal things or things of value up there?
I mean, I will look around. I will give it a thorough look.
That's
is
why
there
we're
anything
here.
worthwhile up here?
You don't, other than the ruins of stone and wood and crumbled grounds, you don't find anything up there of particular note or value.
Is there another way through? Could we enter through there instead of the front door? Seems like that might be safer.
You could spend some time digging through the crumbled ruined stones and
Okay,
timbers.
it's so buried up there.
I think
All right.
we will
it's
not
probably
get access
doable,
through
but
the magic. This is a magic door that we need to enter through if we want to. I think Ruben will say that when he comes back down. We need to go through the main door to actually access it.
I'll do a ritual detect magic while we finish for the other scout to do his stuff too.
I was gonna say, I want to look over where this demon dog came out of the bush.
you spend some time investigating the manor grounds. There's about 50 feet from the wall in kind of all directions, and the manor itself, in which there are large grasses that are well overgrown, and weeds and plants and trees of various types. If you go far enough around the corner of the manor, in the grounds, you'll see a large, essentially, kennel that has been erected and is leaning on one side, and there are old letters painted in what appear to be some kind of like old golden script that reminds you of Common, but in an archaic way, and you can make out the letters to be the dog's name, Fido.
Okay. Is there anything inside the kennel?
Indeed. Inside the kennel, you find a mass of bones. There seems to be just a pile of bones that have been kind of stashed away in the corner of the kennel. Quick glance of an inspection, it appears to be both a mix of like animals and maybe a few humanoids as well. And in the kind of like side of the leaning shelter, you see kind of what amounts to a weather vane leading into a big groove in the floor. It seems to be some kind of rain catch that acts as a makeshift water basin that is about half full at the moment.
Okay. Well, that's water for the day. But yeah, I think I would like inform everybody that hey, this is what the deal is. And yeah, I think I have some intentions with taking care of this dog after we're done exploring.
Okay. You cast detect magic, and with it
Takes me 10 minutes.
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes, but with it, you can see the runes inscribed inside of the walls that surround the grounds. And they kind of flare with a magical intensity, bright, and as if they had been freshly carved. I don't remember what I think it's enchantment magic, but don't quote me on that. I'll look it up for you. You get the School of Magic. It's abjuration. It's abjuration magic.
Abjuration, okay. And is the door magical?
No. The door contains no magic. And you don't get a reading from inside the manor standing on the outside of it.
I'm no rogue, but I mean, there's no detect traps, right?
Technically,
there's
you roll with thief tools or like perception, but I don't know.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I want to look at it with a perception check to see if it's trapped or not. And then I'm going to probably say a prayer to nature and pray that there are no actual real ghosts or evil spirits here. I'm not that superstitious, but people talked about evil spirits, but I'm truly worried more about who Spido's boss was, if they're dead, are they unrested spirits?
Mm-hmm.
So I say a prayer to, put things to rest, and
you say a prayer. You give a quick check of the door, and you can roll perception if you'd like, if it make you feel better. But you don't find any traps or mechanisms or pitfalls or. Yeah, you don't find anything unusual about this door, other than it is a large double door into an old ruined building.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about it. But with glowing eyes, I'll slowly open the door with my mace in one hand, and so with my hand that has the shield strapped to it, it's easier to manipulate stuff with that one. I'll kind of slowly turn a knob, or is it like a?
You just push them open.
Yeah.
And you push open the double doors and step through. Inside the double doors of the manor, you see what was once the foyer. The wooden floors of the manor are now kind of overgrown with moss and a few patches of wild grass. But you can still see the old wood of the floor, as there are scratch and nail marks of some kind of beast that crisscross the area around here.
From a dog?
Yeah, it's a pretty good guess. Could well be. There's a large table in the center of the room that is surrounded by very old chairs with rotting cushions. The table seems to be almost decorative in nature, and there seems to be some kind of painted carving in the center of it. And it is littered with, excuse me, scrolls and papers as if forgotten in mid-use. Notably, the colorful pendant in the shape of a lotus flower, made from some kind of unusual gemstone, flashes with magical light. Also with, actually no, it's an enchanted object, right? This flashes with enchantment magic.
It's an amulet, you said, or a necklace?
It is a pendant.
Pendant.
What else do you see in this room? At the far end of the room, there stands a large statue of a warrior. The warrior is depicted unusually with unfamiliar flowing armor, and is adorned with carved lotus flowers. The statue is holding an equally unfamiliar two-handed sword with a narrow blade that is held kind of in a half bow in front of its face. The tip of the blade rests firmly on the stone platform. The two-handed sword that the statue holds also radiates an enchantment magic, as well as the statue itself radiating abjuration magic.
The statue that's got magic. That
Yeah, there are
pendant is
two.
magical.
There's
I'll tell everybody, but I'll be like, you should be wary of that statue. You said
It's only
abjuration, right?
in the far
Abjuration is
corners
protection.
of the foyer are double wooden staircases that are rotting and near collapse. They lead up to what would have been the remains of the second floor, but you can see passage is blocked by the collapsed roof and upper stories of the manor on top of them. At the base of the stairs are mirrored coat racks that seem to be kind of holding kind of small coats upon them. And I think that is all of the notable features of the room at a first glance.
So you said that the claw marks on the floor are very obviously from like a creature, but we're not sure what creature, right?
Yeah, I mean they're claw marks about the size of a very large dog. Yeah.
Go and I want to.
It's not from a statue. But it's made of.
I go take Fido's corpse. I want to haul it in, and I want to compare the size of the claw marks on the floor.
You confirm that the claw marks on the floor are the same size as his feet.
Very good.
Okay, I tried to make sure there wasn't another thing in here, like some other monster.
Yes.
I want another boss fight.
Should we look around, or should we loot and deal with the consequences?
Did you say that sword was magical?
I think
I'll tell you guys that. First, I'm going to be like, the statue is magical with abjuration. The sword it's holding is also magical. I'm sure we'd have to fight that thing if we mess with it, or even this pendant. It's in the middle of the table, right? And there's another statue.
Sure, that statue's a guardian of the pendant.
Yeah, it could very well
One
be.
more claim. Real quick, who is the highest AC? I have 18.
With the new armor, I'm a 19.
You're at 19? I think the first thing we should do is you step in, take the dodge action right in front of this thing, and then we go for the pendant.
I have a 19.
Then if it comes alive, it's gonna attack you first and foremost. It's gonna have disadvantage.
I probably should grab the pendant and just stick it in my pouch, and then ready, and then just dodge.
I'm fast.
Or do we just stand in front of the thing and dodge?
Oh, I have 19. See, I can take the pendant once we get everything else. Okay.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
It might try to go around me and after you, though. If you have the pendant, just so you know, it might not let me tank it. It could happen.
Oh, I know.
That's the case. You have free attack.
I have move speed 35. That's
right. And you can climb a tree, right?
Yes, exactly. Perfect strategy for every situation.
Hey, man, I'm down with tree climbing. I really think it's a great tactic these days.
It works against every single monster. There is no monster that could ever climb a tree, obviously.
What's up, Seam? You've got a plan, it sounds like.
Yeah.
What we should do, just because so we don't immediately proc the boss fight here, is go in, have you, I think, Blake, you're the best person for this, go and take dodge action right in front of those things so in case we accidentally set it off. And then while you're doing that, the rest of us can go around searching the room to see if there's anything, other points of interest we should know about before we set this thing off, because the amulet's the obvious choice here. If that's not how it activates, and you're not, and somebody isn't there, that can screw somebody up. So I'm thinking we have you do that to just in case spec it, and the rest of us look around the room to see any person of interest, and then go from there.
All right, I'll slowly make my way forward and around the table. Hoping these guys do back me up. But they seem pretty solid so far, so I'm really not that worried. I'm more worried about doing this fight and then having something else attack us. But I'm going to stand right here, ready in action to smack it right in its dumb face.
Okay.
And be like, I guess grab that pendant if you want, bro.
No, we're searching the rest of this place. We are not.
Yeah.
We're not being hasty. I don't want to die because we were overeager.
Oh, I thought I was gonna wait here while someone grabbed the pendant.
Oh, you're gonna wait there while we search the place in case it comes along.
Yeah.
Oh, Lake. This coat rack, the things on top of it also radiate enchantment magic. I missed that one when I was describing it.
Magic hat.
I'll point that out to somebody. Be like, there's some things on that rack right there. Grab those too.
Nobody pick anything up until we're ready. Do not pick anything up until we're ready.
I'm ready.
Around.
It's okay to grab a few things. We'll open up the scroll case I have, and we'll take all the papers. Right?
Don't take the papers until we're ready. Not yet.
So
you're just gonna look around in the corners then.
We're gonna look around. Yeah. We're gonna open the doors.
Go ahead.
We're gonna open the door.
Minutes
right, what's on the other side of this door?
Yep.
Over here.
All right. You find a door leading to the west of the
Except we're not
foyer.
fighting yet. I'll come through here while my spell's still going, so I can look around in here too.
You swing the door open and find an old study with twin ballroom windows leading out this way. The old study is looking out of the manor grounds. It has some old books, seemingly in mid-use, lying about all over these kind of tables. There is kind of small curtains that are draping along the windows here that are engraved with gold and silver. Although they are very obviously old and very obviously like in close to deteriorating condition, the make of them is very fine. Immediately catch your attention. There's another door leading to the north here that is closed at the moment, but through it you can get a nice smell of what has to be something cooked. It makes your stomachs rumble. It smells tasty coming through that door. And there is a large chandelier here hanging from the ceiling, although the lights in it are not lit, and it hangs just kind of cold and empty above the study.
You said it smells like food in here?
Yeah, coming from this door to the north, you get a very tasty smell wafting through.
That doesn't make sense, though. That's not a good thing.
Maybe this is some long dead wizard's abode. Had some magical.
I think it's a magic kitchen. That's my assumption. We're not going in the kitchen until we finish in here. So there's windowsill engravings, chandelier, the books, and.
Can I look around in here? My detect magic still going? Is the
your
chandelier
detect magic
like,
goes and
concentration 10 minutes.
No, you don't see any magic in this room with your vision.
And looking at the kitchen, I don't see the glow of magic.
The kitchen door is closed at the moment, and you don't see. You've not been able to see through the doors or walls of this place.
Not let Dipper open the door. Ruben will open the door because he's got a good deck save in case there's a trap, and he will push the door open. And
all right.
Peek into the kitchen.
You push the door open and peek inside. Inside of this place, you find an ancient kitchen, and foodstuffs appear to be somewhat fresh as they're laid out on the various tables here. Maybe a day old at most, you would guess. The vegetables seem to come from the manor grounds. You spent some time investigating there, so you realize that some of these things could be found in the
someone's living here and we killed their dog, guys.
In the various plants out there. There is a pot of soup that is now cold, sitting on the table on the far side, and a kind of ornate red rug, frayed on the edges, but intricately designed, with just a very elaborate pattern of kind of gold lacing going through it.
Is my detect magic finished yet?
Your detect magic was cast. We'll say you still have half of your rounds left. Half of your minutes left.
Okay, so is that thing magical?
The rug. It does not radiate magic.
Nothing in here's magic?
Yeah, nothing in here radiates magic. Nothing in here pings your detect magic, no.
Alright, I'll tell everyone that, even though doesn't mean there's nothing good to loot. Although it is a kitchen.
I would like to use my chef's... Well, I think I'll come back to here. I'll use my chef tools later in the kitchen. But we're going to go to the other side, all the way over, and use the detect magic.
Yeah,
before
well, I still have 4 more minutes left by the time we get there.
So we use our 4 minutes and go to the last room and detect magic this room. I'll open the door again in case there's a trap.
And I'll be like 20, 30 feet away.
You open the door into the room to the east, and you find what appears to be a library. You see stuffed bookshelves and tables covered with scrolls and parchments, and books scattered about as if dropped in mid-use. Striking art hangs on the walls, capturing stunning landscapes of various types. Although none of them are familiar to you, they are all quite beautiful and well painted. Small statuettes and carvings stand along the walls and on the bookshelves. You have your magic sight, so with a bit of investigation, it does not. You don't find it because you don't see through that material. No. You take a look around, and you do not see any magic, although I may have given you a big hint that there is some in there.
No worries. At the library, we're looking around.
Yeah.
I don't see... My bad. I moved the wrong guy.
Oh, that's fine. I was about to say I head in, so you're good.
So I'm looking around. Yeah, guys, there's not much in here. It's a library, though. We could look through these books. It'd probably be hard to tell if one's magic among all these shelves anyway without looking, more intently.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably take all the books. Like, we need to get out of here. Well, because the soup was cold, I think Ruben leaves Lake, and we'll go and...
Let's go check on the horses, right? No. But yeah.
You guys go check on the horses. I'm going to go to the soup and leave the party, and I want to see... Using my chef's tools, I'll walk into the room.
All right. The moment you'd step where you are, on top of the rug for the first time, the rug around you springs to life and immediately wraps around you. Let me pull up my creature here. It immediately wraps around you and smothers you with its attack. You are surprised, and it will roll at advantage. 2d20. This will be at +5. It rolls an 11. So you are able to roll back out of the way, but you now realize that this large rug is in fact alive and is trying to grab you and smother your life away.
Right. I think I just scream, "Evil fucking rug, help!" And then I stab it.
All right. Let's roll into some initiative here. Let me grab is there a magic rug monster? Oh, there's a rug
There
of
is.
smothering.
It's an animate object.
There we go.
Yeah.
A rug of smothering has joined the fight. There we go.
Carpet, no.
I'll have everyone roll into initiative for me, if they will.
Oh, yeah.
Did it. I beat the rug.
Nice.
You beat the rug. Very nice. That was not easy to do. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Excellent. Let us put you in descending order. Ruben, you roll back out of the way of the rug as it springs to life in front of you. What do you do?
I stabbed the shit out of it. Fuck you, rug.
With a 26 and a 23,
Damn.
you hit it, slicing into this precious treasure.
15 fucking piercing damage with the rapier, and then 14 damage total. Stab the shit out of this thing.
14 damage total. You slice and tear. Fibers come out of it, and it becomes frayed at the edges. But it is not destroyed, and it goes next, and it rushes to attack you. Oh, it has a +5 on its attack too, doesn't it? Oh, nice. It's almost like
that still doesn't hit, but yeah, it's
good at designing. No. I mean that I rolled the 6 and said add +5 to it, and this creature that I pulled out of the like random book also rolls at +5.
So it
So
matches up pretty cool. Cool.
yeah, it's pretty great. So we're gonna have that roll to hit you with a 17.
yes, 19 AC.
Ooh, it cannot hit you. All right. Lake, you hear the cries of Reuben. Help, evil rug! What do you do?
Bandit armor. My bad. I forgot to put that all the way in here. I was checking on the horses. Did I got my peek in, and then I'm kind of right back here at the door, and then I hear it from here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Okay, so
Yeah,
The
yeah,
horse is okay. That's an important question here.
The horses are fine. Yes.
6, and then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I do a double move and end up right here.
Okay.
And that's all I can do.
Excellent.
What do you mean, you dark evil rug? This guy and all his spirits he sees. Oh, and then I see it and I'm like, oh shit.
Seam, it is your turn. You hear the shouts for help, and Lake runs into the other room. What do you do?
He's got it. So real quick, I need to make a perception check here. I think this moves. I want to confirm or deny that this thing moves, as in like it moves away to reveal a hidden passageway or a secret entrance behind it.
Okay. You spend a bit investigating it. And sure enough, it seems that the pedestal of the statue does, in fact, hide behind it some kind of doorway. Although you are completely blocked from accessing the doorway as the statue stands there itself.
I would just like to go up and say, we mean you no harm. Can we perhaps parley?
All right. You ask a question of the statue. It is not responding. Butcher!
Wait, I like
You see your friend talking to a statue while another one of your friends cries for help from an evil rug. What do you do?
What are you doing, man? He needs help.
There are secrets here.
We can get to the secrets later. I'll dash over.
All right, excellent. That leads us to... Why am I bad at clicking through my windows? There we go. Our friend Reuben, you're being attacked by a rug.
I move around and I say, see, there is a rug! And I'll move over here so Lake can actually get in past me. And then I'll stab it again twice.
All right.
That won't help, because rogues rely on their sneak attack for damage, even though I'm not really, because I'm rolling good.
Yeah, you're badass no matter what, but what's the backstab?
I did not expect to do this much damage. I'm very happy.
You hit?
And the offhand.
No.
Ooh, it has to happen eventually.
7 damage.
7
Minimum
more damage. All right. The rug continues to try to get you, and it attacks with a 14. Not enough.
Miss.
All right. And it's just trying to smother you to death. That's all that it has going for it. Lake, you see this rug trying to kill your friend. What do you do?
Lake's like, what the fuck? But he goes 1, 2, 3. Then can I do like 4 right there or something?
Sure.
All right, and then he's gonna just bash this thing with his mace and say, "Begone, foul spirit!"
Okay.
And...
Yeah, I was right about the spirits all along.
Such things exist, but they're not around every corner, friend. And submit. Oh,
that will
16.
hit.
Finally, my last time I swung this thing didn't do shit. 8 damage.
8 damage. Your mace doesn't do as much damage as you would like it to do against this rug.
Okay.
It just kind of bats into it and
smacks it, and it feels like it's,
Yeah, it doesn't feel as crunchy and
hollow.
effective as you'd like it to. Yeah. Seam, the statue hasn't talked back to you since you asked to parlay with it. What do you do?
Well, if the person behind it doesn't want to talk, that's fine. I just thought I'd try to save them from destroying their rug. So on that note, I'm gonna dash into this other room.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right. You
Yeah,
stand underneath the chandelier and see a rug attacking your friends. Excellent. Butcher. You've shouted sense into your companion talking to the statue. Now what do you do?
I too am just stuck dashing 50 feet forward
All right.
as fast as my stubby legs will take me.
As fast as they'll take you. Ruben, you're attacking the rug. You now have an ally.
Continue to fucking stab this thing. Fucking die, stupid rug. And then stab. And I get sneak attack this time. Hooray!
You do.
Yeah, you.
You hit twice.
Right there.
A 2, not a 1. Nice. It's twice as much.
That is 12 damage.
12 damage as you stab and slash at this rug. It is fraying and pieces are coming off, but it is still animated. And now it has another target that hit it. So it will decide on each of its turns until it can catch somebody who it's attacking. And it attacks... Oh, it attacks Lake! It turns to you.
Come on.
Yes, it turns to you and... rolls a 19!
That's exactly my AC.
Oh, you are smothered. Okay. You are just like grabbed. You are restrained and blinded and at risk of suffocation. At the start of each of your turns, you will be taking damage until you are freed. Oh, and look at this.
I can't hold my breath for like a few minutes.
It is, no, because you are getting squeezed by this rug as it is happening. It is now the start of your turn. You take... 9 bludgeoning damage as it squeezes you to death. You are blinded and restrained, but you are granted at the end of your turn a saving throw, a strength saving throw. You want to beat DC 15.
Here goes nothing.
Good half work.
Fuck
Yeah.
You
The
push
barely hits,
yourself
barely
out
get out.
of the embrace and claw your way out of the rug smothering embrace at the end of your turn. All right. Seam, you see your friend claw his way out of the rug. What do you do?
Well, at least now I can shoot it without feeling bad.
That's true.
For sure.
So, longbow attack.
Shoot her. Shoot her.
12.
12 will hit.
Wow. Yay,
For
there we
11
go.
points of damage. And it is still alive, though it is now very much on its last legs, so to speak. Butcher.
Butcher will huff and puff, making his way into the room, and
Finally got
we'll
there.
try to find
Her off, butcher that shit.
a
Butcher the
part
rug.
of the rug where I can get a nice vertical swing and slash down with the great axe.
With a 26, you
nice.
definitely do it. But only 9. Any other sources of damage here we can think of? I don't think so.
Nope.
I mean, my turn's coming up. I've got
Yeah.
good damage.
Ruben, it's your turn.
And I think I just like slash down. I'm just like,
Come on, Ruben.
you're an ugly. You're not even. I'm trying. I don't know enough about rugs to make a pun. God damn it.
The 13 hits.
You're not even well designed. I don't fucking know. 13 hits.
You're rugly.
And
Like, are you
you're
on the
rugly.
rug?
Yes.
You're ugly.
The chance of survival is the red bear.
11, and then the short sword.
You cut the rug to pieces. It falls shredded at your feet and no longer moves.
God fucking damn it. That was annoying.
Lake is catching his breath and he goes, holy shit.
What were you running over here by yourself for anyway? All
wanted
this
to
be
shoot or
careful stuff,
something.
and then all of a
When
sudden,
the soup is going to be ready, because the guy's going to come back for his soup whenever it's ready. You got to look at the
Still in
soup.
the house.
When is the soup going to be ready for eating? Is it ready right now?
The soup is cold, actually. It doesn't look like it was being cooked. And
Yeah, it
yeah,
wasn't
you
on the
could.
burner,
It
right?
smells delicious, actually. The smell from this room is coming from this big pot of soup. You
can I
are a
use a-
culinary expert, actually.
Yeah.
You recognize this to be. Where's my kitchen? I lost my kitchen. You recognize this to be lotus root and rib soup.
Oh. Dang.
Does
I know
that mean
anything
it's
like
edible?
special about it, or is it just good soup?
I mean, it smells really, really good, even though it's cold. Lotus root, not something you would probably expect from a howling field, as it were, a grassland. Lotus usually grows in wetlands or like the mouths of rivers and yeah, maybe swamp is a strong word, more wetland.
While
Yeah,
he's doing
swamps
this,
too.
or can I spend it's a half hour, or how long is it to do a short rest?
If you would like to spend 5 minutes to catch your breath, eat some rations, get yourself back together,
I want to
the
use a
party can
salve
take a short
and roll.
rest.
Actually, I'll just use a salve and roll hit dice.
Okay. The party takes a short rest. You can
I
spend.
would like to make a small. Is there an oven in here or something and firewood?
Yes. It's not.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean it's not a modern oven, but there's a pit for fire, and you can like place things over it to heat.
I want to heat up the soup and make it as delicious as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to try and enhance it if I can. Like, I want to make the soup as really delicious as possible. And then once it's fully ready, I would like to bring the soup into the main room, waft the scent of the soup around, and then just call out, hey, there's plenty of... Is there enough soup for 5 people, actually, before I say this?
Yes, there's a good pot of
Lotus
soup
root
still.
and rib soup is edible, right? It's not like it's some weird soup.
Oh,
this
very
is a
edible.
delicious
Yeah.
Okay.
I will get 5 bowls out for my culinary set, and I'll bring it into the main room, and I'll waft the delicious scent around, and I'll say, hey, we've got plenty of soup here. Why don't we all share? Come on out. And I'll like set out 4 bowls on one of the tables, and 5 bowls on one of the tables, and I'll ladle the soup out, and I want to try and be as like attractive and inviting using the soup as possible.
All right. You begin attractively wafting the soup around as you've heated it up while the rest of the party takes a short rest. And you begin ladling out the soup into bowls. As you set it on the main table in the foyer, you realize now, as you're close to and enough to inspect the things on the table, that all of the scrolls and books that lay open on the table are blank.
Huh. I don't want to mess with this table because I'm afraid of the big statue, so I'm going to put them all on this table, but I'll also investigate this table.
Oh, okay. Even on that table, the ones that are out are blank.
Good to know.
Interesting.
If nothing happens, I'll just eat a bowl of soup. I don't know if anybody else does.
You eat a bowl of soup. It is delicious. It's reheated just right. You've added some of your like favorite flavors to taste, right? And lotus root and rib is an excellent combination. The rib meat is a little stringy. You're not entirely sure what animal that rib came from, but it is good.
I want to see, what's the chandelier made of? Is it valuable?
The chandelier is made out of crystal with silver features inlaid upon it. The crystal itself, you give a quick look to. It seems not particularly valuable crystal. Seems to be kind of just the offshoots of mining, right? You might find some simple stones that give you the appearance of shine but aren't inherently valuable.
All right. I guess after looking at the chandelier, because we are here to loot, I will come over and eat some soup once it's cooled down so I can eat it quickly. And then once I'm done, I'll keep looking around and be like, so when are we doing some of this? Should we really look at this other room over here? We barely even spent time over here before your soup and sit in the rug thing.
I specify that there's another secret. There's an entrance behind the statue.
I think we need to remove the statue, but I think we should investigate this room. Then we go and we investigate the statue. There's probably somebody living back in that room or something.
Yeah, or they're out.
Let's investigate this room, then we'll look at the statue.
Okay, that sounds great. Let's investigate this room.
You spend some time investigating the library.
And I will actually. I'm going to spend 10 minutes and do another detect magic too.
And while he does it, I would like to go through and read the titles of. How many books are there? Are there thousands or how many books?
There are many, many, many books. They are quite. I don't know. Let's say probably more on the order of hundreds than thousands. Maybe there's like 1,000 plus some, but it's not the thousands and thousands and thousands. That's
still, like, you can sort 1,000 things in 10 minutes if you're only looking at the titles.
You begin taking a look at the spines of books and the things that are laid open, and you become recognizant of the fact, or you realize that they are all blank. There is nothing written on any of the open pages or the spines of these books.
Okay, there's something weird here. Why is everything blank?
As you investigate the bookshelves, looking at the spines, you will come across among the trinkets and other carvings that kind of sit amongst the books, a peculiar iron box. It is sealed and lined with silver, with the silver making kind of the shape of a goat.
Is there a lock on it, or is it like a box you can just open?
As you begin looking at it, you come to the realization it's a puzzle box. It will open, but it is not opened by a hinge or key. It is opened by your own intelligence.
Who in here is smart?
That's the highest int. Let's do an int check.
13.
What's the puzzle?
I think that beats me. I'm only a 12.
I'm a 12.
The puzzle itself involves sliding panels that interlock along the edges.
Maybe
of
wisdom?
The box.
I don't know.
If you would like to solve the puzzle,
Ruben will just try and solve it. He'll sit down for a minute and just try and figure out this puzzle.
If you spend 5 minutes, make an intelligence check, DC 18 to open the box.
Okay.
I probably finish my spell once he's done doing this. Maybe.
I'm trying to think if there's any sleight of hand wouldn't work. It's just a raw intelligence check, huh?
It's intelligence to solve it. If you were trying to open it through other means, we could discuss.
If I can't solve it, I'm just gonna try and fucking use my thief's tools to cheat. But
no, you end up getting stuck after about 5 minutes, and you
Let's
find
deal
the
with that
box
later.
unsolvable.
It's small enough to put in the bag, right?
Yeah. I won't cheat yet. I'll cheat in a bit after we deal with everything else, but eventually I'll use my thief tools.
Yeah, we'll have a couple nights out on the way out of here to deal with it. We can.
I take the box. And how big is the box?
The box is about this size, actually. It is about the size of a board game box, something like this.
I will take that and I will awkwardly shove it into my backpack.
It is heavy. It is made entirely out of iron and inlaid with silver. It is a 10-pound box.
Oh. I will add the 10-pound box to my sheet. I can still carry it. I have a decent strength.
Nice.
I'm keeping watch on the center room while they're doing all of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to do more looting and kind of push this along so we can head back still.
I will also go
20 more minutes.
I'm going to rip all the curtains down in the chandelier room. You said that they were inlaid gold curtains that were nice. I'm going to rip all of them down and put them on the horses.
All right. You rip down the curtains. Corin, you go to the
shelf I mentioned earlier.
Excuse me. You go to the coat rack. And on top of the coat rack, you find a fine cloak that dangles down about to the size of like a tall person. Like you think this was made for somebody 6.5 feet or taller.
Can I tell what kind of magic it radiates? Can you tell him?
It radiated enchantment, I believe. Yes, enchantment.
Okay, it was
is what
enchantment
you
as
saw
well.
before, and your spell can go off. You see it again as enchantment.
I'll go ahead and grab it, pick it up.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. You pick it up. You can see that it is finely woven and almost an elven style, you think, and it is well crafted. I'm trying to find it. I had a description of it, and it's just like lost in my notes somewhere.
Do we recognize the design by description?
The design itself is similar to the markings on the warrior here. It is full of lotus flowers in full bloom, stitched into the fabric, which is why it doesn't immediately jump out as elven, but as you examine it more closely, it seems to be of elven make, although of unfamiliar design.
Okay.
So, is there any like other silver or gold looking stuff around, or we know all the magic stuff is the valuable stuff, really, at this point?
Well, just staring at the area around you, you don't see gold and silver very much. You are in the library, and the library area has fine art hanging on the walls of beautiful landscapes, small statues and carvings.
I want to start putting the carvings and stuff in a bag.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking all of it. I want to take all of the paper. I want to collect all of the blank pieces of paper. You can sell that for one.
Okay.
We can even take
the
the
moment
frames
you
and break
pick
the
up
frames
one
down,
of the
roll the
old
paintings up,
pieces
bring
of
it all.
paper to like actually take it somewhere, it like just dissolves into dust in your hand. Like it is so old that moving it just immediately makes it disappear, and one of the pages just fades away into almost nothingness.
But the curtains don't. So if I take down the gold curtains that
the
are
curtains
inlaid,
do not. Yeah, you can put the curtains on the horses. If you take enough time to ransack the art in the room, the total art pieces weigh 250 pounds in total of all the arts and carvings and statuettes.
Nice.
Okay.
So I'm taking a look at this statue real quick.
Among the horses.
Yeah, we load up the art on the horses.
We're not taking the paper because it would just dissolve, and that's not worth it.
Yeah.
Okay. I will pick up the amulet if you guys can tank.
I want to take a look at the statue.
That's what I was about to say. The other choice is we try and just take his sword.
I want to take a look at the statue. Can I do that?
Yeah, you take a look at the statue. It is a... Let me find my description of it again.
Do we want to try to loot the chandelier?
So the large statue depicts a warrior that is kind of unusually adorned with flowing armor that kind of cascades down its statue form. The armor is adorned with carved lotus flowers, and it is kind of standing in this like half bow, the hilt of the strange two-handed sword gripped in its hands, with the point touching the base of the statue.
Does it look like the sword could be removed without damaging the statue?
The sword looks like it is separate from the statue, but with the way it is gripped, you would have it doesn't look like it's loose from its hand. Like you would have to break it out of the hands of the statue currently.
How tall is the statue?
The statue itself is a large-sized like creature. So what does that equate to? Like 10 to 15 feet? 9 to 15 feet tall, something like that.
Does it look like it would be too tall for this cloak?
I'll be like, are we done investigating the statue?
It does look bigger than the cloak. The cloak looks more medium-sized.
Let's get everybody to ready an attack. And
here's the two options I see. We try and we take the sword away from it, in case it comes to life and tries to fight us, and then it's useless and it just has to punch us to death. Or I take the amulet and run, and you just hope it comes after me.
You know what? How about you grab the pendant right after I smack it on the arms, and let's have him with the battle axe smack it right on the arms too. So we're gonna try to break its arms at the same time, and then you're grabbing the pendant.
Okay. I've got my bag. We've already loaded all the art up. Loaded up the chandelier, the curtains.
Wait, did we load the chandelier? I mean, how loadable is that?
Okay, we will take the chandelier, Greg. Is that a big deal, or can we just rip it out?
You can spend some time getting the chandelier down. Yeah, it's heavy. The chandelier itself is made out of like stone, like it's crystal, right? So even though it's not particularly valuable, the chandelier weighs upwards of 70 pounds.
Damn. If we want it, we can, but that's the first thing we drop.
If it's 70 pounds, we'll drop it first. You're right. If we need to.
I will ready an action. I will stand right next to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the thing. I will stand right next to the table, and I will ready an action for if the statue comes to life. I will grab the amulet and run for it.
Okay.
I'm just going to stand there and let the rest of the party do whatever they want.
Okay.
All right. So we're readying our attacks.
Ready to snatch the amulet.
Looking at Butcher, timing our attacks to both hit him on the arms to try to break his arms and have the sword hopefully fall away.
Yep.
Can we make our attack?
How do I want to adjudicate this? I think I'm just going to have you make strength checks. You can hit through the statue. It's standing there. It's not trying to get away from you. You're trying to break it. So go ahead and give me strength checks. Both of you.
Since we're doing it together in unison...
Sure, yeah, we could have an assisted strength check for the stronger of the two of you. That actually is a better way of doing it. Yeah.
All right, I think that's probably me.
Probably.
Yep.
You swing with all of your might, smashing into the arms of this statue, attempting to smash them into pieces. And as you do so, you hit with your big ass axe and the mace of Lake at the same time. And they like reverberate in your hands. It's like when you hit a baseball, but you don't square it up with the barrel of the bat, and you just feel that sting deep and strong in your hands. And you look at the statue, and it is unmarked where you have struck it.
Interesting.
I think we should try to figure out
anything, right?
We should try to figure out the int puzzle before we do anything. I think there might be the key in that, and we should try it for the 15 minutes, and then go from there. I think that might be the solution.
Box, and I look at the guy. Are there any similarities between the box and the guy? The symbols on the box and the guy.
The symbols on the box are intricate.
Wait, did you grab the pendant?
Oh, I did not. I said I would only do it if he came alive.
Oh. Okay.
Not grabbing the pendant and making this place collapse on us until
the box. The design of the box.
So the design of the box does not share the lotus flowers that you see on the cloak that Butcher grabbed, and the designs on the statue itself. The intricate pieces of the puzzle box seem to shape into like goats.
What if we use the acid, guys? What do you think?
No, we're not using the acid yet. I have a couple ideas. First, you all just try and solve it normally. If you can just solve it, that's the easiest.
Can we slide the statue over? Does it slide either left or right?
You try to push and slide on the statue, but it is, you realize quickly, far too heavy to move on your own. Your collective strengths were not enough to damage the statue, and they had that 17 is not going to move it.
I have a block.
That's an idea.
Guys, I can move this. If we completely fail, I can multiply our strength score by
4. Yeah.
32
How much rope
times.
do we have?
I have a rope. I actually bought this. It's a rope and tackle, which is a pulley system, which multiplies the collective strength score on one side by 4 times total and can extend up to 60 feet, meaning I could hook up our entire system of horses to pull the statue.
Yes, that's
we have like 300 feet of rope. So,
and I literally have the system called the pulley system that's designed for pulling things. I bought one and have it on my character. So if everything else fails, we can try that. But I would rather just
solve horses to tie up at night, so we have to have a lot of
So we've been going for about 5 hours here. I would normally want to take a break, but we're really close to hitting like a cutoff point. Do you guys need a like bio break or anything?
I'm good.
No? Okay. So, fair warning, we're like an hour away from my hard cutoff. If you would like to finish this up and run, that's cool. But if you want to keep exploring, we might just have you lost in the wilds for some time, depending on how
Or
far you
have
get.
to give up
We'll
half.
see. I at least want to get past the statue, but I want to let everybody just make a crack at just solving the box with an int check. Then I'll just use thieves'
We
tools.
could just grab the pendant and let's get the fuck out while we get into
Yeah, let's just do it. Fuck it,
I
grab the
want
pendant.
a fucking two-handed
Let's set the
sword.
horses
We're
up and get
going to
ready to
grab it
run.
anyway. It's going to activate it.
Let's
It's
set
gonna
everything
activate
up
it.
and get the horses ready to run. And
Okay,
yeah.
let's take the amulet and just see what happens.
We can always
and
come
then
back, right? You know, see how things go.
All right. If everybody, so we're gonna completely prep, and then we'll just take the amulet. Everybody good with that, and then we'll move forward.
Completely prep,
We'll
get the
try
horses ready.
mundane. So let's try the mundane option of just using the block and pulling the horses real quick. If it doesn't move, grab the amulet like we did before. There's no reason not to try it now.
Okay, block and tackle some horses, or one of the horses, draft horses.
Is it possible to move through mundane methods, Greg? Should we even do the math, or is it
If
entirely
you
impossible?
spend the time to set up a pulley system with a block and tackle and your team of like 5 horses, you will eventually drag the statue forward. My
Is it
question
5 or 6?
is-
I've been confused if going back and
It's
forth.
6. We have 6 horses. He owns 5. I own 1. That's why
Okay.
it's confusing.
Okay, so with your team of 6 horses and a pulley system and some rope and lots of time, you can drag this thing forward. My question is, can you drag the statue forward without messing with this table here?
I don't
Yes.
know.
I mean,
That's a pillar, right?
Yes.
We can have it hook around the pillar so it goes out the door.
Yeah, we have enough
without
rope that we
having
can
to
have
move.
2 ropes come around it. And
Okay.
then, yeah,
So you
block it
set
down.
up ropes around these pillars and not through the table, leaving the table and all of its contents alone. You manage, after some bit of effort, to drag the entire base of the statue forward. And it reveals a secret door with a simple latch that you can open inward into the area behind the statue.
I guess we look in at this point, right, guys? I'm ready to fight.
Yep.
Yes.
Open the door.
Let's see. You open the door, and you reveal this little area here. Let me get a description of what you see. Behind the statue, secret door, it leads to a sealed storage area, and you can see a set of stairs leading down towards a basement. The stairs themselves are blocked with rubble from the collapsing upper floors of the manor, but you can still see like a passageway down through it. The rubble is loose and not as compacted as the top. You see, as you kind of step into this dark area, the flashing lights of Wills of the Wisp. There are 3 of them that fly in circles over the stair. And as you step kind of through the doorway, they go from their natural kind of bluish white light and begin flashing, all 3 of them, in a like red light over the top of the stairs, just blinking red over and over again. The barrels in here are stinking of spoiled wine. They have long since gone quite sour, and the sacks are filled with rotting grains.
Should we just close the door, guys? Do you want to fight these things?
Will of the Wisps are very scary. I do not feel prepared to fight them.
Yeah, let's close the door again.
Close the door, fight the statue, run.
Just close the door and retreat, hoping they don't come through and attack us first.
Mm-hmm. You step back away from the door, closing it, and wait with a bated breath for a small moment. But the will-o'-wisps do not come forward through the door They seem
So
to
the
leave you
plan
alone.
to take the pendant and then get out, I want to add one more thing. Now that we've moved the statue, it didn't come to life. We have 2 vials of acid. I'm going to have one. I want to give one to Butcher, and then we're going to pour it on each of the hands and get ready to run. And if it comes to life, you grab the pendant, and we all just try to retreat.
I have a ready to action to grab the pendant if the statue comes to life and attacks.
Yes.
I'm waiting. I'll let them do whatever.
And so
Okay.
I have my shield and my mace is away, and I'm going to have one
pour
water.
acid on the hands of the statue. And I'm going to look and see what that may do.
Does 2d6 acid damage, I think.
Immune to acid. Okay. It drips
Is it slime?
right off as if you had poured water on the stone of the statue, and drips onto the base of the pedestal, where the pedestal begins to hiss and pop, and you see it begin to pock and become brittle. But the actual
I go grab a pickaxe.
Before he grabs a pickaxe, I'm just gonna give up, and while they're doing this, I'm just gonna pick the lock of the. I'm gonna use my thieves' tools and just try and force open the box.
Okay. So let's stick with the statue people first for a hot moment. You spend
I'm
some
done with
time
the statue.
fiddling
Let's just
with
get
the
out of
box.
here, guys.
There's Nate. I figured it out. Because the base is made of normal material, we can get through it. Take a pickaxe, break it underneath, and that way the point of the sword has room to slide out, so it won't activate the statue. We still get the sword, and it's not have to screw around with it. Does that work for you guys?
What? That's a great idea. Let's try that. Yeah.
All right, you spend time crunching away at the base of the pedestal. You do enough to break away the pedestal, weakened now by the acid, and you see that the tip was resting on the pedestal, but now with the stone broken away, the sword still hangs in the air, gripped by the statue. Its point now just hanging above the ruined bits of pedestal that you've pickaxed away.
So it's stuck because of the pommel then, right?
The statue seems to be gripping the hilt of the blade.
Is it possible that we could knock the statue down or somehow get a good way to pull it down out of its grip?
Should we just drag it behind us and get the fuck out of here? We have 6 horses, right? I'm kidding. It probably weighs too much, right? For us to travel like that.
All of our horses. While they're doing this, as soon as I saw it wasn't going to come to life, I'm just going to pick the lock of the box because I'm annoyed.
If we walk, we could drag it with the horses, just so you guys know. Honestly.
So, Butcher, what was your question?
So basically, I was wondering if we had enough of a different angle at this now that we could pull the sword down rather than trying to hack off its arm.
Your examination of this seems to be that the statue has gripped the hilt of the sword like a fist would, and so you could try to pull it down, but it would still be gripped by the statue's hand. So you could test the blade, and it doesn't seem loose at all. It seems like it has been gripped very securely by the statue.
Sure. All I'm saying is, it's a lot easier to pull something. If you've ever gripped something and had somebody pull down on it, it's very hard to hold.
It's stone,
you attempt to pull the sword out of its grip, and are unable to make
it's magical stone, too, abjuration spell. Acid didn't touch it. Let's get all the stuff set up again. Let's do the whole grab it and get the fuck out.
While all this is happening, Ruben, go ahead and give me a Thieves' Tools check to pick open that box.
He's actually opening it right on.
Your Thieves' Tools open the box, but do so in a way that ruins the mechanics of the puzzle, and you hear something snap and break on the inside of it. As you open the box, you find that it...
Rogues.
Excuse me. You find that it is lined in a soft velvet, and there were 3 figurines inside of it. They are carved from pure ivory, and they are 3 different looking goats. Although one in the center now has been smashed into pieces, and no longer.
One of the 3 figures broke? Be clear?
One of the 3 figures, 2 of them are still intact.
I thought all three broke, and I was like, oh shit, but okay.
I'm gonna say that at this point, no one's magic sight is still going because you've taken a lot of time for the pulleys. Yeah.
I'm ready to do the pendant thing and get out again, guys.
Okay. I tuck the pendants in my. I leave the.
Let's get while the game's good.
Over. I'll put the box on the horses, and I'll tuck the pendants, including the broken one, in my bag.
We haven't touched the pendant yet.
Bag. And then
Okay.
I'm just gonna. If everybody's ready and we've got the horses ready.
Yeah, we're gonna set the horses up. We're all ready. We have your horse waiting for you, just to give you advantage or whatever.
Okay, we're all ready. We're just gonna take the pendant and go the fuck back home, and we'll come back another day.
All right. Place yourselves where you are when the pendant is touched.
I'm actually on the map, technically, or right here, right outside.
They are mounted on the horses outside, is my understanding.
Yeah, we're not.
They are
inside
mounted.
though.
So the only person in this room is Ruben.
Yes.
They are
ready.
the reins of his horse. I'm the last one by the door, and I'll have the horse inside as long as the horse can go through the door.
All right.
So he can jump on it and get out quicker.
Ruben, you grab this pendant in the center of the table, and sure enough, the statue immediately jerks to life. Unfortunately for you, the door behind you swings shut. Boom! And a resounding click is heard from both inside and out. The statue comes to life. We'll use this token for it. It looks cool. And it wields its sword pointed towards you. And the ghostly figures of servants begin to appear throughout the room.
Shit.
Fuck.
Here.
Do the other doors close on him too in the other rooms?
Just the exit
My
here.
I'll be quiet now and mute myself.
No, you're fine. You're on the horses. As soon as this happens, I assume you had a ready action to run.
Yes,
But
I did. I had a ready to action to run away.
mm-hmm.
So when you say the door slammed shut, is this magical seal, or is it like, oh, the door is shut and I'll have to open it?
You get you could try to open the doors, but they were definitely shut by magical means by touching the statue.
Okay.
You are ready to run. Feel free to make a move before initiative needs to be rolled.
I'm just gonna ask a clarification question.
Mhm.
I investigated the roof earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm fucking fully squeezing myself and I take my backpack off and I'm shoving it in front of myself, is it possible I could squeeze out through the collapse of the roof if I roll good? Is that possible?
Maybe. It really wasn't intended to be that way, but sure. Maybe if you squeezed your way through there perfectly, you could.
I am dead, and I'm not making it through that door because that's going to be like fucking smashing it down.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going. Thinking about how I work and what I'm good at, I realize the only way I can possibly survive here is if I fucking squeeze my way out of the cracks in the roof. There's no way I'm living otherwise.
Okay.
I will dash my 90 feet, and I will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I'm just counting out. I have 50 feet of movement still up the stairs. So I moved to the base of the stairs, and then I moved 50 feet up, trying to squeeze out and find any gap or any way out of the roof.
Okay. You move 50 feet up the stairs and are trying to find a way out. The stairs themselves are pretty rough. Let's see. I think that this is less about a skill for finding finding a hole that you can squeeze through is not a skill, right? It's not strength or dex or intel. This is just, are you lucky? So I'm going to roll.
I might call it a contortion skill, but that's.
But I was about to say, I think that I am specialized in acrobatics and contortion, so I think that should increase my chances because I am a live half-elf with a +9 in acrobatics and contortion skills.
How much do you weigh?
It's just, if this is not the same as half-orc and full plate, this is live contortionist half.
I think that this is a luck check here. I'm going to roll a die to see how long it would normally take to find an entrance or an exit that you could run out of. Go ahead and give me a Dex Acrobatics check. And this is, I think, difficult, right? I'm going to say DC 17. To make that number go down by the Siam die. So if you succeed, I'll give you a D8 number of rounds less than it would have taken normally.
Come on, please. I don't want to die.
All right, you succeed. Go ahead and roll me a D8.
Roll a D8?
Yep, they will subtract that from the number of rounds I rolled. Okay, it will take you 2 rounds to find an appropriate exit. Huh?
Does the first round count? Like this round I've spent now. So is it one more full round?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just keep going. Fuck me up.
I'm going to have you roll initiative separately here. We'll figure out what your friends do afterwards. We will have initiative for this thing. It rolls... five on its initiative. I think you'll beat that. And then we'll just have these roll their initiative. The ghosts will roll at 15. Okay.
I think I go first because it's based on Dex modifier if you tie.
Yep.
Plus
okay.
Dex modifier.
All right. So the ghosts will all act first, and they have a 40-foot fly speed. So let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. This ghost can get to you. And it will reach out with its withering touch, attempting to suck out your soul. With an 11. Nice. This one flies 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And it unleashes a horrifying visage upon you. Please make me a wisdom saving throw or be frightened.
This is anxiety inducing. I don't want to die, but like this is a bad situation. Let me give you the wisdom save.
13 will pass. The downside is there are more ghosts. Let's see here. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Okay, so only 2 of them can get within range of your sight. I'm going to need 2 more wisdom saving throws as they unleash their horrifying visage upon you.
God damn it. Come on. Come on. Don't die on me, Ruben.
The first one is a pass. The second one is a failure, and it is a failure by more than 5. And so you are aged. Let's see here. D4 times 10. You are aged 40 years from your present age by the sheer fright of this creature in front of you. And you are now frightened for 1 minute. I'm
101. I'm 110 now. Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, for an elf, it's not so bad, really, right?
Oh, it's not a big deal. It's fine.
All right, you are frightened for 1 minute.
Anybody else was in here, they would have been so screwed. I have a chance,
yes, they would have been. I agree. Let me find my... What does the ghost frightened do to you? Because that
if it's the normal frightened, it's not that bad, I don't think.
A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while its source of fear is within sight. You can't willingly move closer to the source of the fear. I think that might be problematic for trying to get that.
It means that I'll have disadvantage on the acrobatics check to escape next round, yes.
Yeah. All right. Now it is your turn. You move after the ghosts.
Okay. Can I go blind and just intentionally fucking shut my eyes and not look at it and just try and squeeze out? So I don't have disadvantage.
All right. You attempt to squeeze out while shutting your eyes, completely blind, scared out of your mind, and frightened. Go for it.
I'm gonna roll that normally, and I'm just gonna. You can increase the difficulty because I'm blind, but I don't want disadvantage. I don't want that nat one. Okay, acrobatics roll.
You are at disadvantage, I think.
Okay, I'll roll it again. That's fine.
The frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks while... Oh, I guess you... Hold on. You're blind, right? Or you're closing your eyes specifically.
I'm fine with closing my eyes, yes.
Yeah, okay, so yes, so you're 19. So I was gonna have this be the DC 15. But what should closing your eyes do to that?
+4 difficulty, so it barely succeeds. Honestly, I would say like +3 or
reasonable.
I would say +3 normally, like
2 to 4 is reasonable.
But... You squeeze through and are now on the roof, which leads to this creature's turn, and it goes boom and bursts out the door, breaking down the opening of the manor. And does it have movement left? I
guess our ready to action is to run now.
Yes, you are being chased down by this thing and its ghosts. Do you guys all run out?
Yeah, we'll try to get maybe 50 feet away, see if it still, comes out the entrance.
All right. You all use your ready actions and run 50 feet. Excellent. That's going to bring us to the top of the round. You are blind. You're no longer, you're frightened, but you no longer have your target of fear in line of sight. Oh, wait, the ghosts go before you, don't they?
Well, open my eyes now that I'm on the roof and I can feel the sunshine, and I'm just going to fucking run.
You get ready to run, but the ghosts move first. And with their 40-foot fly speed, they phase through the rooftop. And now, this one here... This one's going to Withering Touch you. It is going to roll a 13. This one flies up and moves some closer. This one is going to try to possess you. Please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god. Please.
That is a success. It tries to thrust itself in control of your body, but you do not allow it to. And then these ones move closer to you on the rooftop. All of you down here have run 50 feet away. You see now your friend on this crumbling roof. The ghosts have phased through it up next to him. Ruben, wow. You're surrounded on a crumbling roof. What do you do?
So 2 of them shouldn't be in melee range. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to think, how many opportunity attacks do I get if I just fucking dash away and take the opportunity attacks?
2.
I'm just going to fucking run and get as close to the party as I can and try and get to my horse. I can move 70 feet. I will take the 2 opportunity attacks.
So you're going to run this way to the party?
I'm going to run basically as directly as I can for a horse to the party.
So the party is out here in the front area, right, from the door.
Well,
So if you take a direct line, you're going to run through 4 ghosts, not 2.
No, that's not what I want. I will go, I'll make my own line. I will go like this. I will go at an angle so the party can come and pick me up.
Okay.
I will pray that the party is willing to come and pick me up, but I'm going to get off the roof. Basically, I can move 120 feet, so I'll get out of the edge of the wall and basically end up like just off the map.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that corner you can easily get over the wall too.
You take 2 opportunity attacks. The first is a 21. And the second is a crit.
Oh, crit.
I just want to roll the damage because it's fun. But between the 2 of them, this is how many d6s get rolled.
What?
How does 42 points of damage?
Auto me. I don't get death save.
So we see him get vaporized or something.
You see him try to rush through the ghosts. They reach out, their claws sink into him, and like this 101-year-old elf, you just see his life drain away. He ages in front of you, and just like this withered old elf corpse falls onto the roof, lifeless and
Is that damage or years?
Damage.
That is damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess once we see that vaporization,
the ghosts also heal for a lot of HP as well. You guys ran 50 feet away. Give me an initiative against this creature, and let me find its actual movement speed.
So I think we were 50 feet outside the gate. Is that?
Yeah, we're 50 feet outside the gate. So can we?
You are 100 feet away from the stone creature. Do you wish to run away?
Yeah, I mean, we saw our friend get vaporized, so we'll definitely run away.
Yeah, I mean,
that's ghost, right? We could kite this thing.
I had magic like statues, and I had the magic lotus.
Yeah, dependent and the goats. Yeah, I marked them off.
We could reasonably kite this thing with these horses.
You don't have time in the session to do this.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here, bro.
All right,
we gotta go.
You run away from the manor, leaving the corpse of your friend behind. And
corpse. I thought you said he got vaporized.
Basically. Well, I mean, he got desiccated. He aged out into oblivion. So we have come basically to a place where we need to make a decision.
Sorry, man.
You are currently being chased down by an unknowing, unfeeling creature that will chase you through the entirety of your trip back to town. You can either claim your characters that are surviving are lost in the mist, and we can come back to them at another time because we still have adventure to be done if you are trying to make it back. Or you can sacrifice half of all experience earned and treasure remaining on your horses to nope out of this situation and forfeit that gains.
How does that work with magic items?
The magic items that you currently hold will not be sacrificed.
What do you think, guys?
All that is the cloak, right?
So you have picked up along your way the figurines of wondrous power are gone. The pendant is gone, but you have 2 scrolls of water breathing, 1 scroll of prayer, 1 cloak of the manta ray, and a lot of arts and crafts worth genius.
Yeah, I guess we'll sacrifice half is what I vote for, because otherwise this thing's chasing us and it's ungodly.
Yeah.
We could risk it, but without our rogue, we do a lot less damage. He was fucking slashing it out.
Would we get XP now?
Mm-hmm. Half of what you normally would, but...
What do you guys vote for? Just, do you want to be lost? You come back to this with 3 of us?
Kinda. We could reasonably take care of this.
Dude, we're hauling like 800 or more pounds of shit out of here. We have all these horses. He died. And the magic items won't get halved. Just the other loot. And our experience.
It's a lot. It's the issue is half the XP.
You're gonna level no matter what. It doesn't matter.
I know, but
I think you guys greed is a bad option. What about you, Butcher? Okay. Is it 2 against 1?
I don't care.
I'll take the responsible route. No greed. We can
All right.
make our sacrifice. I'll do that for you, but I'm
All
keeping my
right.
fan.
You race far enough
Keeping your
away
what?
from the
Your fan?
manor.
Oh yeah.
The fan.
Oh yeah. You made that thing, man. Yeah.
You race far enough away from the manor that you get a moment of respite and pray to Suhui, the god of the forgotten ways, and sacrifice to him half of your earned XP and half of the monetary value you pulled from your expedition. And he opens the ways of the Logris, and you are safely escorted back to town. Minus one good half-elf, who unfortunately died to ghosties. Excellent.
Almost made it. I was so close.
You were very close.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
It was
Um,
maybe disengaging.
you guys.
I would have died. I would have gotten 4 attacks if I disengaged. That's why I risked it.
True. You're right.
Yep.
Risky for the biscuit.
So, let me put together a list of experience points that I will then have, and then a list of your GP. While I do that, is there any shout-outs or things you want to say before signing off? And give me some time to make that happen.
That was really fun. No hard feelings about dying. That was my own fucking I almost made it. I'm
You
very
did.
happy with how that went.
Good.
I got that.
I thought about beating on the door, but we don't have enough
I got
time
that
to try to
good
do
feeling.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, yeah.
that felt really fair and good. That
You
was,
almost
a good,
made it. True. It was really close.
I don't know. It was that crit that killed me. If he hadn't hit on both of the opportunities, I would have made it.
Yeah,
Probably,
the crit
yeah.
was huge.
I think our group did extremely well considering the sheer number of encounters we had and the difficulty of them. I think we
I
did
guess-
very well.
Thanks for watching.
All right, so you guys can all take home 1/2 of 1,075 experience each. So you all will gain 525 experience, I think. No, 536 experience, we'll call it.
Cool.
Um,
And the
So-
fighter gets 10%. No, I'm kidding. My bad.
no 10% in
No, I'm
5e,
kidding, I'm kidding, I'm
unfortunately.
kidding.
So that's 536 experience for each of you. The amount of gold that you would have gotten, let's see, you had 100 GP from the bandits. The chandelier was worth some gold. The arts that you weighed down your horses with were super valuable. That was 800 GP. The box itself was worth money. The curtains were worth money. So you were sacrificing half of.
And a chandelier, right?
Yeah, the chandelier was worth some. You were sacrificing half of 1,160 total GP. So half of that is awkward, and my
580.
brain doesn't want to do it.
No worries.
That's it's almost as much as the rounding error, huh?
580 GP split now 3 ways is some amount.
125 plus 20, 145.
It looks like it's coming out to 193 each.
You divide it by
Because we had to sacrifice half of the total amount, so it's divided by 6.
Yeah, so 193 gold will be in each of your pockets when you make your way out of the Logris. And now we have...
Oh, yeah, times 3 people. I'm sorry. I was still dividing it by 4.
Yeah, 193 in each of your pockets. So now we have 2 scrolls of water breathing, 1 scroll of prayer, and a cloak of the manta ray. I'm happy to let you all decide who gets to keep those items as you please. But if there's a if both of you want the same item, we will go ahead and just roll for it on the stream now, and we'll see who keeps it.
I was hoping to take the scrolls and the scroll case, but I don't want the
Yeah,
cloak.
I mean, do you just want to do a roll off for the cloak?
You can have it.
Okay.
All right. You have a Cloak of the Mana Ray, as exists straight out of the DMG. If you would like, you can message me. And
I
I'll
guess
get
you
the
will be able to
stats.
cast spells pretty soon, though, right? So maybe
I can do it now, but I don't need water breathing. I doubt I'm gonna go to the swamps anytime soon, and unless we come across an ocean, like it's whatever. But I have spells now, and that's the important part.
true.
All right. So it sounds like the 2 scrolls of water breathing and the scroll of prayer will go to Lake, and the Cloak of the Mana Ray will go to Butcher.
Yep.
Okay.
To make things fair,
What spell is that? Sorry, prayer. I don't know if prayer by itself is a spell in 5e. There's prayer of
Level
healing.
3, right?
Or am I wrong?
maybe he needs prayer of healing.
I will message like the details of the prayer spell another time, so we don't have to go through it here. It's my own spell.
Copy.
Oh, wow.
I can dig it.
Excellent. So that will wrap us up for session 6 of Land Beyond the Mist. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. It was good. It was good for me. I enjoyed it. I got to go to bed now though and do some tax returns in the morning. So, yeah. Thank you all for playing,
Thanks, Greg.
and we will see Twitch chat another time. Bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
Thanks, guys.
It was a lot of
Good
fun.
night, buddy.